through the generations, through years of horrible things happening in that premises. That's quite
Yeah,
fascinating.
I mean, it just could be abuse. It could be neglect. It could, it's so many variables.
Yeah. Well,
There's
that's like
it's
that's really juicy, researchable stuff, that isn't it? That's the type of stuff that really grabs me. I'd be in the local library and getting the blueprints and the whole lot because that's just an amazing thing to follow up on. Wow, he'd lose me something
I'm
like that.
still interested in that whole bathroom thing because, like, I don't understand. If you opened it up, it was a closet, but what was so scary? Was there like a voice coming from it?
no,
Did
that's the
someone say like
thing.
we saw something, or you just felt
No.
uncomfortable?
There was like occasionally a noise that would come from inside of it, but I mean, given the age of the building and the location, it's not a crazy thought to think maybe a squirrel or a mouse or something got into the walls and a little bump here or there.
Yeah.
So I really just ignored that, and of course, because I lived there and I used the space, I would go into the closet. There was an actual light bulb in there. um, I did start taking a flashlight and a screwdriver with me
There you go.
after my caretaker got locked in there. But no, just in general, it was the craziest thing. It didn't matter if it was a kid, an adult, someone I really knew, someone I just met. Nobody, once they opened the door,
Yeah.
they would not go in. They would not go. They would not set 1 foot inside there to grab anything.
It's interesting
And
because with your whole thing, it seemed like whatever this was you were good to it, whatever, and you actually had more control over it than it had over you, especially when you started doing the roll out the barrels.
yeah, when I
know?
got angry.
Yeah.
Almost like okay, cool, this one can deal with me. At least now I have company and I won't mess this up or whatever.
And she's acknowledged that we're here, or I'm here, or whatever.
Yeah.
However,
Well, it's obvious what it was.
go
It was
on.
it was a spirit that came out of the closet.
Well,
I mean,
the
hello.
funny thing, like before I moved, I had this big, beautiful Maine Coon that was 29 pounds. Okay, that's 29 pounds a cat. He had like more attitude in him than in any other cat I'd ever met, and he used to scare the neighbors. Like if he got out and roamed the hallways, the sheer size of him,
No shit.
some of the neighbors would be afraid of my cat. And when I moved, he spent the first night with me. And the next day he got loose. And like
Oh,
he kept escaping from that place like daily. And then he wasn't just escaping, he would escape and he'd go back to the old apartment.
oh.
And he did this repeatedly, and I missed him so much. But finally, the gentleman who moved into my old place, I went over there and knocked on the door because I knew where to find him. He's like, my cat here again? He's like, yes. And he felt so bad. He's like, look, I like him. He likes me.
Oh.
So my cat ended up staying with the guy who moved into our old place, and I lost my cat because he couldn't stand to be in that apartment.
Wow.
Oh.
There's
So-
something about animals, they just know.
Yeah.
We
Well, we-
still have the 2 cats that we put down are still in this house.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they'll be there.
last week we heard them play. I heard them in the morning playing in the hallways, which is usually in the mornings or after 2 o'clock. They used to play in the hallway all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got one. I call him Shadow because we see he's literally he's the typical corner of the eye. And my son and myself, we often like say to each other, "Is the cat just gone into your room?" But whoever's speaking to will say no, and that happens a lot. So we've called this cat Shadow for obvious reasons. And you see him occasionally, and just like acknowledge him, say, "Hello, darling, you're going to come up here," and just like he ponders around, and you just catch him out the corner of your eye. It's
Yeah.
actually. It's quite sweet.
I had an English bull terrier that I loved to death, and when he turned 7, he had kidney failure, and my daughter was 2, and I had to put him down. One of the worst days of my life. So we never told my daughter whatsoever, but about 7 months later, I always told her that he would be there watching over or whatever, and she came out in the morning terrified, and she kept saying, "No more Jakey in the bed, no more Jakey giving me kisses." Now, it was kind of odd because we hadn't had Jake for almost 8 months, whatever, and but she was terrified. and I went to check, and in her bed was his hair.
Whoa.
So and I mean, and it's really funny. I've asked him when my second daughter was being born. We almost had her on the 13th of December, which is a bad day. A lot of my grandfather died. A couple of dogs died. It's not a good day.
13th of December?
Yeah.
Oh, I
happy
think
birthday.
that is well, that's my my nephew Zach's birthday, and my dad's is like the 16th.
It was just from the past thing, and I just had this very strong feeling, and I'm like, if this baby's born, it's not going to be born alive. So I literally said, I started talking. I said, Jake, you got to do something. You got to do some, because the doctors were determined to deliver this baby that day, and I said, I need it done now. This can't, she cannot be born today. And after I said that, within 5 minutes, the other doctor came and goes, nah, we're going to hold off till tomorrow. My daughter still comes back and says, but she said when she was 3 years old, before I came here, I was with your grandmother and Jake.
Wow.
Which blew my mind. She's a 3-year-old. She had no idea about my dog or my grandmother. And my grandmother died well before her, before my first child. And I asked her questions, and I'm like, well, what were they like? Oh, they were very nice. Your grandmother, she would hum, which my grandmother always hummed. It drove me a little nuts sometimes. And she goes, and what about the dog? Oh, he'd like to snuggle, and he gave me kisses. And she literally described my dog and my grandmother almost, and she went into other details. But as Al knows, I think I have I have 2 young kids. They're both female. There's more females in here than males. I'm the only male, and they are like beacons, because I know my older daughter sees stuff, whether she wants to acknowledge it or not. And dogs and animals know when the jig is up. They're like, yeah, I'm out.
But you know what's really odd about that story? You named your dog Jake.
Yes. My dog is Jake.
Fine. That's what you find odd about that story.
Could have been.
Could have been Jade.
Would have been a much stronger, healthier dog.
It
would have lived. The dog would have had to put you down.
Let me put it this way, okay? We've had dogs my whole entire life. This is the dog I've always wanted. It's the target dog for anybody that It's a bull terrier, sweet as sugar. He was 86 pounds. The dog, all he wanted to do was eat, play, and screw. And and let me tell you, I've never in my life, we've had dogs our whole life. He humped the crap out of his pillow for hours. We used to have company come over, and they were just like, he's still going at it. I'm like, leave him alone. He's going to be fine.
Just ignore him.
9 hours this dog is going.
Jake Jeremy, huh?
Oh, my God.
I
was a champ.
I had a dog named Rufus, which was a big Labrador, and I had a party at my house, and this guy passed out on the floor.
Oh no!
Surprise!
Oh, yes. And we all just stood there and watched it and laughed. That was the most glorious day Rufus ever had.
Arch your back, Rufus. Arch your back. Come on.
And he never knew about it. Poor guy was like, "What is everybody?" Because he was a bit of a anyway. Yeah,
That would have been a great YouTube video, Jade.
They didn't have YouTube back then, man.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
Imagine. Dog prank.
By the way, Chris, you got a show in less than an hour.
Chris Jr.
Chris Jr.
Chris Jr. You've got a show in about 30 minutes.
He was here a second ago.
Chris is going to have on Rich Hoffman as the guest.
Is that Euphonauts? Is that the show?
Oh, Skywatchers tonight.
Oh, the Skywatchers tonight? Okay.
Yeah, he's going to have Rich Hoffman on, and yeah, he should be doing that at about 11 o'clock, for 45 minutes from now, about Eastern time.
Hey, Lucky. Do you have your camera up and running?
Yeah. Live in Ohio. Put it in the chat. No, put it in
Oh.
YouTube.
Yeah, put it in YouTube. Go sit in there.
Believe me, I know the feeling.
Dirty boy.
Uh-oh, no sound. My sound went out. Okay. That's because I hit a button messing with the camera.
Roll out the barrel.
Can I? Yeah, I saw that. God.
So if any of you listening have any unwanted activity in your house,
Yeah, it's the latest exorcist tool.
Oh, jeez, that's scaring me out of the house. I've been in a German tent when they were singing that in Deutsch, and oh my God, it was hilarious. I couldn't say the words because my mouth was numb.
Yeah, same here. Same here.
Oh yeah, my wife said whenever I said I was on the plane and I was coming back about a couple of miles outside BWI, Baltimore, said I saw a drone. My wife said, yeah, because we crossed over the proving grounds out there. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. We didn't quite cross over it, but we went around it. And they're like, yeah, that would have been the area.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Wow.
How big?
It was, you could tell it was a drone, but it was probably slightly smaller than a Cessna.
Wow.
What?
That's a nice sized
Oh,
drone.
big enough. Yeah,
it was
absolutely.
big. It had the prop, had a prop on the back of it.
All right.
That's how-
a bomb dropping, isn't it?
Speaking of drones, Al and Brian, I'm thinking of getting a drone and putting a camera on it.
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
no,
you
no,
know,
no. If you're going to
we've
get
been,
a drone, you got to get the right one and already have a camera on it.
We have to when we see.
we've been talking about that ever since we couldn't get into
Yeah.
that den.
Yeah.
We
Well,
need to get in there.
Make sure you're not in Utah. They just passed a law that the police and the fire department can shoot them down now.
Nice. That'd be the drone scoot, huh?
Yeah.
Start shooting it out. Paul.
Yeah, a friend of mine just bought a drone. He's our main investigator for a local group, and he bought one. It's pretty nice. It was like almost $2,000 brand new, and he got it for $700 on Craigslist.
There's a great company. I think it's DJI that makes these
That's
the
the
white
one he bought.
drones.
That's the one he bought, the professional.
Those are the
model.
ones you want because they have the GPS and they'll come back. They already
Yeah.
calculate your time.
Yeah,
They
his
come back to your spot where you left it. So
it'll
launch
fly.
it.
He can fly it like 1.5 miles away from him,
Yeah.
and then it'll come back. He's got a
oh, I just had a
5-inch
wicked
tablet.
thought.
What's
There's a
that?
tablet
What
that
if
fits
you
on his-
took the Pokemon Go and made an app compatible with drones? Can you imagine
People
the
are already
drone
doing
wars?
They're,
The drone wars, man.
they're already doing that.
Oh,
Oh, they
dear.
already found a hack where you don't even
Yeah.
have to leave your house.
Yeah, they're already doing it with drones. I found 3 hacks I saw yesterday online.
People are really using a drone to get
Yeah.
a Pokemon?
Yeah, because in order to hatch the eggs, I guess, you got to walk 5 kilometers.
Yeah.
So what
This-
people are doing, I saw them using drones, or just strap the phone on the back of your dog and let it run around. Or there was another one.
Oh,
The
my
most
God.
the creative one
That's
I
awesome.
thought was the guy that found out if you take a record player and put it on slow speed, that's the same speed as walking. So he can just set
Nice.
his phone on a record player and leave it, and it'll go for as long as you want to leave it on. That was pretty creative.
Why? No, hold on. For what to hatch?
The egg.
Pokemon, yeah,
It's-
the
it's-
egg.
Pokemon.
Yeah.
You know what this is? This
oh,
is what
God.
when people wake up in the prison camps and they realize how the hell they take the country. I'm like, Pokemon Go, man.
Mhm.
I'm
That's
telling
what it's
you.
going to be about.
That's
I'm
what they're
telling
saying,
you.
though. That is what they're saying. It's the new way of herding people
Yeah,
up together.
what did
Like-
anybody see? I know Lorraine saw it because I sent it to her, but it was a video in Central Park.
Yeah.
People leaving their vehicles in the middle of the street, jumping out, and there was a horde of people going after this Pokemon that spawned there.
I showed that to Steve, and he was like,
That's
hey,
insane.
wait, that was the driver that hopped out.
Yeah,
Well, there's a video of a guy that drove all the way to Bombay Beach. Do you guys know what that is?
No.
That's that.
No.
That's that lake that got that in the 50s was a vacation spot. and then it got flooded, and all the there's a couple of companies that dumped all their pollution in there, and then it became abandoned. It's an abandoned place. Now there's maybe 300 people there, but there's more buildings abandoned than there is people living there. And there was this one building this guy figured out on the map, and he drove like 1,500 miles just to get this one Pokemon that's at an old abandoned freaking
It's unreal.
thing at the beach.
Some people are actually making good money at it, though. There was a woman in New York City that I saw. She's booked solid for the next 3 months, $20 an hour, and she'll do all the walking for you. Log into your account, run around. She's booked solid. And then
This is great.
there's 3 injuries, major injuries I've heard of. The 2 guys out west that walked off a cliff. And there was another one, a guy was playing it while he was driving and hit a tree head on.
Oh God, can you imagine if you hacked the system where you could put Pokemon at? Like put one in the middle of an alligator farm?
Well, stores can pay to have them in their store. But one guy tried to bypass naval security because one of our U.S. Navy ships ended up being one of them gym things where you can battle them. So he tried to get around the U.S. Navy security. But it's crazy. The people actually think, though, that they should not be held responsible for any trespassing. That
They really need to
game
rename.
made them go there.
They need to rename this app Darwin Go.
Yeah.
Because you gotta be an asshole. Right now, there's
Florida's the
species
first
above
place
this
to have a
planet
shooting
looking down
over
at
it.
us.
Oh,
Florida's
dude.
been the first state, though, where someone's been shot at over it.
I will do this. When I
That
die,
was KKK Go. Sorry, different game.
when I die, I'm gonna have one put above my grave.
No, these two
Go in a cabbage
teenagers.
patch.
Last night or night before, 2 teenagers were playing it. They were 19 years old, but they was on in front of this guy's house at like 1:30 in the morning, and he just went out and shot at their car. But yeah, because it said that these creatures, Pokemon things, they can be anywhere. They can be in your living room. And people have tried to get in people's houses.
Yeah,
Had to
that's
run
what
3 of them out of our local hospital.
It's invasion of privacy, and it's Google trying to get inside because obviously the Google Maps thing, the Google Earth, the Google Stars,
Yeah.
you can't get walls.
Yeah.
This
Has
is the
anybody
new
tried-
way of them fully infiltrating people's homes and lives. That's what they're
Has
saying.
anybody tried suing the company yet?
Not yet. That'll happen though. That's next.
But
I know
I know-
Walmart's real big into it because our local Walmart's got a display for it in different places around the property. They tell you where stuff's at, and they got a whole table full of these cheap portable little battery chargers for your phones you can buy. It's just crazy, but they had to run 3 of them out of our hospital the other night.
Shit.
For,
I
like
I
3 in
can't
the
wait to
morning.
get them into prison.
Well, they're having trouble people walking in the police station.
Here's something I just
Yeah, I
got.
read that earlier. Yeah.
I just found something.
What's that?
Conspiracy fans think someone or
It's
something
bumping off. Yeah.
top UFO researchers.
That's
See
because of
Yeah.
Max. That's because of Max.
No, I didn't see that.
The 2 of the latest victims are UFO researcher Gaurav Tiwari, found dead in India under supposedly mysterious circumstances, although authorities are treating it as a suicide. Max Spears, a paranormal researcher who claimed to have been part of a secret government super soldier program, died in Poland this month. Cause of death has not been determined, but YouTube commenters are already convinced it's murder. So, Rich Hoffman just put it, I guess I'm not a famous UFO researcher, that's why I'm still alive.
Alive.
Lorraine, was it last night or night before I showed you that link that the U.S. used to have that UFO law that it was illegal to come in contact with extraterrestrials? That was
Yes, I remember reading that. Yeah.
it was an actual law.
But what I don't understand is, okay, you can't have it both ways. Either it's illegal to come in contact with an alien from outer space, which would, suggest that there is, or you can't blame someone for going in for a closer look, because if it's not real, we always have to assume it's a fake, right?
Yeah. The reason that law was even put there was they didn't know what was up there anyway, and with the astronauts, they didn't want them to investigate anything. They were the ones more looked at. Not so much.
I just don't see how that's enforceable. Like,
So
I just don't see it.
We have a law that you cannot go
It's
near
Russia.
or
Yeah.
an alien.
Yeah.
Well, what about an illegal alien?
Well, we'll be building one in space too.
Different kind of
Maybe they ought to. Maybe they ought to. And if you want to catch all the illegals here in the states, maybe we ought to turn them in like Pokemon.
That would be great.
A good way to track them, that's for sure. Let them play.
I can post it in here if you want to see the law, the actual law.
The booming costume stores right now. All the fancy dress costume stores are going to have a booming Pokemon costume.
Do you think they have any Pokemon like in the ISIS camps?
God, could you imagine if they found it on the moon? If they want to get people into space, just say there's Pokemon now on the moon, the rarest ones.
There you go.
They'll be launching there in a heartbeat.
Does anyone know just offhand, like, what does this app cost? What does the game cost?
It's free.
It's free.
What?
God.
No,
The initial
don't
app
do
is
it.
free. It's just the items in the app you got to buy.
Yeah, you get a certain amount, and then what happens is people want to do things faster, so that you have to purchase these things.
And one bad thing, which I didn't know this when I saw a video last night, a guy was showing it. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning wherever he was at. And near his house, there was one of these gyms or whatever in the game. So, but he saw that there was somebody there, because you can put out, I guess, what they call a lure to track stuff. So at 3 in the morning, he goes to this location, just maybe 5 minutes from his house, and there's an older guy, probably like in his late 70s, sitting in his car, no lights on, no nothing, just playing this on his phone. So kids or anybody else could walk right up and that could be a bad situation.
God. It puts a whole new light to the meaning dogging, doesn't it?
Yeah. A lot of people have been robbed already.
You can't call it poking, can you?
Is there a website that we can go to and get the locations of these things?
Well,
It's just all done with just your phone.
I'd say, if you probably go onto Twitter or the Periscope web page and type in hashtag Periscope, or do it in Twitter, hashtag Periscope and hashtag Pokemon Go,
Yeah,
you'll find someone.
Yeah, you'll see people playing it. There's one, I watched it. It was funny, though. The guy's playing it, and he's on a bridge somewhere, and all of a sudden you hear splash, and his phone died, and when he comes back, he actually walked off the bridge and fell in the water.
Oh, my God.
His friends are all laughing at him and stuff.
It's mass
zombies out of
brainwashing.
people, it really is.
Mass brainwashing, that's all it is.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
but,
like-
they had it on our police scanner the other night, and my dad was telling me that 3 people had walked in the ER about 3 o'clock in the morning, was running around the hospital catching these things. They had to escort them out.
Are they dead Pokemon?
I put the link here in Skype, by the way, the extraterrestrial exposure law.
Yep.
Anybody want to look at it. It's not on the
Nice.
books anymore. It's been repealed completely, but it was there.
That's insane.
Now,
These
I tell
people
you
are
what,
nuts.
If you want to make money, do something like with Plague Girl instead of Pokemon.
I'll go on that one.
And in the first, I read this too, in the first 6 days that the app had been out, just in the U.S. alone, people had spent a total of about $14 million on it.
Jeez.
What would you call that? Poker play girl? Yeah, that's quite good actually.
Well, Pokemon means pocket monster. And,
Right.
Yeah, so, you use the bath of that one. I don't want to see a bunch of people playing pocket monster walking around.
Or pocket pool.
It reminds me, my grandpa always used to say, back during the Depression, they were so poor, his mom cut the pockets out of his pants so they'd have something to play with.
Yeah, I remember that.
Dear, the tone is lowering. It's that time of night.
I still keep one pocket covered out. Got something in my pocket for you. Something in my pocket for you. Stick your hand in my pocket. Find out what it is. Something in my pocket for you.
And it's not a Charizard.
Bravo, Jade.
Sound like you're trying to put some Mr. Rogers spin on that.
That's awesome. Won't you be my neighbor?
That's what I was just thinking.
Hey, boys and girls. Today our song is When I was a little bitty boy, my mama gave me the cutest little toy. Silver bells upon a string. She told me it was my ding-a-ling-a-ling.
Oh my God, where are we going here?
Great tune. Great tune.
Hey,
Great Chuck
somebody
Berry.
look at my YouTube thing here and see if it looks alright. I'm trying to get it, but it's
All right, hold on.
my atmosphere must be just not good
It's-
outside.
A little bit fuzzy, but it's not
Yeah,
bad.
No,
I
it's
tried
not
it.
bad at all.
I couldn't get it to clear up at all. But there's still some light out there, though.
I keep switching back and forth to look at it because
Yeah,
I
don't
can't
worry about it
see
because I'm all clouded up here.
Yeah, I got
Right,
no
it's-
clouds
it's-
at all. It's just when I was
before
just
it
out
goes-
there, it was still
before-
light out a little bit.
Before
Yeah,
this
you got the
conversation
Bob
goes-
Marley telescope.
Once
before
the moon
this
gets,
goes too far down to go.
the moon's coming up. Once it gets behind me, it'll be fine.
Hey, is that a Pokemon in the cloud?
You're just happy to see me.
It's no longer Nibiru, it's a Pokemon.
Yeah, Bill quit Skywatch. He's now doing Pokemon Watch.
Oh my god, I can't breathe, it's too hot.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bill, but I can see your mom playing that game.
Oh God, I could not. Oh my!
It's-
I can see her playing that.
I messed with it for about a half
I
an
have to
hour.
lock the doors.
I mean, it is kind of neat, though. Like I said, I played it about a half hour on my phone. It was a
Oh, did
humongous
you?
battery drain. But it does
Oh.
look neat, though. Because you're actually looking through your, the camera, so you're seeing the real world. And then these things are there. It's kind of neat.
I guess it'll come in handy when the world comes to an end.
I just hope there's not.
Follow the light. No, don't! Follow the
Follow the
Pokemon.
Pokemon.
I'd rather have the bottles of the rum that Jade has.
Yeah, see, that's a better way to go, yeah. I'm a
Oh yeah, dude, they were pouring that stuff down me.
Got enough
I
room.
mean, I went on a drunk boat cruise. Oh my god.
Nice.
Finally, I just
Mixing those?
well, they were mixing them with Coke. Finally, I just said, "Look, man, here's $10. Give me the bottle." And the cabana boy, the boat boy said, "Oh, okay, senor." I'm sitting there putting it, and the captain's just looking at me like, is he going to be one of those ones we got to carry off the boat? And I put down 2 bottles on the boat ride to the island, or I put down 1 bottle on the island, or going to the island and on the island, and got another bottle. Because I got tired of looking for the guy to pour me another drink, and just sat there and drank another one. He couldn't believe I was walking off the boat fine.
That sucks when you can't get drunk.
Oh, because I had. Well, you've met me. I got a lot of people that just swarm around me because I just start singing and dancing, and I had crowds of people. Oh, a funny thing about Dominican Republic I found out. When you go to an all-inclusive club, okay, adults only, there's a lot of swingers. We had so many couples coming up. It was actually funny.
Isn't that a special? That's got a name in the Dominican Republic, hasn't it? Isn't that the proper? The name's escaping me. It's a proper swingers place. I'm sure it used to be.
Apparently it is. I didn't know nothing about it, and we were talking to them, and so basically we ended up like hooking up people, and then all of a sudden we started talking to this gay guy couple, and they kept bringing the champagne to our room every.
Yeah, they
single
do. This full on in your face.
No, not the gay couple. But finally, I said, I got to get rid of this stuff. We're not drinking this champagne. So we took it down. We took like 4 bottles down, and we saw the couple that were there, 2 young guys. And I'm like, here, dude, here's some champagne for you guys. And they're like, oh yeah, this ain't gonna go to waste. And finally, one of the guys, I asked the question because I was already 3 sheets to the wind, and I said, so whoever passes out first, that's who's on bottom. And they both and I thought they were going to take offense to it. They just looked at me and started laughing their ass off and pointing at each other.
You
God.
bet.
Yeah.
Did I tell you about the conspiracy of the photos with Peter Robbins and Larry Warren?
I heard something about that. Yeah, go ahead.
Remember the next morning that we were all outside in my backyard and Peter and Larry were taking photos
Right,
with the machete?
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Be careful, Bill. Be careful.
Oh, yeah.
Be careful.
I am. No,
You know what she's like.
I'm just saying. Those pictures were taken because there was a lot of people that were saying that Peter and Larry were at each other's throats, they weren't getting along, etc. So we took those pictures. If you remember, we were all laughing. We were having a good old time. Jennifer Stein was the one that took those pictures, and I was in the background with Larry and Peter.
Right.
And someone misconstrued that as being a direct threat made against someone.
Really?
They took the photos and used it and said, "Oh, this is subliminal. This is against me. This is meant as a message to me." Blah 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 blah.
Then that person's an idiot.
Yeah, it got really
Seriously.
out of control. And really got out of control. And we were having a good time. I mean,
well, when we were outside out there, I'm the one that suggested it. They were talking about it, and I said, y'all should take pictures beating the crap out of each other.
It's
and
your fault.
Yes, and then I said, I immediately afterwards said, no, don't do it because it'll get out of hand. And they were like, too late. They were already out like, oh, yeah, that's a great idea. We should do it. Then you walked out. And they're like, and then they told you about it. And they're like, oh, that's excellent. I'm like going, oh, shit, what did I start? And that's when I went back inside when y'all were taking the pictures.
Yeah, but it really got spun out of control. It was unfortunate. But not for nothing, the night before, you had a nice little thing going on between you, Larry, Peter, and the retired detective from New Jersey, Bob. You guys had a nice little conversation sitting on the nook on the table.
Yeah. We had all kinds of conversations.
Oh, yeah. That was actually a couple of fun days with them.
Yeah, it was.
You know?
And apparently somebody that does a show, the guy that got up there that was doing the first speaker.
Richard Dolan?
Yeah, he used part of my...
oh, yeah, you went to talk to him.
Yeah, he used part of my... what I told him apparently on a radio show.
Oh, he mentioned it?
Yeah, he told him about it because he was fascinated about the lady I talked to about the bees. And he was like, found that fascinating. And then he took a couple of pictures of my leg too.
Larry's coming back in August. Heidi.
Yep.
Is that confirmed? He's going to go to Toronto? Is that a confirmation?
Thingy. Oh, hang on. You know me and names. hang on. I'm just signed on to Facebook.
Because if he is going to be, that was the only thing that was all. I can't say much more, but
Bob thing shake me flick posted it earlier. Hold on.
You find out because if that's the case, I'm throwing a big
Sid Goldberg.
Yes, it was Sid Goldberg. He's the one that's arranging it.
Yeah, he's posted August 21st. Registering incident whistleblower Larry Bryan will speak.
What's the date?
Toronto.
What's the
August 21st.
Okay, so the 25th is Larry's birthday.
Oh, perfect.
So he's going to come here with his son.
Oh, damn them not giving me bloody credit card. Tight.
So we're going to have a surprise birthday party for him here. So if anybody wants to come and hang out.
When is it?
The end of August. He'll be back to hang out, and I don't know if Peter will be around. I think Peter's going to be in Orlando at the MUFON Symposium, so I don't think we'll see Peter.
Yeah, he is.
But maybe some of the other individuals will come. I know he's got that friend Bob and his wife. They'll probably come over. And Al, you're going to come, right?
Yeah, I'll be there, absolutely. It's my birthday, too.
That's what I was just going to say. We're going to throw a double bash.
Who's staying? If you stay in the middle bedroom, just
make
sure.
What do you say?
Oh, no.
Stay in the middle bedroom. Make sure your door's locked.
Okay.
Oh, you know that what happened that night, Al? The door opened on Jade.
Did it?
was completely locked, and it opened by itself.
Yeah. Well, I was partly awake too when it opened, and I was thinking, I'm like going, could it be Bill? Because I can hear, who in the next room, him
Snoring.
Yeah. I could hear him snoring. I'm like going, it's not him. And finally, I just said, "Go away."
Where was Larry? Larry was in. Wait a minute. I'm trying.
He was in your room.
Okay. Was that the night before the first night when Larry wasn't here?
No. Yeah, it was that night. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was that night.
So you
was American was in the other room snoring.
Yep.
Yeah. And now the night Larry was there, I was on the couch and I had a bear at my feet.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that. What happened was Jennifer and Peter approached me and said, "Bill, we can't find any place to stay because it was late. We got here like at midnight, and they said, "Can we? Is it possible we could stay here?" So I asked Eric and Jade, "Do you guys mind moving out of the bedrooms and going to the couches?" I slept on the floor, so on an air mattress. So they said, "Sure." So Eric was sleeping on one of the couches, and his head was at Jade's feet. So Jade said, "Somebody's licking my toe." It was just.
Dude, I woke up in the fetal position. I'm serious.
I mean, it was
nothing against him. It's just he does snore loud.
It was all.
He's a great guy. He really is.
Where is Eric tonight, anyway?
I don't know. That's a good question. But no, Eric, he's a great guy. I mean, he is. But it was just the way the whole thing ended up being. Everybody's like camped out everywhere. And then when I told Larry about the guy in the mirror, he was like, "I don't want to sleep in a room with a guy in the mirror." It was. He's a character. I'll tell you something right now. That man is.
Who slept in the master bedroom? Jennifer.
She slept in the bedroom. I slept in the middle of it.
Peter was in the master. Mirror room. Larry stayed in the mirror room.
Okay.
Now I'll tell you what. Because of her, every time I see damage done to wheat fields, I go out and look at it now.
Yeah, that was a great presentation.
And the ones I see are all the wind damage that she was talking about, but I haven't seen anything unusual. But I did see the wind damage does kind of crisscross the grass a little bit, the wheat. Or grass, whatever the hell they're growing.
I had the DVD of that presentation. She sent it to me. But
Now,
well done. It was well done by her.
Bill, I posted a new game picture of you for Pokemon Skywatcher Go. So it's in Skype chat if you want it.
Oh my God! Look what you did! That is so. Oh my God! That is too much.
No.
I gotta say that.
Gotta catch it all.
Yes, you did a good job.
You've now got that picture. Oh my God, that's gonna be hilarious.
Oh, that's.
There you go.
You guys, speaking of Richard Dolan, made me think of False Flags. Made me think of wasn't it just last week? There was a Craig's ad list in Canada for crisis actors.
That was me. Yes, I posted. Well,
my goodness,
that is disgusting. How are they allowed to do that?
Hold on.
You know that E9 company that they were linked to?
Yeah.
Lucky called them.
Oh my God! Wait, right, hang on. We need to tell everybody. Right. Last week, there was an advert in Craigslist for crisis actors, and it was for an event in inverted commas over in Colorado
in November,
and it was it was requiring a large group of people, so it wasn't just 2 or 3 like a couple or whatever. There were several requirements, but it was 18 to 30 and can run long distances. And it was advertised for Canadian citizens only.
Yeah, the audition was in Toronto, and it was $1,000 a day if you got hired.
Wow.
Plus your hotel and travel expenses and your food.
Yep.
Wow.
How wait. It's that.
You said Colorado in November.
Yes.
Okay, so you all understand that in the U.S. we vote in November.
Yes.
So this is
what are people going to be running away from? I think.
Thank you. You're putting 2 and 2 together like I was.
Yeah, you know what? After the Orlando thing, Heidi posted a couple of things, and I started watching it because I was watching the news, and I'm watching this video of these people being carried away with like injuries.
Oh.
And one of the videos of this guy that was debunking this, he pointed out. He goes, "Okay, watch this video," and he goes, "They're moving from this building." And normally when you have a crisis or a situation like that, you want to move away. These people were actually moving towards the disco.
Yeah.
And after that, I was like, okay.
Well, Lucky, do you still have that recording from the E9? Lucky? Oh,
maybe he's playing with the camera.
Because he recorded the conversation. And the guy kind of messed up when he talked to him too. So
okay, what is this exactly? So they're looking for basically crisis actors are effectively extras in movies, Right.
But they have and they usually ask for a certain amount of experience. In the old days, maybe 5 years ago, if not less than that, crisis actors were employed when you'd get a disaster. You'd get a label put round your neck with what injury you've got, even though you didn't have to have makeup or anything like that. You'd have a label around your neck for disaster, so that the ER people and the emergency services knew how to practice their treatment. That subsequently has turned into they use these people for all sorts of things. Which
okay, I've seen that. I've seen a lot of that.
Yeah.
The evidence. See, I kept thinking you said Christ actors.
No.
And I kept going, all they need
That's
is
above us.
A bunch of Canadian Christ actors in Colorado.
Oh, that was the link that I had been passing around.
Do you have the recording when you call them?
Yeah.
Play it.
I called the if you in the ad that was posted, it said E9 Corporation. So I called E9 Corp. There's two of them, but I think they're the same company, just different locations, because their about page is almost word for word the same. But I called him and asked the guy, and first off, he said I wasn't the first one to call and inquire about it.
Oh, play it if you have it.
Play it.
All right,
Can you? Oh God, I've got to have this. I need to have this.
Yeah, hang on just a second. I'm going to mute my mic just to make sure I got the right one playing.
Oh God, I'm so going to record this. Don't mind if I recorded you. Or not.
Well, it's everybody just be quiet when he plays it.
Yeah, and it'll be on the Skywatch too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hang on just a second. I got to get it playing.
And Brian, if you want to come up for Al's birthday, if we have that thing here.
I would, thank you very much. That'd be great.
You could bring the family too if you want. It's not
You
gonna.
don't want my monsters up there.
What date were you talking about?
I would say the weekend. It's got to be after the 21st when he has his conference in Toronto, because he's going to come here and then he's going to go up to his family's house where I drove him.
It's so that'd be like 27th, 28th.
Yeah, that weekend, whatever that is. I don't know how long he's going to be here, so it might be before his Toronto appearance or right after. I gotta talk to Larry about that. But around end of August, figure somewhere around the end of August.
Okay.
And while he's looking for that information to get the audio going, Jade, I got a quick question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Since you're in Maryland,
yes,
have you ever encountered the dog man?
Oh yeah.
I might have went home with a few, but I never went.
Okay, I hope this will play. I don't know if
And by the way, Keith has joined us, so hello to Keith.
Hey, Keith.
I got the audio here. Let me.
Hey, Keith.
I'll get back.
You guys can hear it.
Okay. While he's doing that, real quick, there's an old farmer that I talked to in the area, and he said years ago, back in the 50s.
Right.
When this place was a lot more country out here, he said they encountered a dog that chased them a couple of nights in a row that was not a dog. And he kept calling it the Wolfman, but it wasn't as big as a Wolfman. This thing was probably 4 feet, but it
like
did stand up.
Chupacabra type affair.
Yeah, but he said it wasn't a bear. He says we don't know what it was, but it was his parents went out. His parents left to go on a vacation thing, and it was him and his brother. His brother's passed away now, but he said he had his friend that came over who was 2 years older, and they would walk from his family ran a store, and he would go from walking from the store to his house was about 3 miles. And he said every night when they came back, they were being chased by something. And he said the one night that he took a gun with him, or he took a gun that day, and then he brought the gun home that night, he said they weren't being chased by it no more. It wasn't giving them any problems after that.
Okay, I'm ready with the recording if you all
So everybody got to just let them...
Okay, cute.
Just let me know if you can hear it all right. It'll take a couple seconds.
Yeah.
All right.
Audio's great.
Yep, we can hear it.
Okay.
When's jump on me uphill?
Yeah, is this E9 Corporation?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I got a question. Maybe you can answer it. I don't know.
I'll tell me who you are first, and then I'll see if I can answer your question.
Okay. It's just a Craigslist ad I'm inquiring about. It's got your guys' name on it.
You called me yesterday and asked me a
No,
question.
I haven't. I've never called you guys at all.
Somebody called yesterday and said we had a Craigslist
But
ad
there,
out there.
yeah, there is an ad there. It's in Toronto, Canada's Craigslist. But yeah, I was calling just to see if it was even legit.
What is the list? I have no idea what it is.
It's says actors required for security drills, crisis actors, $1,000 a day plus compensation. Must be a Canadian citizen, and
That is not legit at all. That is nothing to do with us.
okay, because it's been up there for I don't know how long. I found it yesterday, but I know usually when these things are found to be false, they're taken down. So I didn't know.
Well, I don't know if you can respond to it and say false ad or something and have it taken down, because I have no idea what that is.
Okay, it just was saying that there's an event scheduled for the 14th through the 17th of November in Colorado, and they're needing Canadian citizens to do this drill.
Well, why would they want Canadian citizens? That makes no sense.
Well, the rumor going around is too many of these actors are being recognized, and they're trying to get some from out of the country.
Wow, I don't know, but that definitely has nothing to do with us. We didn't post it, so if you say
Okay.
it's illegitimate or illegal or it's not a true
Okay.
ad, hopefully they'll take it off.
Okay.
Okay,
All right. Thanks.
thanks, boy.
And the odd thing was 2 hours after that recording, it was taken down. But what struck me the most odd was, why should I message them and have it taken down? Wasn't my ad.
Right. Hey, yep.
Had nothing to do with it, and there would be no reason why they would take it down on my word. I'm nothing, involved in it.
They might have researched it though, and
So you skipped the actual advert and went straight to the company, yeah? You skipped. I mean,
Yeah, actually, I called the company that was listed in the ad. I didn't even fool with Craigslist.
Did anybody get
No.
any print screens of this?
Yeah, I got a screenshot of the ad and plus the one saying it was removed. I got both screenshots.
nice.
I'll
That's
put
got to
it in
be
here.
posted.
I'll
That has to be posted, and I've recorded that audio if you don't mind. So
that's fine, because during the audio there is a little skip, and I done that on purpose because I did give the guy my name. I didn't
Right.
care,
Oh, that's
but I
that's
but I edited it out since
yeah,
that was
that's
the only
fair
thing
I don't blame you.
did.
I don't either.
No,
But I gave it to him though. I didn't, wasn't.
But
too concerned.
E9 is a company made up of veterans.
Yes, they're I put the screenshot in Skype, but yeah, they're a disabled veterans organization, and what they do is, well, not just government, but a lot of it is. They do all the paperwork. They get you.
okay. So there's a contradiction straight off the bat there, because the advert clearly states between the ages of 18 and 30 and must be able to run long distances.
Right.
Right.
So that's a contradiction there. Veterans with
Yeah.
like half a leg and
Yeah.
wheelchairs and
So-
Well,
legs
Heidi, they
to run
didn't
long
say how
distances.
fast. They just said
Well,
you have to go.
E9,
Hopping along.
E9,
All
E9 is a pay grade.
Right,
E9 means sergeant major.
Right.
So that's.
but
what
their main job that this company does, like I said, is the paperwork. They'll get you your security clearance if you need it, whatever paperwork is, type stuff is needed. Then they'll do it for whatever project that whoever hires them has.
So therefore, that's probably the channel to do the Canadian citizens working in the US.
Right.
Oh my
And they
God!
have,
that's
and
worse.
it shows on their website some of the contracts they've had, and there's been some with like U.S. Army and the Air Force and all kinds of different.
So it's basically that the advert was run for a company that are going to corrupt the whole system of Canadian citizens working within some awful bloody false flag
that's
situation in
Oh,
the
it's
US.
like-
That
it's
is vile.
Well, now here's something interesting. Your Army commercials and your Air Force
Yep.
commercials and stuff you see on TV, those are actors. Those aren't people
Right.
necessarily
Right.
in the military.
Right.
And there's two things that I could think of that go along with the whole Canadian part of it. Well, one, like I had even said in the call, people wouldn't be recognized as easy. But the other side of it is it'll make the event look that much bigger if you put foreign nationals involved. You know, saying some crazy nut shot up a bunch of foreigners. You know.
Well, the only thing I see that sends up a false flag is $1,000 per day.
Yeah. Usually, most of these ads that I've seen are about $500 a day. That's an average price.
I don't even see that being.
Because it's only for just a few days. It's short term.
Yeah, but if you think, right, okay, if you backtrack to the events that have happened recently that are allegedly false flags, take the Florida one for one of the biggest examples and the best obvious examples as the knock-on. I think the final figure was $20 million raised in donations to help the victims of. That is where the pay comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the biggest fake thing, I guess you would say, out of the Florida one, I saw several videos like from Fox News and other ones. They're giving an interview to this guy, and you know he looks like he's fine sitting in a hospital bed, which you can't even confirm he's even in a hospital, but nevertheless, he's saying he got shot 3 times in the leg with a shotgun, and then the shooter put the gun right to his face and pulled the trigger, but he blocked the shot with his hand and doesn't even have a scratch on his hand. Not a mark whatsoever.
It's just getting silly, all this
I mean,
stuff,
the guy didn't use a shotgun anyway, but that's irrelevant. You're not going to stop anything with a paintball gun's going to leave a mark on you.
The worst thing is, I mean, do these people not know the story of the boy that cried wolf? Because they're doing it so often now. It's going to be an actual event where people are going to get hurt, where they're already believing it's fake when it's actually not.
Well, the false flag side of it doesn't necessarily mean nobody got hurt.
No, I'm not saying that. No,
people
but you
get killed in false flags.
People are gonna stop heeding warnings
right.
of potential trouble.
And one of their key,
when it is real trouble.
I can't remember the guy's name now, but he was one of the key witnesses or whatever from that thing, and he was supposedly a tourist from Ohio, from up my way. So they're using people that the general public down there won't recognize.
Well, the greatest one was that woman, the mother, who was crying or what it looked like.
Oh, that was just...
And then they showed some videos of her about wanting to have her own show.
Yeah, she wanted to be on, she applied for every game show out there. She always wanted to be on TV.
And it just, you know what? If it's true, it sucks. If it's false, it sucks.
This is what gets me. How do they sleep at night?
They don't care. It's all money. Money and further their
hashtag money trumps truth, and I've been saying that. I started the hashtag ages ago, and it's becoming more and more true.
Well, it's the money, and there's a humongous anti-gun agenda at the moment.
Yes,
just
there is.
That's the emotion.
Furthers it even more, which has nothing to do with anything.
Sad. Really.
Well, the whole anti-gun thing is if you take away the guns, you could easily take away anybody at that point. Well, someone from our other group posted, I think they bought 30,000 guillotines, the U.S. government.
Well, I saw
what?
Yeah.
The interview
30,000 guillotines?
Yes.
That's impractical.
Well, unless you're trying to do something with 30,000 guillotines.
Yeah, but that's still impractical.
Oh, there is. It's the RW.
RW.
Brian, I don't know if you saw this or not, but I looked it up a while back. I'd have to look the name up again. But there's a company in the States,
I got to do that.
And their job, what they build is mobile crematoriums. And he said that they was talking to the owner of the company, and he said they would sell less than a dozen a year. Wasn't that big of a thing. Now he said they've got enough orders to keep him busy for 3 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mobile crematorium?
Yeah.
Yeah, I call it a school bus. I mean, anyway.
I'll tell you one thing. Watch out for Thursday. Something staged in Cleveland.
I've been watching and listening to the whole thing on the police scanner because they got their own scanner feed for the.
Yep. I gotta head out, guys.
Watch out for Thursday.
I gotta head out.
Where are you getting that from, Bill?
Hold on, guys.
Chris
Chris has got to go. Bye, Chris.
Bye.
Later, Chris. Have a great show.
Hey, hi, Chris. Bye, Chris.
Hi, RW out of everybody, man. Hi, bye. And I'll pop back in here if you guys are still going to.
Chris is going to have Rich Hoffman on Skywatch's PSN radio in about 5 minutes. 2 minutes.
Hey, Chris, try to catch them all, man. Try to catch them all.
I got kicked off of somebody's live stream today.
Back like a bad case of herpes. All right, okay.
Somebody was on Periscope filming the. Well, it was going to be almost a riot today up there in Cleveland, and the police were talking about using tear gas. So I made the comment, "Gotta gas them all," and they banned me from Periscope. but it was crazy up there because I was watching it, and the cop hit this guy with his bicycle. They were fighting back and forth.
Oh, I saw that.
But the anarchists called, which it didn't happen today, but the anarchist group up there have called to burn down Cleveland.
Oh God!
Well, those guys are hired. They're getting paid too.
Sure,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, during the Ferguson riots, it was about a month after that. I saw postings where people were complaining that they didn't get paid.
Yeah, they didn't get paid.
Yeah, that's a Soros lot. Did you see today the religious zealot in the middle of the square, and he was completely surrounded, and he was so passionate. He was just like preaching.
Yeah, there was a big fight between that.
And they were in his face, going, "Go home, go home, go home, go home." And someone was doing a feedback with one of those megaphone things.
Yeah, I watched a lot of it all day.
Oh my God, it was awful. I was palpitations. I was just having palpitations.
Well, there was the Westboro Baptist Church. They were fighting with.
Oh, it's just gone
It was them. The Black Lives Matter people, the KKK, and the Black Panthers, they was all fighting each other.
Oh, my God.
So it was just a big, mess.
I mean, these guys are so ridiculous because they can make so much money on pay-per-view if they all just fought together.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And anybody up there with a phone now says they're the press, so they're all trying to bypass all these police lines. I'm the press, and always got a cell phone. Just because you can stream online, I guess, makes them press nowadays. But
you know what? You want to know something ironic that happened today?
What's that?
The Republican convention closed with a song by Queen.
Oh, I saw that.
Which is a song by a gay man who died of AIDS.
No, they don't. You got to understand, Republicans.
It's kind of antithetical to what they're.
Queen was pissed.
No, it's not.
No.
Queen
was not happy.
Republicans don't care about the gays. That's
not what I heard.
That's a misnomer.
No, it's not. It's not that. The thing that Republicans are pissed about is the marriage thing, and it's not gays getting together. What they're upset about is they're wanting to use the name out of the Bible, marriage, and changing the definition of the word because it says marriage is between a man
and woman.
And they want to change. That's the whole thing the Republicans are upset about. Not because two gay people want to get together. No one cares about that. I can care less about it.
They'd love them to get together because you know what? You get taxed at a higher tax rate when you're married anyhow. Okay? That's the bottom line.
Yeah, but okay, well besides that, that's the whole thing. But see, it gets everybody says, oh, they hate no, it's got nothing to do with that.
So
that's
what
the
about
propaganda that's been spread already.
Let me ask you, what happens when Buddhists get married? They call it getting married.
I don't know what happens when Buddhists get married.
What's the difference?
Dude, I don't know. I don't care what happens when Buddhists get married.
Buddhism.
They probably levitate above one another.
I'm just messing with you, man. I'm just messing with you.
Buddhists don't get married anyway.
I'm just messing with you.
As of about an hour ago, though, on the scanner, they were still having trouble in Cleveland, and this was happening earlier today, too. All these protesters, they're taking buckets and emptying the porta potties and going up on high buildings and dumping it on the cops.
Yeah, see, now what kind of...
That's the thing.
Now, what's going on with these? See, that to
Just
me
wait till the
is...
Democrats get going,
But
you guys.
they also, the way they were going to burn down the place today, which I don't know why they didn't do it. I'm not sure what happened. I dozed off. But they had tennis balls filled with match heads to make the little tennis ball bombs. And they had thousands of them. People was handing them out. And they were all at some point supposed to throw them, but
all what's going to happen is they're going to end up burning themselves.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, this country's in a world cross. You know it?
Yep.
But,
really
yeah, you can listen to the live scanner online, and that's crazy.
You know, all these people don't realize that all they're going to do is create a martial law situation.
That's it. Martial law.
And then it's over.
Right there, yeah.
And then people are going to really hate them.
As soon as the Muslims join in,
he stays president.
However,
No, Obama's not going to stay
He
president.
could
Here
if
you
he
go.
You guys really think? I want to ask you a serious question for a minute. You guys really think? I'm really interested to hear what you think about it. That the public would allow martial law to take effect?
Okay.
If they declared it and
Yes.
stuff. Do you think
Now,
the public would allow that?
Hold on.
Yes,
Now,
only because if the Muslims get involved with the rioting as well, there'll be too many fronts for the police to handle. They'll have to bring in the military.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, but even if they do you think the public will allow that?
The public,
major cities, yes. Outside of major cities, no.
Yeah, because I live in
wouldn't even know
Baltimore. Hey guys, I live in Baltimore when they did that.
Yeah, Baltimore had a big problem. Yeah.
Right, and it worked, but it only works if we have a weak mayor. She's the one that messed up. It never should have got to that point. What happened? But yeah, they did martial law. Everybody that got arrested was let go the next day or a day or two later. No charges were pressed except for the people that started the fires.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about if
they did
Obama declared martial law over the entire nation.
It wouldn't work.
People are so clueless they wouldn't even know unless it come across their screen of Pokemon Go or some Facebook thing. People have no clue of nothing.
Being an ex-resident of New York City and that atmosphere, because of all the different backgrounds of individuals and races and nationalities and religious people, I would say yes, that they would definitely, because of the looting, the violence, because these people, there's a lot of people out there that use things like this and just go out and start doing,
Yes, I know that, Bill. I know that. But do you think that the general public, even in New York City, would allow martial law to go on for any length of time?
Well, you say length of time.
Well, I mean, like for a week.
Oh, they had it. They already had it. 9/11.
And believe it or not, even
then again, we're talking about apples and oranges here, because we're talking about local incidents as opposed to national.
Okay, well, hold on, guys. Think for a minute. This is what's going to happen if they do this. Okay, if this was to go down, first thing they're going to do is cut back the internet. Internet will go.
Yeah, that's for sure. But I'll tell you something. I don't want to be a military or a cop and go into Texas if martial law is
neither do the military or the cops.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. I don't
during
think
the LA
riots would allow it. I don't think the military would allow it.
Well, during the LA riots, I was in the 82nd. They pulled us out of the field. This was during the Rodney King thing.
Mm-hmm.
They pulled us out of the field, and we actually took 3 days, and we were out on the tarmac up the runway. We were doing 3 days of nothing but drill while they were getting gear for us. Different. They were basically, it was the flak vest we already had, the Kevlar we already had, but it was shields and this other web thing for a attachment for a stick. And we did 3 days of drill. And we were also had to be read this. It's like a 1-page thing on code and conduct, what you can and cannot do. And I don't think that has changed much, but you got to understand too, Obama just passed this year a bill allowing him, or passed an executive order allowing him to override and take anything.
Yep.
Even during a time when there's not war.
Yep, he can control.
We lost most of our legal rights already.
Right.
It's just a mess.
So they don't really need the riots.
No.
He signed that New Year's Eve this year.
Yeah, that was a commodity thing. Right. Any commodities he can have it.
Yeah,
but your food, your water, your
any of that.
But still, I mean, okay, they obviously the military has all the power.
But they don't have
confiscate anything they want, pretty much. But they don't have enough manpower. And secondly, I don't think the military themselves would cooperate because they're legally able to refuse.
Right, but at the same time, look at who's been kicked out and who has been put in place in the military up high.
Yes,
a lot
that's true too. That's true too.
The orders would go out, but I don't think the average, soldiers, sailors, whatnot, would follow it. Not on a national scale, because when it's a national scale, then that means it's in your own backyard. And
he's been firing generals left and right for the last 7 years.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's a total change. And what he's done is he knows that the military will be a problem. Anybody would know that because they have an oath. And as the military generals are going to say no. So what they've done is look what they've done to local police departments. They've beefed them up. They've given IRS, FBI, all these local, federal, and state agencies Hummers, Humvees, armored vehicles, ammo up the wazoo. Yep. I mean, so he's building his own private little army through the police stations.
Well, there is no doubt they have the manpower to do local things, but I don't think they have the manpower to do a national.
Okay, hold on, guys. What about Jade Helm on that scale as a precedent in the event that they have to isolate and contain a certain area? I mean,
but that was a drill.
Right, but it still shows preparation for an event.
Well, okay, but that's a different event. Believe me, I've been in other stuff, not called Jade Helm, but I've been in other stuff when I was in the military for that. I remember one time we had to drive around in the van, a white van, a government van, and it was supposed to be a different kind of vehicle. It wasn't supposed to be a white van. It was just how much time does it take to get to point A to point B and all this other stuff. And they did that in case there was another earthquake or something. Right. That's supposed to happen. But at the same time, all the ammo they use that the police station and stuff has gotten, I know several sheriffs or several deputies and a couple of sheriffs out this way, and a lot of them use ammo out the wazoo. When they go to the range, usually an average of 200 rounds, because I'm an NRA instructor, I'm out there and I see them. They usually go through an average of 200 rounds per person. That's why they're getting all the ammo. It's just so you can stay on top and learn how to use, because they were switching over. Instead of using the pistol rounds, which is they've been using a lot, now they're all switching over to an AR. Most of them are getting not automatics, but they're getting semi-automatics. A lot of the police stations now. Automatics have too much. There's too much play with them, and they're afraid of other casualties. So they're buying and they're trying to get rid of or destroying all the MP5s and other automatic machine guns they got right now, and they can't get rid of them because most people, we can't buy automatic machine guns. So they're all switching over to the AR-15s. They're all being cross-trained on them. As far as your power, your real power in your area is your sheriff. The sheriff can throw the FBI, CIA, whoever it wants to. The sheriff has the power to arrest.
That is correct. And I think that is extremely important.
Yeah.
Well, we have a problem in New York City then, because we don't really have a sheriff.
Well, it's different in cities. I think it's different.
No, you do have a sheriff. Your sheriff in the cities usually tend to run the warrants, and they tend to run the prisons. Your local jail is usually ran by the sheriff.
We have a sheriff's department, right?
And the courthouses.
The sheriff's department, and I know what you're saying, we do have a sheriff's department, but they're just literally enforcing whether you pay your tickets or not and stealing your cars. And yeah, they have the law behind them, but they're so few and far in between. You have about 85,000 New York City police officers, and I would say you have no more than 5,000 sheriff's people.
And I seriously doubt if they have the police sit there and try. And what would be the purpose of this? That's the whole thing. There is no purpose for Obama or somebody to do martial law.
Well, here you go, right? We have the election on November 8th this year. That crisis thing was for the 14th to the 17th, right? So you have the election. There's a transition period to get in there. If you have an event between the election of somebody winning the election, so the American people think they got what they wanted, and then the transition period. In that time, you're still president until you get out of that office. So at that point, if the shit hits the fan,
what would be the purpose? What would be the purpose of Obama trying to hang on for a couple of weeks?
I don't think he's. I mean, if someone's doing that, they're not trying to hang on for a couple of weeks.
No, there's no way he would hang on any longer than that.
Yeah.
I you know what? I don't know.
There's a decent example. A decent example just happened in Turkey when they tried a coup and it didn't work. Yeah. It's hard to do that. Same thing in Russia. They tried a coup, it didn't work.
Oh, I remember watching that on TV.
Yeah. So I mean, it's really hard to do something like so radical as martial law.
They just don't like our Constitution, and they're trying to find a way to get rid of it.
Now,
well,
the only way
you know what? And I believe that is true for both parties.
Yes.
That's really sad because that indicates to me they're answering to the same guy. You know?
Well,
whoever that guy is.
Yeah.
Well, it's not one guy. It's multiple.
Well, I know that. I'm just
it's
using
companies.
the figure of two.
Yeah, it's follow the money. That's all you got to do.
Yep.
Follow the money.
That's
Well,
what
it's
it
come
is.
to the point now of it's not so much the money because they've got all the money. It's power.
It is power.
Well, that's all it is. Money
Well,
in
yeah.
and of itself is good for two things. Wiping
Money
your
is a
ass.
tool to get power. Yeah.
You know, these people, everybody's fighting black, white, pink, blue, guns, no guns, abortion. These people would just stop for 10 minutes and just like, you're being used.
Yep.
Sure.
Absolutely.
They're dividing you and they're being used.
Yep.
Racism will be here forever. Whites are not going to know what a black's like. Blacks aren't going to know what white's like. But
And it's easy to prove. Go into any business like a bank or any place like that,
would
no matter
scare
where it
the
is.
crap out of people if we all got together. That would scare the shit out of everybody in DC.
That's why it won't never happen.
That's what they don't want. And in 100,000 years, race is not going to matter because
Right.
we'll all be blended in.
Yep. The human race.
But go any place you want, like I said, a bank or anywhere, any business, and if they got a TV hanging on the wall, what do they always have on? CNN.
Yep.
Everywhere, airports, no matter where you go. Because
It's
always
because
keeps,
CNN pays for it.
it always keeps those thoughts in people's mind, no matter where you go.
Manipulation.
Sure.
Well, it's a script.
Well, see, I watch
Yeah.
the news, but I get most of my news off the internet.
Yeah.
You got to go to multiple sources,
Right.
multiple
Or the
things,
radio.
and then pull it back
Right.
out.
Watching
That's exactly
CNN.
right, boy. I mean, you really got to analyze everything you take in these days.
That's what people don't do.
And
You can
I
pick any
tell you-
network you like, Fox, CNN, it doesn't matter.
Also,
Watch what you want. But
I
you
tell
got to
you-
make
I
up
tell-
your own mind. Don't
Yeah,
let
you got to
them just
take it.
spoon-feed
If you're really serious about being informed, you got to do a good cross section.
That's where people don't. They just get
Yeah.
spoon-fed whatever the network
That's right.
says, and that's
They hook into the channel or whatever that tells them what they like to hear.
That's it.
Yeah, I'm going to throw a name out there in a minute, but first, before I throw the name out there, I'm going to let you know this. I have looked at everything he said, and he is usually 99% right when he predicts stuff. What's going
Hold
to
on,
happen?
Alex Jones. Hold on, Alex.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
I got something
Nope.
to say
Say
about
Alex
him.
Jones.
It's worse than that. It's Rush Limbaugh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Rush
that is pretty
Limbaugh
bad.
Rush Limbaugh has been right on every time he predicts something. He has been right on it. Even when he looks at stuff and says, "This is the way. This is why they're doing this." I hate to say it. The guy's an entertainer, but he is a brilliant man, and he's right.
Well,
You
Alex
know, I know some guys very well who knew Rush before Rush was famous.
Yeah.
Rush was the public relations guy for the Kansas City Royals.
Yeah,
and,
that's right. He was.
And the newspaper I ran, the reporters and stuff were buddies with him at the time. And Rush, where he might appear like a really radical guy and everything, and kind of a scumbag, he's really not. He's not a bad guy in some way. In other ways, he's a pure asshole. That's all I'll say.
He's a pure asshole because people try to use him all the time.
He's mercenary, man. He's a much bigger user than anybody around.
Well, if anything big happens in Cleveland, it'll be Alex Jones's fault because he started everything today. I saw it. It was calm as could be up there. I mean, yeah, they were chanting a little bit, waving signs.
Was he there?
Yeah,
Was
he was
there?
And everything was pretty calm. Like I said, they're holding up signs, chanting a little bit. And that was it. Well, he got up there right in the middle of all the organizations and called them all communists and started raising, jumping up and down, screaming at them and stuff. And after he got out of the area, the fuse was lit. And everybody was just going nuts.
Oh, man.
I'll be
Alex,
right back.
Alex is a true one and only, man.
He instigated anything, so anything that does happen, he's got some responsibility.
He's a Rush Limbaugh wannabe.
He's got some good predictions. I mean, he was. I'm not a huge fan of him whatsoever, but I've listened to a couple of things, and he was spot on.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
picked it
You know,
right
his
off the bat.
his research department is good.
It's
Alex
just,
Jones.
you know,
He's got a
that's what
good
you
staff.
do. You know, you tell the people the truth, and then someone just calls you a crackpot, and
Yeah.
they're nuts, or they're whatever.
He has a good research staff. I'll give him that.
Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate as Americans we're reactive, not proactive.
And the
And-
media hasn't even talked much
Yeah.
about the.
Well, actually, Brian, I think you can say that about human beings in general.
Yeah,
Well,
I agree.
They're all
with that.
reactive.
you know, it's really funny. We had a couple of generals in the first war. They said, "Let's go in and destroy it. Let's level it." And of course, they knew what the plan was. The other guys, and they said, "Nope, let's pull out."
Yeah.
So you got the guys that know what the hell is going on and what they're doing, and that and then they start second guessing, causing trouble. So they get fired from their job as general and leader of whatever. I think majority, you're right. These people they're just dumb as rocks. They're like sheep.
The media is not even talking about any of the disturbances up there. All they're talking about is Trump's wife's speech.
Well, they don't want it to become something that's.
Well, they're
gonna,
saying she plagiarized. She stole the speech.
Yeah, but I'm saying as far as the stuff that's going outside, if you make that the story, it's going to totally minimize and take the attention off of what the real.
Yeah, and secondly, if you examine what she said, granted, it was pretty much plagiarized, but the things that she said were things we have all said at one time.
But that's the point. There's just so much a wife could say about a husband who's in this position. It's going to be the same thing.
Right.
It's just as much plagiarism
However,
as
it
saying
was
happy
said,
birthday.
the point was made that it was said in the same order, which it
Well,
was.
of course. The guy
And
that wrote her
so that
speech,
is a little bit deceiving, but still,
it's easy to
I mean, those are
understand.
such general platitudes that I don't see how you can put an
Of course,
ownership
it's
on
going
it.
to sound
you
the
know?
same. The guy that wrote her speech, he also wrote Michelle Obama's speech. Same
If
guy.
I was, if I was the
So, of
the
course,
judge here in the plagiarism trial, I'd throw it out of court.
yeah, I mean, when the same guy wrote it,
It's not plagiarism.
Yeah, the same guy wrote it, so
Neither of these women wrote their own speech, so we already know that. So
Right,
if
and
the
it was
same
the
guy's
same-
doing it, it's not plagiarism.
right.
There you go.
I mean,
I
how
think
can
that I
if
think
he
we can
wrote it,
judge
I
him
mean,
on
it's-
performance.
It's his word, so obviously he gave both of them permission to say it, so you're fine.
Well, I mean, like, if I would have, the first thing I would have said, if I was the guy that there, my wife was giving a speech, like, compare this to anything she's ever said. I would have done that right off the bat. Like, I don't want this to sound like anybody else's speech,
Boy, that's hard though. That's hard.
Well, if you're hiring the same
It can be
person,
done,
right?
but it's hard.
If you
I'm
wrote,
just saying,
you know,
maybe
if any-
that a lot of times the would-be first ladies don't really have the best writers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you could read the speech and listen to what Michelle Obama said, and you're like, no, this is exactly what it said.
Well, if
Get this out of
anybody
here.
here
Yeah, it's very, very
wrote
similar.
something,
Yeah.
any of us here, if you guys wrote anything and said it in public or used it, and then gave me permission to use the same thing, well, that's not plagiarism. You gave me
Nope.
permission.
No, you
That's
can
the
do
same
that
thing here.
anytime you want if you've got the permission.
Exactly.
I mean, what is she going to say? He's a really nice guy. They have some good sex, and he pays for a lot of things. Here's Donald.
There you go. There you go. And I don't think he screws his daughter, so it's okay.
No, so he's good, right? So let's go.
That's all right. I think Michelle Obama's a man.
Well, yeah. But
Hey, have you guys? I got this off. This maybe off. This is getting weird, but have you guys seen Freeman Fly's thing where he puts Obama and Michelle's and even the daughters' faces and blends them with Akhenaten, and it's amazing.
yeah,
Blends him with what?
Akhenaten and Nefertiti and that family in Egypt. The statues, the statuary, and I mean, they all kind of look pretty similar. So I mean, it's
But I see
fairly true.
I've seen so many people that look like that. That doesn't. I mean, I've seen a lot of men.
Yeah,
that
of
look like
course,
Michelle.
I'm not saying that it means anything, but I just think it's interesting.
Yeah. But at the same time, I honestly don't think after this election, I don't think we'll hear about Hillary again. I don't think she's going to win the election.
Maybe when she goes to jail.
I'm worried about that. I think that they have one hell of a political machine.
They do.
You know, those
But I don't-
Clintons have made big strides in the
But I think a lot of
powers
people,
that shouldn't be area.
but I think when people go to vote, it's going to be overwhelmingly. I think it's going to be Trump.
You know,
It's not Trump. Trump is not my
But
first choice.
it doesn't even matter. They can rig the vote as easy as they want anyway.
It's not as hard as you think.
They done it in my state last election. There was 4 counties.
They did it here. They've done it here in Maryland.
Obama got 110% of the vote in 4 counties.
Yeah,
17 states voting machines are made by a Spanish company, and they wanted to send them over there to be counted, and I think they probably did.
And the problem is...
So you want your votes counted by Spaniards?
Well, even if you know that the election's rigged, you can't prove it. You couldn't stand up in a court of law and prove how you voted.
You know that, and this is interesting, though. Mitt Romney owned a good investments chunk in the company that supplied the voting machines for Colorado and probably Utah, a few places in the West, which I found interesting.
And he still lost.
But there's
And he
no
still
way
lost.
you can
And he
prove
didn't
how
even
you
win
voted.
Colorado. So, you know, who knows? Maybe it's harder to rig than one might
Well,
think.
I think there should be a receipt.
I do too. Now, what
man.
people are
Paper
saying,
ballot.
though, even
Yeah.
though you can get thrown out of the polling place, you get caught, but if you're sneaky enough, use your cell phone and take a picture of your completed ballot.
Well, yeah, but
In the Ozarks, where I grew up, there's an old saying that says, "If it ain't broke, don't fix it."
Yep.
And
There you
paper
go.
ballots work. You know.
well, have any of you guys ever took the class?
Ryan, that's hilarious.
Yeah, and that was even photoshopped. That was actually him posing.
I know
Have
it.
any of you guys ever took a class? It's free on the Constitution.
Wow, that does look similar.
Well, you know what? We were taught the Constitution growing up. They don't teach that shit
Yeah.
now.
Well, I took a college course. It's done on the computer, and if I can find it, I'll link it. It's free. One of the things that they were teaching is that the House and the Senate or the way we vote is set up not to work. The founding fathers set it up to where it doesn't work, and
the
they did it.
Electoral College.
And it isn't either.
Well, yeah, and they did it. Well, the Electoral College is set up so that your main cities don't run everything.
And it's also set up so they don't have to vote the way their constituency does.
To a point, yeah.
There is no penalty
Right.
other than public opinion.
Well, no, some places there is penalty. Some states.
Well,
do.
maybe a few, but certainly not enough to matter.
Yeah, but there is, because you had these guys electorals vote for people that weren't even on there.
I know.
But they set it up to where it doesn't work. They knew it was a failed system, but they did it on purpose. And they put it in there so that there would be a healthy rebellion. It's interesting. If you read, James Madison has actually said that there should be a healthy rebellion about once every 100 years.
Thomas Jefferson.
Well, no, this is James Madison that said it, but Thomas
I know.
Jefferson also. Yeah, Thomas Jefferson said something similar as well. Not quite.
Rebellion's good every now and then.
Yeah. That's
What
what he said.
discourages me, though, is that I would have thought if there were going to be a rebellion, it would have been in 2000 in the election when they stopped it.
Well,
and it didn't happen. It didn't happen at all. I mean, there was hardly a ripple.
But that's what a lot of people are wondering. What is going to be the final straw?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
that's what
so
I
I
think.
would have thought that would have been it myself. That was an overriding of the Constitution. There should have been a revote.
That's
What do you mean? What do you mean an overriding of the Constitution? What's wrong
They
with the
took
Constitution?
away the election from the American people and declared Bush the winner in the Supreme Court.
Uh-huh.
And then it happened that after that, Gore conceded. However, there should have been a revote. It was not an election. It was decided by the Supreme Court.
Hold on. When was this?
2000.
Bush.
Yeah.
That you're saying that.
The second.
Okay. Well, Bush won the electoral votes, though.
No, he didn't.
No.
No, he did not.
No.
Sorry,
Florida
I have to interrupt.
Florida was never
Yeah.
decided.
Just one
Florida
second.
was never, ever decided. The Supreme Court stepped in and said, we're declaring George Bush the winner.
Well, there
That's
you
what
go.
happened. I was what would I have been? 47, 48 years old at that time.
That's the Chad vote. That's one.
Yeah, that's
Chad
the Chad
vote.
vote. Yeah.
Yep. And Florida was never decided.
But they've also found that it got to the point where it kept getting corrupt, kept finding the hanging Chad, it kept finding more and more.
Which is exactly why there should have been
Another vote.
Total election all over again.
Yep.
Yeah,
That would have been interesting. That would have
I'd
cost
just like
a
to
ton of
say-
money. That would have been
Yeah,
interesting.
Bob?
hang on, give Lorraine a chance.
Yeah.
All I want to say is quack.
Yeah. What's up?
Lorraine, I'm sorry. You know what, you guys? I'm all riled up politically today, and I hate that. I hate it.
Okay, let's get off the subject of political.
Yes,
Let's talk
let's talk about UFOs and shit.
And
Yeah.
Jim Malliard in the chat and Charles.
Quack.
Everybody else.
Oh, that would be good. A UFO abduction go instead of Pokemon Go. UFO abduction.
That would be a cool
Aliens can set it up. You
I
go
would
there
for that
you
one.
What do you
And
do?
you won't
Compete
remember-
to see like how many
and you
times you
won't-
get abducted or something?
And you won't remember it. You won't have any evidence of it. You
Oh
just
my
went
God.
up the side of the road going, I guess I played it.
What did I get myself into? Quack. What's going on?
The best bed and
Sorry,
breakfast.
I'm here. I'm just not.
You should have Lorraine read the tarots on the election.
Oh gosh.
Oh,
good
Lorraine.
Lord. It spontaneously combust, I should imagine.
Lorraine, real quick. Keep posted whenever you get that Ouija board up and running.
Well, I'm gonna do that Monday.
Okay.
Monday I'm gonna take it out. So
Okay.
Oh, really?
Keep posted when you crank that thing up.
I will.
Because I'm coming having second thoughts if I should have told you that or not.
Oh, I'm hoping that this board starts spilling. Anything. Say anything to me. Say anything to me other than LAM.
The board's number is 9.
Okay.
It's what LAM.
Well, if you ask it, if you say to it, I know your number. I am not a number. I know your number. I know your number, and I know what you're after, you buggers. Now tell me the truth.
Well, like I said.
Just so you know where it's at and you know its number and see what happens next, you know?
Okay, just make sure you have a solid triangle formed.
Yes.
And
I'm
keep it
so
on.
lost.
Keep it
And
on 9.
protected.
It doesn't. No, it's not so much as a protecting. That's a calling card.
Oh, okay.
Excellent.
Because you don't only have other entities that are out there. And if something keeps spelling lamb, I'm not going to go into what that is.
Whoa, back up. I have other entities where?
Well, there are.
Well, evidently all around you, dear.
Okay.
Surprise.
Well, remember when I was telling you where the other tarot cards were at?
Yes.
Okay. The thing I kept seeing over there is little balls floating on the ceiling.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, shivers down spine effect, I think you might find.
Okay. Little.
I hate that you say that because that's just what my husband said like 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Well, I keep seeing little balls that are floating up on the ceiling.
Yeah.
They try to. What's the word I'm looking for? It's like they're trying to come together,
Yeah.
but they can't quite get together. There's
Manifest.
something else.
Blocking them.
Well, it's not so much as blocking them that's keeping them separated on purpose for whatever reason.
We have them in a very special box because of, well, my husband swears that they're just evil cards. He won't take them out, he won't touch them, but he won't get rid of them because he's afraid to pass them on inadvertently to like someone else. So.
Well, if all you gotta do is take them out, separate them, and bury them.
I know, but I mean,
But,
he gets nervous to even like he won't open the box.
Okay, well,
So.
we know about that. Okay.
Yeah.
But
So it's just kind of freaky.
It's not so much the cards. He's.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's not so much the cards. It's him.
Yeah. I
But
know.
that's usually I tell people this stuff more or less kind of in private, but as long as you don't mind.
No, I don't, and he said the same thing. So.
Okay, but yeah, it's whenever I go back, like right now. Have you ever worn a ring on your middle finger?
Oh yes.
Okay.
One of my favorites.
Okay. Did you change outer ring?
Yeah.
Okay.
I changed it for that one actually.
On your middle finger, though, right? I don't know. If
Yeah.
you
I
can't
used
tell.
to wear that particular ring on my middle finger.
Okay.
And then this last year for my birthday, when Steve got me this new ring, I've been wearing this one in its place.
On the middle finger.
No, on the one next to it.
Okay. So you still have the other one on, or you just take?
No,
it?
I just don't wear it anymore because I can't wear the two together.
Because okay.
Yeah.
In the box. Is it in that box?
No.
No.
It's in a jewelry box hanging up somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm
We're
trying
still talking about Pokemon cards.
What's that?
You still talking about Pokemon cards?
Yes. I'm telling her how to catch the best one.
I'm still so
You'll need a sacrifice of a duck, an avocado.
And a banana,
You
apparently.
use the duck to stab the avocado. And you gotta do a shot of tequila, but you have to pour it with the glass upside down.
Stand in your head.
Why hot?
Okay. During this one.
Can we all join in? That sounds like a fun party game.
We can all catch Pokemon. Yes. It's a shirtless Pokemon run.
You drink enough of that tequila, you'll see stuff and won't even need a phone.
No, but I keep and now I'm not seeing so much. I see the essence of what the balls were. But what I was talking about, going back to the Ouija board though, is sometimes you get something that can do something that, not that there's any magic in the Ouija board. I don't know. Now, this Ouija board, this is a used one?
No.
Or is it, no, has it been, did you buy it someplace that somebody else used it before?
No, it was brand new.
Brand new.
Yeah.
Then I don't know. I don't know why it keeps bringing up the LAM other than the number 9.
Well, it's obviously something she needs to know about or look into, maybe.
Yeah, well, she wouldn't be able to know how to get a hold of that information.
Can't you read it in the tarot cards?
You can try that.
Maybe.
But if it's
connected
if it's-
to maybe.
but if it's related to the number 9, you can't pick up on the number 9.
Okay.
That's you won't find a haunted house with the number 9. Just room 9 won't exist.
You know what? That's kind of.
No,
you
it just
should
it
say
just,
that though, because.
if there's a family that lives,
Don't
there's
tell
a
me your
family.
top number was number 9.
No, that's what I was going to say. It wasn't. There was no 9 in the number.
Yeah. Well, no, it doesn't have to be in the. It has to be 9 separately. It can't be,
Yeah.
or it can be numbers that equal to 9. Sometimes might help, but usually if you have a strong bond in the house, it sets up a barrier in the house. You and your husband. Well, okay, I'm not going to get into that. But this has been going on obviously for a long time with you.
Yeah.
And the lady that you went to before that said you know the person,
Yeah.
I don't think
She was so insistent. She kept saying, "You know who it is. You know who it is." And I'm just like, I draw blank. I totally draw blank.
Look in the cards, Lorraine. Look in the cards.
I have tried all kinds of there's meditation, and I've tried scrying. I've tried all kinds of things to even just to get a hint as to who is this really big one. And I've even tried the reverse, thinking, well, maybe if I know what all these little small ones are, then I could have an idea who this really big one is. And I have, in all the years I've been trying, I haven't ever gotten anything. So I hate to say it, but I've more or less just kind of given up.
Well, even though it's been a long time,
Sure.
even though it's been a long time, still, maybe it's just not the right time yet. Who knows?
Well, it's just like at Bill's house with his dog, or past dog. Bill, you there?
Yep.
Yeah, with your dog. That dog hangs around you.
I believe that. I do.
No, I don't. I wonder if it was the one that opened the door. Maybe that was what was licking my feet. But no. I can't. Okay, I have to end up. Do I have you on this?
Picture your mind. You've entered the Jade Zone.
Okay, hey Lorraine, send me a Skype invite whenever you get a chance.
Okay.
And
Because
I can't. I don't want to say what I have to say in front of other people.
Okay. I mean.
I don't care if your husband's there or anything like that. It's nothing like that.
No, it's just
Lorraine, I'm secretly in love.
I want to suck your toes.
I love your blue hair. Your hair.
If I never even get like an answer to the who, I would at least like to have an idea of why. Why is something following me around?
It's not so much as something following you around. It's you are.
Like, what's the connection? Like, is it?
I can't. I have to contact you separately.
Okay. So you don't think it's like an ancestor or something?
I have to contact you separately to get into that with you. You can have somebody else online if you feel more comfortable that way. But yeah, it would have. I don't want to say it in front of the 10,000 people that are watching.
Okay. I mean, it's always been one of those little quirky mysteries I've never been able to solve. So.
But once I mention it, it would ding on you. In a way, it's. I can say this. In a way, it's you.
Oh, creepy. Okay.
I just love cryptic conversation.
That's just one of my personalities hanging out with me.
Jade, why do I get the feeling that Lorraine is being blocked?
It's
like
you're kind of there.
I mean, I'm just getting that kind of vibe, you know what I mean?
It's not so much he's being blocked as in a sense protected.
Okay.
Okay, it's not so much. That's why I have.
But I mean, it just seems like she's looking too hard for the answer that she can't see it. It's probably right in front of her face.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay, let me explain.
It's either, you know, just I don't know. It's just the vibe I'm getting listening to the conversation.
Okay, well, playing with Ouija boards and playing with all this stuff, 90% of it is crap. But there is a 10% of it that does tend to. You can have people play with it and never get anything.
Yeah, I don't play with Ouija boards. I just don't deal with
it. I don't play with them because I don't need the silly thing. I just whatever. Got something to say? Send me a letter. They got
don't.
Seriously.
Careful what you wish for there.
I've gotten letters, but anyway. No, I got a letter from my father a year after he passed away. I got a Christmas letter that came in the mail.
Oh, wow.
Well, your mail sucks.
It was stamped. It was stamped the year before or a couple of months. Well, Christmas. He passed away in March, but Christmas he sent me a letter, and it didn't come through until following Christmas afterwards. But the date was stamped that last year. I just thought it was odd. But no, but if you play with certain stuff, sometimes things out there will pick up on it. To give you an idea what you picked up on, which is going to be odd, but it's not that it keeps saying LAN, which I find fascinating because of what that potentially means anyway, I can't get into that.
I think I have a pretty good idea about what age I was when something sort of latched on.
Okay, but this is not what's latched on has never been living as we know it.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains some stuff then.
Does that make more sense to you?
Yeah, I actually.
But it's not demonic either.
No. Like I've had people say to me things like, when I tell them the story about the reading, they say, "Oh, you must have an attachment. You need an exorcism." And
everybody jumps to dark things.
yeah, and I'm like, I've never been afraid or felt any sort of ill feelings from that. So I guess maybe some people don't know they're
That's
possessed.
just the way
That's
people
possible,
are.
but I don't think that my mind doesn't go there.
People automatically want to think things are just, evil as soon as you mention anything. And I'm a prime example of positive experiences. So,
right. It's God, the Pied Piper.
You have to change your perception totally, especially when you've had the slightest experience. Again, it changed my camping trip, my birthday camping trip. We were in the middle of nowhere. There was no light pollution. The moon was very bright, I'll give you that. But I actually waited for the moon to drop right down below the horizon because I wanted to skywatch. And we were in a coppice, literally a coppice, and I was sitting in a chair with the fire dying, pitch dark, no fear whatsoever. Because, sounds really hippie, but I feel comfortable with other dimensions now. Does that sound really trippy?
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
It does. It makes total sense. At some point,
because I'm not going to assume everything is a poltergeist or it's a demon that wants to take over the body. It's just another dimension that, if it's with me at the time, I will actually, and I do. I literally say I heard some noises and I went, "Hi guys, okay," and I actually saw a light as well in the forest. And I just acknowledged it was there and got on with what I was doing and carried on. No fear whatsoever.
Normally, people that jump to those big conclusions of it's, negative or whatever, have never experienced anything themselves.
Yeah.
It's just, they're going off of what they've been told by somebody else or read or whatever.
Or the movies or the stereotypical
Yeah,
demon.
exactly. They've never had any type of experience, so... But once you do, then that changes everything.
And if you watch a lot of these TV shows, a lot of the people that they visit and they go to cleanse in inverted commas the houses, etc., they are always very religious.
Yeah.
Unless volumes.
And the TV shows, they generally try to use the negativity because it makes for good TV.
To get the bums on seats. Totally. Yes, because it is an attractive.
Yeah, if you've got an entity in your house that's breaking pictures and throwing coffee cups, that looks a lot better than one that wants to hold your hand and sing Kumbaya all night, It doesn't make for good TV.
Out the barrel.
Yeah.
And even
See what I mean? That doesn't make for good TV. You need action,
Well, I tell you, the oddest one that I've...
Squirrels, Bill.
The oddest one I've ever felt was still in Egypt, whenever we were at the Valley of the Dead.
Oh,
up there. We stayed 2 nights up there when I was in the military, above the valley. And it's just whatever was there, nobody slept, we all saw the shadows, but there was something else there that was just, and it's still the most weirdest thing nothing has came since that I know of that I can describe it, but it was ancient. Just beyond comprehension of age.
That'd be the jinn.
Going back thousands and thousands and whatever the jinn is. Well, the jinn in and of itself are supposedly, which is where the name genius came from. If you have a genius, that's a jinn. That's how we got the term genius, because it's something that knows all. But it very well could be, but whatever it wasn't evil and it wasn't good. It was. But it was just, and I wasn't the only one. There was a guy named Jones that was in our company who was.
But Indiana.
No, what? No.
Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes?
Yeah.
Snakes.
God, that was quick for me at this time of the morning here on 2
Seriously.
That was good.
Yeah, but even Jones, we were talking a little bit about it. You feel that? He was just sitting there. He was describing stuff. I was describing stuff, and just like, all right, let's back off. And I'm gonna go try to get some sleep before I got to do guard duty thing. And I didn't sleep. I think I smoked a pack of cigarettes in like 2 hours. And even our CO, who was a New York cop, who I swear to God is not scared of anything, could not sleep. All I kept hearing him in the distance was, "I need another cup of coffee." That's all I kept hearing from them. And then we found out we had to stay. Usually we're staying in a beautiful area. And we found out we had to stay there again another night because we didn't find out until later that day when the vehicles didn't come up. That was food. We're like, what? Again? No, nobody wanted to stay another night.
What? Oh, what happened?
I don't know. I put a picture in here
And just like that, everybody disappeared.
Yeah.
What the heck just happened?
Hey, got lemons.
We're still lucky.
I
Still
just put
here
the
in
picture in here is
California.
all I did. That's the business card. Well, I don't want to call it business card, but that's the cards I had made up. I've been passing out around town.
I do
That's
think
random.
in time, somehow, not my lifespan, but further on in time, we will be introduced to something else as a human
What the hell
race.
does that mean? Something else. It'll be a
We
little
would
more
be,
specific.
or should I
Decipher
say,
it at your will.
or I should say, we would be reintroduced. Maybe,
Yep.
maybe that might be another dimension, or when the veil comes down,
Yep.
and it would be interesting. We
Yep.
will
I
find out.
wonder if it's going to feel familiar.
Yes. Should do.
I
Should.
don't
Yeah.
know.
Well,
I
we're going to
won't
like
round up
Skywatch
things.
from the Beyond. We all want to get back together and give it one last go.
For what?
Well, I don't
What
know. I
show is
figure-
this?
No,
I thought-
Skywatch from the Beyond. You know, once
Oh.
we're all gone, you know, meet back up on the other side and try to do this again.
There you go. I wonder if there's like aliens out there watching for us. I wonder if them
I always thought that.
What, waiting for us? You're having a laugh, aren't you? They're probably looking at us going, what a bunch of dickheads.
Look at them running around trying to catch those Pokemon.
But
Exactly.
I do think though. I do think there was something on Mars. It's not there anymore, but I think there was something, a civilization or something there on Mars, and I think there's something going on with the moon.
So, what's your take on the sun?
On the sun.
Well, because back in June, it went blank twice.
Yeah, on the Soho,
What?
yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Blank. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
Soho,
Solar
all
activity.
the models that you can where you can watch the sun, Soho and the other one, they blacked out. Literally, they lost them. Some people are saying it was a glitch, but
No.
it was
Yeah.
like a
Over the power
giant. It became like a giant black hole for like I think it was a couple of hours of the feed that they feed us, if you like. The
Happened
information
twice.
that they feed us when it blacked out,
Somebody
literally.
tripped over the power cord.
You can actually still see the hours where it happened because the feed is still not there. It's not like, but they said the last time this happened was way back in like the 17th century when we had like a little mini ice age.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah, like the
Well, we're due for a shift. I mean, it's.
Yeah,
do
we're actually in the midst of a shift.
shift.
Yeah, we're in the midst of a mini ice age right now.
Yeah, we're going in that direction.
Yeah, I don't know why people keep thinking global warming. We're in the middle of a mini ice age.
It could have fooled me today. Here, I tell you that right
Yeah,
now.
it's still
But
hot here.
I do think we're due for some because the reason why it sounds like desperate times all the time is because news is faster, it travels quicker.
Yeah, exactly.
And
All
there's
of this
more
stuff's
drama
been going on forever, and
involved.
it just wasn't shared. It wasn't noted before. That's all.
Right. It's just like everybody keeps saying the mass killings that are going on. The biggest mass killing was what 300 in one day, and that was by an Asian lady driving a car here in the United States, killing people.
Yeah. But to be considered a mass shooting or anything, it's only 4 people. So-
Yeah.
And
So,
gangs in
but-
Chicago do that almost on a nightly basis. So
Yeah, and
Seriously.
in Maryland it does too. And that's why when you watch the news, I don't see the killings that happen in Chicago or New
No,
York. I see
no.
the ones in Maryland, but they don't tell us, and they do that on purpose.
That subject.
Because it would actually make, and one of the reasons is it would actually make more people more depressed.
yeah,
Don't go down that wormhole again.
I don't know. I do think though that there probably are some aliens out there watching us just the same as we're sky watching, and they're like,
Oh,
well, they're probably about a half
They have
inch.
done
they're
Really
laughing
empty
at us. They're like a half inch off our camera shot, and they're like, "Look, they got this camera pointed up there, and I'm right beside it, but they'll never see me."
Yeah,
The
we're
bad
on the
thing about it is they're third grade students.
Well, I saw a show not long ago.
Think you're smarter than a third grader?
They had a show talking the other. Well, it's been a month or so ago, but it was on Destination America or Travel Channel, one of them. And one of the theories about people seeing all these random craft late at night was that it was for no purpose. It was the teenage version of the aliens, the same as if you was a teenager and stole your parents' car and went joyriding. Same thing. These younger ETs are grabbing the craft and buzzing around here, goofing off, playing around.
There was a movie like that where the kid turned a carnival ride. He was given a dream, and the kid turned a carnival ride into a spaceship. And then when he turned it on, it sucked him and his three friends took off to a giant spaceship, and it was an alien his size, but it turns out the parents came home and they were 50 feet tall.
And they're trying to say the reason people will see like random lights or different things is these, young aliens, I guess, don't know how to operate the craft. They're just pushing buttons.
Oh, that's really cute. I like that. That's a really nice theory.
So that was the theory that, if you see these random light patterns, or it doesn't mean anything. They don't know how to operate it. They're just pushing buttons.
Oh, that's cute. I really like that. It's just pissed on my bonfire of seeing my first light craft in the daylight on my birthday camping trip, but no, I like that. That's still quite...
It's as good a theory as anything else.
It's a good theory. I like that. It's a cute theory.
It's a harmless theory. Well, it's a harmless theory, too. There's no negativity to that.
No.
So, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I just wonder if their insurance company covers them out far from home. Get some Geico.
Like a good neighbor.
Yeah.
State Farm is there.
Hey, that farmer's insurance say they cover everything. Yeah, farmers, man, they cover everything they claim.
I think it's Lloyd's and Pluto.
Bloody good show.
Flo removes her mask and she's an alien.
What is that chuckle?
Affleck the duck,
Quack.
Whatever their version would be, I don't know, but
I always thought it said ass quack. You
Ass quack.
Fire shit. Send me money, ass quack.
Ass quack.
Oh dear, it's 5 a.m. and I'm drinking wine. That's really wrong. I'm
dear.
Excellent.
Heidi, are you in Glasgow?
Am I where?
In Glasgow?
No, I'm right down south, very bottom of England.
Oh, in England. Okay, I'm sorry.
Don't take offense. Don't worry. I
and
like
not too much longer. She's going to be right at the bottom of a wine bottle, it sounds like.
Yeah, all I got to do tomorrow is take a bunch of kids to a skating rink. Yay! I think I'm gonna wear my white jeans and my red shirt with my white vest. Bring out the old, polish off my old skates.
Right. Didn't you go to that paranormal conference in Scotland?
I did. No. Yes. Yeah. No. Did I go to Scotland? Yes, I did.
Know. He's asking you.
My social schedule is so booked up. Right. Yes, I did. That was me. Oh
Were
my
you
God.
drinking wine at the time? No. Did you? Did that go off okay?
Apart from Larry, yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's what I was referencing, really.
Do the Scottish Pokemon, are they wearing leprechaun outfits?
I didn't even know about Pokemon when I was in school.
Did they have to find leprechauns in their pot of gold?
That's Ireland, you dick.
Scotland's the one that wears the kilt or whatever.
They all.
However, Barry Fitzgerald was there, so there was a spot of Irish people there.
Oh God.
No, it was brilliant. Yeah, Larry obviously was extremely pissed off, but he did a video vlog, and I don't care because I got to go out and go for a meal with him all anyway, so I don't give a bugger. But obviously, there were a lot of people that were really disappointed because they went to see him speak, but circumstances didn't allow. So
That's a shame.
yeah, it is a shame. It is a shame, and obviously,
The
his
midnight elephant.
What?
That's a midnight elephant.
Midnight Elephant. Jade, when
Their
you get
clock.
the kids on the bus tomorrow and you're taking them to the roller skating rink, just tell them they put the lotion in the basket, otherwise they get the hose. See how they react.
Yeah, I like that picture. By the
They'll
way.
probably say not again.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Put the
I-
fucking lotion in the basket.
Brian, I like the picture.
Take it. It's yours. I'm just playing around.
That's pretty good.
I gotta go to bed soon.
I come in at the wrong times.
It could be worse. We could be licking toes.
Do I even want to ask?
You don't ask. You just kind of roll.
Every time I stopped and just checked in what was going on, I hear about alien kids hot rodding UFOs, and this time was something about putting a lotion in a basket.
Oh, hey, Keith. By the way, man, I love your YouTube thing, man.
Oh, good.
Oh yeah.
It is awesome. I was actually hanging out from, I think it was 2 weeks ago, with the Juno spacecraft entry in Jupiter.
Holy moly, Bill! That Juno. It's good for me because so many people are watching the video, but the flat earthers have shown up.
Oh,
man, oh man! In these comment section, my phone's going off like every 2 minutes.
Those people are something else.
Yeah, they are. They're
Oh,
outrageous.
moly!
I didn't feel like debating the guy, but I could have debunked his. Because he was saying that the video's out there where he's on a boat. I think he's in Alaska or wherever. But he's standing on the boat and he looks one direction and it's completely dark. And he turns around and faces the other direction and the sun. You can see the sunrise. You're saying that's because it's a flat Earth?
Now, are you saying that he's going to be? Hold on. Are you saying that he's going to be the Pokemon at the edge of the Earth and accidentally walk off?
If the Earth is flat, why do I keep falling over?
When I'm drunk, yeah.
Yeah, we know why Heidi does.
Question.
And also that the other part they added in was if it was actually a curved Earth like it is, then different parts of the world, buildings wouldn't be straight up in the air. You'd be at a 45-degree angle or 30, whatever. There's just all this crazy stuff. But about a week ago, I woke up real early and I went outside. It was about 4:30 in the morning. And the same scene here. Look, one direction is dark, the other direction is light, just because of the angle. But they got so many things. They don't believe the moon's real. That's a hologram.
That's only 3,000 miles away. I'd
That's
kind of like
the
to go.
sun. Sun's only 3,000 miles
Oh,
away.
is it the sun? Well,
Yeah.
I'll go there.
That one, and the reason thunder is so loud, they claim there's a dome over the earth, like a snow
Oh
globe.
yeah.
Like
I'll
rockets
tell you.
can't
Well, I
be-
have a video I'm probably going to do this week about the Tappan Zee Bridge, and Bill, you probably know about this. Just to debunk some more flat earthers about how it's 3 millimeters further apart at the top than it is at the bottom because they had to take the Earth's curvature into effect when they built it because it's so long. That'll be a nice little video, and then I'll let them just argue in the comments, I guess.
I'll on it today.
And then
Yeah, crane. Bad accident.
Oh yeah, I did see that.
And people are saying that the Earth's flat because they can stand anywhere and look for miles out and you can't see a curve. That kind of
Well, they've
stuff.
never looked at the ocean, man.
Yeah.
Because
And
they
what was the
the
other
ocean,
one?
you see the curve.
Any footage you see that appears to be a curved Earth is because they use a fisheye camera lens. And the good one is that's the reason if you ever fly on like a commercial airliner, the windows are curved to make the Earth look curved. It's got nothing to do. That's because of pressure.
God, you serious? I haven't heard that
That's
one.
got to do with the pressure and things, but yeah.
They ignore science pretty much.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you
This
guys
inform-
getting cut off, or is it me?
You?
No.
Probably you.
Hello?
I don't know if
Fine,
this
man.
is scary or the fact that these people are allowed to vote is scarier.
That's
could be.
scary.
All right,
In the morning.
let me hang up and then I'll call back. This thing keeps telling me, hold on while we get all the people back. You flat earther dumb fuck.
And
Trying to get off that 56K.
The flat
Yeah,
Earth.
I will tell you, it's great for clickbait though. If you put flat Earth in
Oh,
Bear in mind, you
I'm
might
gonna
get
use
shot
it.
for false
They only
advertising
take,
if you put flat
I'm
Earth
gonna
in there.
use it. I'm gonna be the biggest flat Earth asshole
Well,
posting all caps title videos.
they only
Flat
have
Earth debunked.
around.
How about flat butts? I can prove that.
They take 1,500 flat earthers. That's how many they have in their whole society. 1,500. And they say no more than 100 a year that they'll allow to join.
Well, you know, flat Earth actually started off as a joke. That's where that term comes from. It started off as a joke, and some guy that moved to Iowa or something like that back in the 1800s was actually took it seriously and came up with all these measurements and stuff, which do work. Don't get me wrong; they do work. They do add up, but I don't know. It was basically it was calling you a dumbass back in the 1700s or whatever. Oh, well, just remember, we used to think the Earth was flat. He's one of those.
I don't remember the exact details, but their biggest thing is something about if you want to fly to certain places in the world, you can't go there just directly. You have to.
Oh yeah.
You got to go north to go south and that kind of thing.
It's because the Earth is curved.
Oh, the best one is there's nothing in polar orbit, or planes can't go over north or south poles, and planes go over the South Pole all the time.
Yeah.
But who am I? I mean, obviously there has to be a big conspiracy with 30,000 pilots, 50,000 scientists.
They also
they all are covering it up.
They claim that if the moon was real, they say the moon's not real, but if it was, then it would be a full moon at all times. But they put this hologram up there to give us the phases of the moon to further this fake crap that we're on a
That's a damn good light bulb.
Yeah.
Has anybody that has followed is the wrong word? Yeah, no, followed these arseholes that claim this. Ever seen
What was the word you were going to use me for?
Sorry, no offense to any arseholes that were listening, but has anybody, because they might be listening and not joining in, you never know. Well, they generally do. Actually, shall I hashtag flat Earth and get some in? No, let's not do that.
Oh my lord!
Really bad idea. Has anybody actually witnessed them coming out the closet during their time of knowing them? As in, like, realizing that it's a crock of shit.
I have a friend. Well, I used to be a friend who went into this flat Earth thing and just disappeared.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I mean, he refused to talk to anyone after that.
But
very weird.
There's one bit of footage though that they're all asking for that they say can't be found, and I don't know. I've looked, not very hard though. But they say take any rocket launch.
Before I forget, I came up with an idea way back when, and I don't know whether it's feasible, but surely if you take a scope to a very high point somewhere, I'm just going to use Everest as an example because it's very high, a high-powered trackable scope, okay, and point it and track it, the coordinates, so it follows like you do with a planet or whatever. So it moves with the body. Can you not do that with a high plane or some object that you know is going to be? Let's say use the ISS because you can track that.
Interesting.
And follow it.
Yeah.
I'll take it one more point. What if you put a laser grid on a high point like that and put it miles away to another point where it has a line going across, and then you can bring that line coming downward and you can see the curvature.
But
yes,
no,
it does.
it's
I don't think that would convince them. I don't think that would convince them still. They'd still find a mathematical weird reflection of the fucking dome. Sorry,
Why are you reinventing the wheel? Why don't you just take every one of these guys that are in the Flat Earth Society
and chuck them off of the top of Everest? I like that.
Throw them off the edge of the Earth.
Just put them in a rocket. Ship their fucking ass outside of the atmosphere, and they'll see how round the fucking Earth is.
Well, a lot of they claim that you can't leave the atmosphere too, but
they'll be in for a shock, and half of them will shit their pants on the G-force. That'll be fun.
I've even saw a couple videos where guys were saying we'll pay $1,000 or more for this footage, and what they want is of any rocket launch. It doesn't matter if it was space shuttle or whatever. It doesn't matter. Of a continuous camera shot from launch to leaving orbit. No cutting to another camera or none of this. Just one continuous footage from the launch till being in orbit. And they say it's not out there.
Sure it is. With GoPros and balloons all the time.
It's on NASA's
up there,
website.
you can see the curve.
Yeah, they got it all over the place.
They got it on NASA's website. They have a continuous shot from launch to thing on 3 cameras simultaneously.
But they claim that you'll see it go from like camera 1 to camera 2.
Nope.
But one continuous, and they say it's not out there.
Yeah,
I saw some videos where they were wanting to pay.
Are they still offering the money?
Yeah, really.
You'd have to go back and
I mean, Bill could use a little bit of boost
they're
here to the
offering only
Skywatch.
$1,000.
We need a drone.
But they say that it just is not out there. But the newest footage from the ISS where they cut the feed because that object was flying by or whatever, that shows a perfect curvature of the Earth. But then again, they just say fisheye lens.
You know, it took me 20 minutes to debunk that video.
Yeah.
It is plain and simple Venus. I matched it up with stellarium at the altitude of orbit. It matched up completely, and it's just Venus sinking behind the Earth. That's all that video is.
You're not the only one that said that. It's Venus.
I think these flat earthers should just get together and move into Lorraine's old apartment and just have a discussion on this whole type of subject.
Tie all their heads together.
Yeah.
I would pay to listen to that, actually.
Yeah, can someone stream it, please?
I'm gonna bail out, guys. I'm gonna call it a night.
Me too.
All right, man.
All right, good night.
Be well, guys.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
Good night.
Night, my lovelies.
Oh, that's
Earth
too
Files.
funny.
I'm trying to go into Earth
It
Files.
is so funny with these flat earthers. It's too much.
Yeah, it's.
I don't bunk them for trying. I mean, I get where they're trying to come from, but I think a lot of people are looking for something to believe outside the box.
It's not so much that, I don't think. It's a lot of people, when they're caught in a lie, they'll never want to admit it, so they just bury themselves deeper and deeper.
Yep.
Oh, yes, I know someone.
Reminds me of Jaime Maussan.
They just cannot handle it.
With that Egyptian, the alien corpse that was a mummy.
Right.
Yeah.
He just buried himself more and more.
Exactly. Same thing.
Yep.
Wow, I got a alien flipping me off.
I think I got the photo and I had to let it go loose.
But does that count if it only has 3 fingers? Yeah, I guess that's the middle.
The middle one is the same thing.
I don't know what that alien is smoking.
Yeah, whoa! I can tell this is a fake photograph. Look in the eyes; you can see the cameraman. And all this.
He's a crisis actor.
I wonder what he's smoking there.
Well, he must be from Colorado because we smoke legally.
Hence the whole crisis actor thing.
Speaking
I
of
actually
Colorado,
saw a thing on the History Channel not long ago about, the whole history behind, flipping someone off. That was interesting.
That's the English, right?
Yeah, it was over in that area. It was during the Middle Ages.
An English war.
Yeah, when they would kill like one of the archers,
Yep, they cut their fingers off,
so they couldn't. It made it harder to draw the bow back.
Yeah, that's where the bird comes from. Yeah.
And then just saying F you type deal.
We've still got our fingers, and we will shoot the shit out.
I can pluck the U.
The whole FU deal that came from the same thing. But back then it was flicking the U because they used U to make their bows out of, and then it just all over time got.
I wasn't giving anybody the bird. I was just saying good night. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, John boy. Sorry,
my stream finally cleared up, it looks like.
10 off.
Yeah, it did. Well, it wasn't that bad to begin with, but
I didn't do anything to it. It's just, it looks a lot better than what it's showing on YouTube just through my software. But YouTube kind of.
And I haven't seen any activity on Bill's that I know of.
Nothing.
It's been really quiet, hasn't it?
I know.
Nothing major, but.
I've seen some plane. I did see a satellite on yours, Lucky, but.
I haven't seen any streakers. I saw there were some streakers just at dusk. I saw some streakers look, just as we speak. Well, that's a plane.
Anybody want to hear my kind of bad experience with MUFON as of lately?
Yeah, go for it.
This was, let's see, I'm trying to remember the date. It was last month. Well, anyway, I was going to do a Skywatch. It was midnight, and there's a satellite and a plane on my thing at the same time. I'll be here in just a second. But anyway, I went out about midnight to set up the camera. I was just bored, nothing to do, and I didn't have it set up yet. And I looked up right above my house, and I saw an object size of a softball, and it was going from west to east, and it got right like in line with my house and went just like going up the alley in front of my house. It just turned, complete 90-degree deal. So I didn't know what it was, but the size of a softball. So I called, reported it to MUFON, and a friend of mine that usually does the investigations around here, he went inactive for a while. So this other guy got it, and man, it was the worst experience. For one, he wouldn't let me use the example of softball size because it's not on their list.
Oh God!
And I went through the whole interview thing.
They really have turned into UFO wankers, MUFON. I'm sorry, they really have.
Oh, I went through the whole interview process on the phone, and when we were done, and the guys still, even after an hour, don't understand what I mean of a 90-degree turn. He said, well, planes, he said, we don't have objects that we know of that can do that. I said, well, duh, if I knew what it was, I wouldn't have reported it.
It wouldn't be a UFO, dude.
So, we got through all of that, and I even had pictures, that I drew up with Google Earth trying to show the movement and the whole deal. I had a tail behind it like a comet and all this, but it wasn't any comet. Because when it went through the cloud, the real light cloud, the cloud disappeared, just like blowing it away with a fan. So, I don't know what it was, but we got all done with that, and I asked the guy, I said, well, when you figure out what it might be, whether it's a plane or whatever, let me know. He says, I'm not allowed to tell you. He said, if I figure out it's a 747 jumbo jet, he said, I can't tell you. MUFON said, we're not supposed to tell you nothing. He said, I might be able to tell you known or unknown, but that's the only words I can use. So I said, well, I got a friend that's an investigator, and he gave me a full report. He said, well, if MUFON finds out, they will reprimand him. I was like, well, whatever. There's nothing they can do to him. You're a paid volunteer.
Oh, would you guys like an exclusive? I'm going to give you a snippet exclusive. I don't know whether it's confirmed yet, but John Ventre of Used to Be Nice turned into Let Me Get on Television MUFON fame. Hang on one. He messaged me the other day. He wants to come to next year's Scottish paranormal conference, the one that I was in. He wants to come to it and headline. Bless.
You got Travis going in September over there.
I can't wait to meet him.
Oh, I will mention too, earlier I walked away, while we was all talking, and I called a friend of mine that was doing the Mothman thing, and I was talking to him for a minute, and he confirmed that he wants me to be a speaker right along with him. So, looks like I'm going to be talking at the Mothman.
Well, believe it or not, Peter Robbins, when he was here in my house, Jade probably couldn't.
He is so sweet, that man.
He wants me to go out on the circuit with all of them and start doing presentations. I told him
you
no.
should.
I can see you doing that, Bill.
I'm not ready for it.
I had this conversation with him when I met him and Larry.
Yeah, they want me to go out. They want me to go out with them on all these tours.
You're a natural, though.
I think personally, your mom should be the person that
Oh God. I am going to do something at Pine Bush though next year.
And
your mom should do the intro.
Epicness.
And I was on a radio station here, and they're calling me UFO Bill up here in the Hudson Valley. The UFO expert. It's just too much. Oh my! I was on a morning show. I think I had it on my YouTube. I know. I think. Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah,
but morning show.
My friend I was talking to, he's got to speak for an hour, but he doesn't know if the material he's got will take him a whole hour to do it. So toward the end of it, when just to fill up the time, then I'm gonna give one of my experiences, which actually happened at the location of the Mothman sighting, the same bridge.
The missing time.
Yeah, I had the missing time thing.
Well, you should go look for the ammo storage bunkers out in that area too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna check those out while I'm there. I went to the thing last year with my parents, but I'm going down with just a couple friends this year. So.
But I think the Mothman is gone, ain't he?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure.
he's
the
on
last
tour.
report was.
Yeah.
But what had happened to me, and I didn't think anything of it until about a month or so after I went to the festival, and I was watching the Mothman movie on TV. I'd never seen it, and
Maybe.
it just all fit because I was coming home from Virginia at the time. I was coming back to Ohio, and I drove through the area, Point Pleasant, and I remember it because I got a speeding ticket down there too fast in a snowstorm. But I got on that bridge, same bridge. Well, it's the newer one, but the same one where the Mothman thing happened. And as soon as I saw a sign that said "Welcome to Ohio," I don't remember anything for the next close to 70 miles till I was almost home. I saw my exit to turn off to go home. And that's not a straight road. There's curves and everything, but I remember nothing. And there's no way I could have just fallen asleep or dozed, like everybody's trying to tell me. Too far a distance.
Will you consider? I know there's so many views about regression, but on hypnosis, but it seems to help bring certain memories, even if it's just like the first 5 minutes of it. Would you consider doing hypnosis to release that memory? I would.
I don't know. I never really thought about it.
I bloody would. If I lost time, I don't care. Well, actually, I should, because I had a party, actually, one of my infamous parties in the 80s. There were some drugs there, I will say, smoky drugs. Well, there might be others, but not as far as I'm aware. And we were feeding guests as they arrived vodka jelly shots, which could have something to do with it. I'm still, again, not sure about that. But everybody lost. Everybody lost about an hour. And no, I know that sounds really, really funny, but one of the owner of the social club at the hospital where I used to live, where the party was, he turned up after his shift had finished, and there must have been at least, I'd say 25, 30 people there. He turned up at, I think it would have been probably midnight, and no one was there. No one was there. And we have all lost some time. So we were either shagging like bunnies after the vodka shots in the bush outside my flat, or we had been pooped off somewhere else.
I'm not sure that everyone can be hypnotized, though.
Yeah, I don't think I can be.
Because do you remember back in like the 90s, they used to have this commercial with stop smoking, and they would advertise, come see Romaine, come see Romaine.
Yeah.
Well, and they said that if at the end of the show, if you didn't feel it or whatever, you weren't hypnotized into believing that you quit smoking, they would refund your money.
Yeah.
So I paid the $60, and I stood there with everyone else. And at the end of the show, everyone was throwing their packs of cigarettes on the floor.
And you were underneath the bucket.
And I'm like, oh, that's not even open. The cellophane's still on it, and I'm picking them up. And I go to the ticket booth, and I'm like, yeah, I'd like to have a refund, please. And they're like, yeah, you and those two people.
Can you hurry, because I've got to go and sell all these cigarettes.
I stuffed my pockets, my purse.
Good girl.
I went home thinking I got my $60 back and a carton of cigarettes.
Oh, bird! I love that.
But I've gone to that one, which was like supposed to be a mass hypnotist, and I've gone to like 3 people that were like private practice, and nothing yet. Maybe it's their technique, I don't know, but so far nothing.
Or it might be just something that is meant to be so deeply embedded in your subconscious, it will never come out until it's supposed to come out.
Maybe. I know the very last one I went to see, because I already told them about like the first 3 that didn't work. It was like, oh, we'll get it. Don't you worry. And he got so frustrated that night, he actually gave me like a few shots of, what's it called? Frangelica, that like nutty liqueur. And it's like, here, maybe you could use this.
No, I don't like that flavour. Have you got the chocolate?
Look at the picture I just put in Skype. That's the distance I traveled that night, and I don't remember a bit of it. That's the exact route.
Yeah, see, I'd be, that would
See how
If
far
I-
it is? That's like
If
63
I had that much
miles.
definition, I would want to know. I mean, the alcohol probably was what happened that night, and there were a few injuries through drunk behaviour. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. That's another whole story. altogether.
That's a long trip though
I'd
to
wanna
travel.
know. That is, yeah. I'd want to know about that. I really
That's
would want to know
like I
about
said, an hour and 2-minute drive. So, and I don't remember none of it.
that. Yeah.
Now, of course, I live a little bit farther north, but when I got to that South Bridge Street there, that's when I started seeing everything. Just like I saw my exit and I turned and come on home. But between them other 2 points, and in the movie, the same thing happens except he's going in the opposite direction. He's going to Point Pleasant, not from there. But it was just weird. And I didn't even know a whole lot about Mothman or anything at the time. You know, didn't even think anything of it. Then when I saw the movie, and the same thing happened in the movie, and the areas and things, it brought it all, you know, kind of, you know, back to memory.
Yeah, it is. This is like I think Larry was posting some of his artwork that he's been sort of like focusing his emotions on his art. He was always arty anyway, but a lot since obviously his art has come to the forefront. And he was posting stuff the other day, and one he posted actually. I said bizarrely enough, because that night I'd watched Fire in the Sky. Just to get with the whole Travis thing, I'm going to obviously order the CD, and because, you know, not a researcher, but before I meet him, I want to ask relevant questions and not sound like a dickhead. So I'd watched Fire in the Sky for the 50,000th time, and the bit where he's standing under the craft and he looks up, and he sees what looks like, if you can remember in the movie, guys, it looks like lava bubbling. So you've got like black with orange and red around the outside of it. Larry actually posted a picture, weirdly enough, of Larry and I have got this weird, well, I don't know, he said it, not me. He posted this picture of exactly the same sort of vision of this lava, except he had blue in the middle bit. And I actually said, you know what, that is really weird, because I've just watched Fire in the Sky, and that is exactly the image that they create. And obviously, when they create a movie, and I've obviously asked Travis what he saw so they could make it look real. So obviously, Travis has described what he saw. Larry drew exactly the same image, but he didn't know where he'd seen it. It was just, he created this artwork that was obviously in his head. And that to me was very interesting, because he didn't know how because people are like, what the hell was that? What is that? No, you got the shield. What is that crap you're putting? Go away, predators, shield, please. I'm going to block you. Do that one more time, I'm going to block you. Yellow card. I said, well, maybe that's just your recollection of what happened, manifesting in that way, but scarily accurate with regard to looking up underneath the craft, which I found very interesting.
Hey, on a side note, I just saw on Yahoo they have now come up with a Pokemon cocktail, a Pikachu cocktail.
God.
I put the recipe in Skype. You can look at it.
By the way,
Oh, cheers. Oh, pardon
in
the
New
pun.
York City, about an hour ago, shots fired at New York NYPD officers.
Oh no.
No officers injured. They're searching
boy.
for the suspect. So
My goodness, not even the weekend yet, because all this was supposed to happen at the weekend, wasn't it? There was supposed to be like big protests.
Yeah, there was the whole day of rage
thing.
thing, but they were mad about that on Twitter. A lot of these groups were because the France thing happened and the Turkey deal, and they were mad because it was taking away their airtime on TV. So they were all ticked off. They didn't do anything because they knew it wasn't going to cause any attention. They say.
Oh dear.
It's all a big mess, though.
It is a big mess. Anyway.
another earthquake in Ecuador, 5.1.
But yeah, that's the ingredients for a Pikachu cocktail.
Did you say 5.1?
Yeah.
Mm. A
It
little
seems
bit
like
of
something big is imminent, is coming. I think California is going to get it by the end of the year.
that
Here,
soon. Ooh.
It's very
I'll check
possible.
on the earthquake thing. Real
Yeah, that guy that you talked about. He seems to be on, right?
No, he's got a 24-hour live feed now.
Oh, Dutch, yeah, Dutch.
Really?
Yeah, Dutch. And he is, regardless, never read the comments because there's obviously paid people that are obviously put on that, on his stream and the comment section to, I don't want to use names, but
To try to discredit
certain
him.
people to put in there, like they chuck in a load of like statistics and numbers to put people off watching him, but he has predicted so many. I mean, it's astounding how many he's actually predicted. He's very, very good. I've been following him for a good 5 years now. He is very good. But no, yeah, he's now got a 24-hour stream going where he's got the Google Quake Watch thing where you get the depth and the whole caboodle. And that's pretty good, actually. And he's spot on. He's pretty much spot on.
Here, I'll link it in Skype for you, Bill. Take a look
Yeah,
at it.
Dutch Since he's called. He's very good. He's a nice chap too, actually. He's human.
I hate to say it, but California's due, man.
Yep.
They are overdue.
Overdue.
He's overdue. And Yellowstone, that's brewing again.
Oh no.
Oh yes. Oh, it's the first thing that came to my mind with that crisis act thing, is Yellowstone. First thing that came to my
Here, I'll
mind.
link it in chat too if people want to see.
Yeah, Yellowstone's popping off. There's another lady called Mary Greeley. She does literally. She posts from available information and reads it off.
Oh,
but
okay.
she's right on it. She's actually right on it, and she watches Yellowstone quite a lot. She posts the seismograph straight away and stuff like that. She's quite good too. Good for click on subscriptions and your information's right there. You don't have to search for it. She's really good on that.
Oh, okay. Hey, Bill's not letting me post any email addresses. On
Oh,
YouTube.
no.
Mod.
But did you post this link to the YouTube chat for the earthquake?
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to post it. It won't let me. It'll post it in Skype, but I can't post it on your
I
site.
don't do it.
Oh, I can do that. Hang on a sec.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, you have to be a moderator to post
Well, I
links.
was. I
Oh.
was a moderator.
Oh,
Ooh,
you
Bill.
why are you now?
That's pretty cool.
There we go.
There we go.
I'm subscribed to that, so.
Yeah, he's good. He's a good one to watch. Thor's gone very quiet, hasn't he? A bit worried about Thor, actually. Bless him. Anyway.
I was just checking out that site.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it is stuff that you can get yourself, but like I said, Mary Greeley, it's a one-click access to information straight off the bat, and there's people chatting about it and
It was a
stuff like that.
4.2.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I was doing it wrong.
There was a 4.2 in California today.
Was there? That's
Yeah.
quite big, isn't it? For there, yes, it is.
Richfield, I think it was Richfield, California. I just seen it. I was at the US GS site.
Oh,
Another satellite or plane
believe
or
everything
something.
that you see there. They downplay it at least by usually
California.
0.2 or 0.3. They always downplay them on USGS. Big stuff.
Yeah, but like Keithan, they are overdue. And all up and down, even going up into the northwest, Oregon,
Texas.
But
No, Texas has
Oh,
been.
west of Texas.
Yeah, Texas has been getting a lot of hits lately.
but if you see any reports of anything, crazy, earthquakes or whatever, it's always good to get a screenshot because sometimes they take stuff down.
Yep.
Oh, tell me about it.
Yep.
I regret. And what happened?
Why do they do that?
What?
Why would they do that?
Control the
They're
media.
kids, and and if there's something going wrong that's not supposed to be out there, and someone catches it,
Right.
this is why they have the internet. He's like, no, whoops, shit, damn, someone, you're fired, get out, take it down.
Right.
It happened
A lot.
It happened when we had the scrambling of two of our really juicy jets, and I can't remember what they're bloody called now.
What, with Russia?
Wine. No. There was a plane apparently lost its capabilities comms-wise quite recent. It was about 2 months ago, something like that. There were two jets scrambled at, I think it was half past 10, 11 p.m. and people from Leeds and the surrounding areas, north-east wise, heard the booms, the sonic booms, where they'd gone through the. Therefore, they'd scrambled at speed. In other words, and of course, they're not allowed to do that over residential areas. Blah blah. So everybody was on social media. Oh my God, the house just shook. My window just broke. What the hell was that? Blah 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 blah.
That happened here 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and but the weird thing was the BBC put all this stuff out, and the Airport Watch or whatever, the Twitty thingy, reported that it was an Air France plane that da. I looked back on the BBC website, and the BBC actually announced sonic booms being reported in Leeds and the surrounding areas 2 hours before the event.
Yep.
What?
That happens a lot.
Head about that. And that was one of those occasions I wish I'd have got a screenshot.
Yeah.
It was 2 hours before it happened that they said there were sonic booms being reported.
Because it never made our newspaper. It never made our news. It was just, but all of like social media, like Facebook, there was, I think, given we're a very small town, there was more than 40 comments about it. And
I'm learning to screenshot now. Everything I see instantly, that even if the slightest doubt crossed my mind, like that doesn't look right, I'll screenshot it now. I can always delete it later because I missed that was a massive opportunity.
And always make sure if you can get the time or something in your screenshot. Like,
totally. I always get my time on my computer and the time it's reported.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing.
It's always best to get those so you can.
By the way, I'm being reminded by Mom Zilla I got to get up early tomorrow, so I'm going to go in an hour.
Yep. I was about to say I'm going to have to go to bed. Set my time for 12:30 to call it quits, and I just realized it's 12:30 here.
I'm going to 1, and then I'm going to call it quits myself.
All right, guys. I want to cut y'all loose, man. You guys have a great time. Nice talking to you, Lori.
Hi, Jay.
I will give you an update. I'll add you to Skype, and I'll give you an update after Monday.
Okay.
All right, Jay.
So,
all right. Bye, guys.
Good night, Jay.
Have a good night. Thanks for the info.
Thanks so much, Bob.
I was trying to find a picture to link of a middle finger, but I just can't find it. I'm too tired.
Have a good night.
Heidi, that wouldn't have been the first time the BBC posted something 2 hours early.
Yes, World Trade Center.
Yeah.
Hence why I don't pay my TV license anymore.
A lot of news agencies
You rebel.
do that.
Oh, I am a bit. I have become a proper rebel.
Or they try to deny that they ever said something to begin with.
No, it's bullcrap.
And then if you've got a screenshot of it, well, you can prove they said what they claimed they didn't say.
Yep.
Heidi's got the sun coming in through the window on her right.
How do you know that? No, it's on my left.
Oh,
you
left.
don't know that.
It was a 50-50 chance, actually.
I actually looked then, you shitbag.
I mean, she's, what is it, 5:35? And
5:35, yeah, the sun's been up for about an hour. I opened the curtains ages ago.
And not for nothing, like, I think they were talking about the global warming and mini ice age. It's been intensely hot over here.
Yeah, and it's going to be disgustingly vilely hot here today as well.
Are you getting the same? Are you getting enough rain, like the average amount falling still, or?
Where Lucky is, or where I am at?
Any of you?
Not here, no.
It's been rather dry, but these thunderstorms that are coming through are really intense.
That's the way it is here. We don't get them very often.
It goes from the sublime to the ridiculous, because obviously the ground dries out so fast.
It floods.
And so deep from the intensity, you get flash floods. So it's gone from the sublime to the ridiculous. It really has.
I mean,
it's so constant anymore.
And you can get out of a thunderstorm an inch of rain easy.
Yeah.
And it's been like that. That's what we've been getting. These serious. I mean, like Al had it. Like I said earlier, Al had a tornado touch down in Poughkeepsie where he lives.
Yeah, I think we're going to get after this heat wave we've got right now. I think we're going to get quite a lot of nados.
And it's funny because Heidi was on with me, and we predicted, we seen the
rotation. We did our weather spotting, didn't we?
And we called it. We really, it's unbelievable.
We were watching the radar, and I went, "Look, there's a bloody hook! Oh my god!" And he went, "That's where Al lives." I went, "Oh fuck, get him on the phone."
And then it was on the news an hour later, a tornado in Poughkeepsie. So It's been really, and that's it's rare. It happens,
Yeah.
It's rare, but it's becoming more of an occurrence here in the Northeast with these tornadic activity.
It's been hot here. Saturday will be our hottest day. They said it could hit 100.
Yeah, we're going to be 96 on Saturday. or Sunday after it moves from your area.
Yeah.
Bubble.
So we could hit 100, but they're calling for the average kind of estimates about 96. But heat index will be way over.
I think
100.
we got 90 today in the UK. I think we got where I am. I think we got 90.
Wow.
Which is unheard of. Well, usually by this is the other thing I was saying to British Disclosure Channel earlier. We usually have had a couple of these already. These days or a few days where it's really, really hot. Because our summers are literally a week and then a week of pissy horrible rain. You have to get you can't do your winter clothes and your summer clothes here because it changes so dramatically. But this year we've had no hot runs whatsoever. I think we had one in April. That's the last time I sat out in the sun, I think, out on my balcony. And then this year, now this week, Thursday was kind of nice. Friday, sunny but not warm. And it's gone from not cold, but sort of spring weather to balmy, tropical, mental, I'm in the Bahamas weather overnight, literally overnight. And now apparently we've got a whole week of this, which is nuts.
We got the next 5 days in the 90s.
Yeah, that's what they're saying about us here as well, which is a bit ridiculous in itself, isn't it? Wouldn't you say?
And in the upper
in America having the same heat, that's just not.
And a few days ago in the upper Midwest, they had heat warnings. It was the field temperature was 120.
Arizona's melting right now, isn't it?
It's extreme, and that's saying
it has. The weather's gone extreme, but from both ends. Of the
about a
spectrum.
month ago, I saw on the Weather Channel. I was watching it one night, and it was showing the summer forecast as far as above normal temperatures, and the hottest part of the whole country literally ran right through my county.
And they say it was due to corn sweat.
For fuck's sake!
Excuse me?
That's what they said. It was due to corn
fucking
sweat.
Swamp gas and flying lighthouses. They're wankers, aren't they?
Densely planted areas of cornfields.
That's around here. Yep.
What GMO cornfield? Yeah.
I swear to God, that's what they said.
Jesus
corn
Christ.
Sweat. That's what they use.
Corn sweat. That is.
I never even heard of that before, but I guess I never knew about it. But
I don't know. I just Googled it and it shows up in the Washington Post. They got an article on it.
Do they really?
Yeah.
You see, corn.
I guess nobody was buying the cow farts thing.
I've got to ask my chaser friends about that. Have you guys heard of corn sweat?
Well, this Washington Post is trying to see if it's the real thing or not.
I never heard of that terminology. That term, corn sweat.
Corn sweat, because the rusts on the outside are so fake and made of plastic. Yeah, that kind of actually makes sense. Actually, if you think about it,
It's
the condensation
CNN started it. It was CNN that said that there's a dangerous heat dome forming over the U.S. and corn sweat could be to blame.
Look at that. That's the first I've heard of this. It's crazy.
Here's what it is. Corn sweat is an extremely simple way of referring to Man, I can't even pronounce that. That's one in $10 words. But the process by which moisture in plant leaves evaporates into the air. Plants draw water out of the ground through photosynthesis. Let's see. It's the same as us sweating. So I guess they're just taking all the moisture. I guess.
John Charles said it sounds like a rock band.
That's actually a really cool name.
But it does say that it's been proven that the Corn Belt, the U.S. can have higher humidity.
Well, that's probably what it is then. I mean,
not to make the weather shift, surely. Not to
Corn
that
sweat.
extent.
Such a scientific term,
right?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I think
crazy things can affect the weather.
Read Tim about that one. See what he has to say about it. I'll ask my mate Reed.
It's a big fire too. I saw it on the news. I don't know where it was, but there was a big dust storm too.
Yeah, Micah Blinsky was streaming it earlier. in Arizona.
Yep, in Arizona. It was a big
Yeah,
duck.
he was streaming it, and it looked epic actually on his stream because his storm chasing streams are absolutely. He's not actually a chaser. He's more of a photographer. And he's a superb photographer.
And China was getting some crazy flooding. I mean, they have it. It's normal.
People would be surprised, though, what can actually affect the weather. They actually proved this not long ago. I watched a lot of NASCAR races.
Harp, you mean?
And just the NASCAR tracks, the cars going around can change the weather. They proved it because a lot of races, the announcers would always kind of make fun of it, but during a lot of the races on the bigger tracks, like your 2.5 mile tracks and stuff, there would be big thunderstorms and things like right close to the track, but they would just disappear before they hit the speedway.
Yeah, the butterfly effect is
when you got 43 cars running 200 miles an hour, it changes the air pressure.
They're using that as an excuse for the weather manipulation that is going on via HARP and chemtrails.
It literally changes the air pressure when you got so
But
many
it
cars on the
doesn't.
track.
But it doesn't. Well, it probably does. But it will take.
But it's on just a
It'll
small
take
area.
years to change the jet stream, etc.
No, it only affects it just around the track itself. Any farther than that,
okay.
they're still
Okay,
getting.
I'll let you off on that one. Cob job.
Yeah, so I've seen it happen too many times, so I can go along with it. But it's just not on a wide scale. It's just very small, right where the track is, and that's it.
Yeah.
Now, if they were trying to say it was affecting the whole town or something, well, no, because all around it they're getting hammered with a storm. But
Well, it's like the fracking and the earthquakes. You could equate that to the same thing, couldn't you? They're saying this and it's doing it.
But there's all kinds of.
Oh
stuff.
God, it's going to be hot. Bill, can I come and jump in your pool today, please? Can you teleport me over?
I teased it today. I did. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, no Skyping me today from your swimming pool, please. That was really cruel earlier. That was really cruel.
Your camera seems awful bright, Bill.
Yeah, I'm not even going to bother
Is
with
that
it.
just because of your gain, or?
That's because the moon is off.
Oh, okay. The moon's behind me by now, so
Yeah.
that's why mine's a lot darker.
Oh, the moon's gone to bed here, I think. I haven't looked at
A lot of satellites, though, tonight.
I had that the other night when I did this. There's the
A
moon.
bunch of them.
Wow. Look how bright that looks. Holy Christ.
Yeah, you had some streamers earlier at dusk. You had streamers in the top and bottom corner.
Meteor showers coming up, too.
Have a good night. Yep, the person.
First is in April, August the 11th, basically.
And good night to John Charles. I'm going to call it in 15 minutes, John. So, and Lucky's doing a stream now, too. Lucky 43113.
Yeah.
You could do a Skype chat as well, so we can carry on then.
Yep.
You can continue with this one. I'm broadcasting this one over my feed.
Yeah, I know, we'll carry on. Yeah, okay, we'll carry on the Skype then. Yeah, cool. That
Yeah,
works.
but when Bill hangs up, if it does, I can just call everybody back, whoever wants.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that sounds cool, because I'm wide awake now. And
Yeah,
I'm
she's
booking
been-
on...
Yeah, with
I'm
this.
booking on another glass of wine, a cup of tea, or a sangria. What do you think?
She can't sleep in the heat.
Since I'm, got my new computer and everything runs a whole lot better.
It
Cool.
definitely makes a difference.
I just like sitting up chatting. Once I get going, I love to, well, you know, once I start, I can't stop, basically. I'm like a Pringles jar.
I don't know why, but usually my CPU doesn't even run that high, but it's running higher than mine.
I
And
think we
the
only
wife
have.
working.
There is only one Heidi. There is you can have only but one.
And I haven't been drunk for a while, so it's like, you know, okay.
I know you upgraded your computer a while back, Bill. Is it doing a whole lot better for you?
Oh, God, yeah.
I got a brand new one.
I did.
I put my lights off.
I had mine custom built.
Yeah. That's what I used to do in the past when I used to
Well-
build computers.
I couldn't build it myself for the price I paid for it.
Yep.
It would have cost me about $400 more if I'd done it myself.
Well, it depends. You know, it's all about, really, it's the main thing is your motherboard. It's what
Yeah,
your
I got that and top-notch motherboard, you know, the i7 processor and all that stuff.
That's the main thing. It's your motherboard
Yeah.
because a motherboard can be upgraded.
Yeah, I got the highest one they offered.
Yeah, so that's what you got to get. That's the main thing is your motherboard because everything comes, you know, it goes with that. So
Right.
and you want the upgradable option for the future. It's not just for now.
Right, everything on this one's upgradable.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want. That's what mine is. That's something that's really important because a lot of people, they buy computers and then they go, well, can I upgrade?
Nope.
No. You know,
Yeah, this is an Asus motherboard. I forget the model of it right offhand, but
what the hell is that on the screen?
But yeah, everything, I haven't had no trouble with it.
What
Cost
do you
me
think?
$900 altogether.
You'll see it in a second because I see it in real time, but it's a bug. It has to be a bug, and it's in the moonlight, so it kind of looked weird. It's got to be like a moth or a fly, a firefly or something. You'll see it in a second.
Just the version of Windows to put on here was $110.
Wow.
That's what sucked for Windows 10, but they were all the same price though.
Yeah.
It didn't matter.
Hey, well, okay, I see it. What?
See it?
Yeah,
It's like a bug.
it's gotta be.
Gotta be. So, yeah, that's pretty much what's. It's good to have a. Believe me, when you're streaming,
Yeah.
you definitely want to have a good computer.
Now, when I'm just streaming just myself, now since I got your video playing, it's using a little more CPU, but normally when I'm streaming just mine and with a Skype call, my CPU only runs about 5%.
Well, you know what it is too. Skype is a killer.
Skype doesn't even affect mine hardly at all.
Oh, mine either. Not now, but in the past, Skype takes a lot of bandwidth.
Oh, yeah.
It is a bandwidth.
But, yeah, the computer I had, as soon as I would hit the stream button, Skype didn't even make much difference. As soon as I hit that button to go live, my computer was done. It'd take me 20 minutes to check an email.
My Skype isn't even at 0.05% right now.
Now, my whole CPU usage, it's bouncing like crazy now because I got your feed up and mine
Yep.
and a bunch of websites. But it's
But the
still
thing
only
is-
running about 40%.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not maxing out.
No, before it was maxed the whole time.
Mine too. Yeah.
But as soon as you would stop the stream, you could see it just drop instant.
Yeah. And Wirecast takes a lot. A
Yeah,
lot.
I don't even use Wirecast anymore.
Well, I use all different ones, but the Wirecast I'm more comfortable with.
I use open broadcast.
Yeah, I used that in the past when I did my Moon split
It's
screen.
just
With,
a lot easier because I can throw up any images, do whatever
Yeah.
I want.
well, I just paid for a software program that I had to do for a friend
Yeah.
that I can record anything on my video screen.
Yeah. I do that anyway. I do that. I record all my Skywatches.
All right, I'm getting an echo.
Oh, is that me? I've just turned my mic back on.
I think
I
still.
record all
Shouldn't be
the
though. I've got everything
Skywatches.
muted.
I got it set up to my external hard drive. So
Do you
all
hear
of
it?
I hear it.
That sounds weird.
That's me pouring sangria.
Yeah, I hear it.
Yeah, I hear it.
That sounded weird. By the way, I don't hear the echo no more.
Now I have to pee.
Hey, Keith, when are you doing your next lunar observation?
Oh, tomorrow night, hopefully.
Cool, because you know what? I'm coming to hang out there.
Sweet.
You should
Yeah.
do a Skype thing like Bill does as well, you know.
He did. We did actually. Did we do it?
We did a dual one night when we were both streaming, kind of like what Bill's doing now.
Yeah,
You should do it on your own anyway. Because if you've got people chatting about bollocks and everything, that you
Well,
just-
the thing with that is because Skype does take up so much bandwidth, and I'm
Oh,
running
yeah.
HD inputs from Paul, which uses up a massive amount of bandwidth
Yeah, I
running.
forget.
Because I'm not getting it. I'm getting it from him in 4K.
Shit, that's cold.
So I got to process it down to 1080, and just
Yeah.
running through the computer and doing that. I
The
mean,
high-res stuff, you can't
we're-
really-
yeah, we're pretty much on an ISDN fiber optic line for the connection. So after it goes into the computer, then it processes it down. It just uses a massive amount of CPU.
I did forget that. My bad.
How big of a hard drive you got in your computer, Bill?
Which one? I've got an external with 5 terabyte.
Ooh, hark at him. Which one? Ooh.
No, I have to because I got
Big boy.
Yeah, I got a terabyte in the computer and I got an
That's what I
external
have.
with a terabyte.
and I got a 5 external.
Because the one that I had put in this one, it's a hybrid drive. So it runs.
You know what though? We won't even touch this. I mean, I won't. I've got 6 terabytes, and I won't. I know I won't even get even close.
The hybrid drive was nice because it was cheaper than going solid state, and it's more room and it's just as fast. The way it was designed, I looked at a picture of it. It's a regular hard drive, but it's got like 5 or 6, looks like little flash drives hooked to it.
Yeah.
And it's
The
got
good thing
like-
about having the space is like when I do the shows with Jamie, and Jamie
Yeah.
sends show files, they're 100 megabytes a piece, so they add up. They keep adding up and up and up. And
Yeah, that's why my Skywatches are all set up to go straight to my external.
I gotta get a hold of Chris over at Take Back Space and see how he does it through his audio, because if I could run the Skype and audio through the laptop and somehow get it to stream to the same point as what the video is streaming to, then I could.
Chris doesn't do Skype as well.
What's that?
Chris doesn't Skype at the same time he's streaming.
No, but he has his guitar and his microphone on a different computer, but yet his audio or his video from his telescope is on a different
I see.
computer
So
altogether. So if I can figure out how to join those two into the same stream key, then I'd be able to do it pretty easily.
Knowing Chris, he's probably got his own server.
He just got a new telescope he hooked up today. He's going to be he just got a 10-inch.
I think actually he was streaming a while ago. I was looking at myself just like in between something, and when you were discussing politics, I wandered off. And I'm sure he was streaming then. I don't know whether he's still on there.
Yeah, I was popping in and out there too just to check it out. But he's getting really good. I mean, his camera settings, and he's just waiting for YouTube to allow 4K streaming, and that's going to be awesome.
I did find a feature out about this computer, Bill, that I didn't know of, and I'm glad I got the other day. It's happened twice. Our electric flickered, so it shut off. But when it come back on, it says my power supply in the computer's got a built-in surge protector.
I put one in myself. I got a 750 watt.
Yeah, that's what mine is.
Yeah, I put mine in myself.
The main thing I like, though, is just how quick I can reboot.
Yep.
Because before, it would take me forever.
You want to have that anyway if you want to expand on your motherboard for stuff.
You know what I did? Connections. I got about 12 built-in USB connections.
I got a few.
I got 7.
I mean, I went full out. I went half and half. I think I did 3.0 USB and then 6 the 2.0.
Yeah, I got 7 of them in this one. The only thing I didn't max out on yet is the RAM. I got 8 gigs for now. I'm gonna upgrade it later.
Yeah, but you can always get your cards and put them in.
Stupid me! I forgot to tell them to put a VGA in there, just in case.
I got 16 gig of RAM.
I'm gonna go 32 when I do it.
Really, 16 is so adequate for what I'm doing. It's not even touching. Memory
I just
is
figure when I get ready to do it, I might as well.
Let me look at my task manager to see what my memory is running at. It's barely touching. It's less than 20, and I'm doing a live stream.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
mine's at 61%, and I got a bunch of stuff running.
Are you running a lot of screens too, Bill?
I've got 3 open.
Holy crap! I got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 if you count the infrared security cams.
I got 7 screens running, along with some other apps and things.
Holy crap! What the heck would you need 7 screens for?
Well, not 7. They're all not individual monitors. I mean,
I'm talking about individual monitors.
I got 2 of those running. I always run 2 monitors.
Oh, okay. I thought you had like 7.
I got a friend of mine though that runs 12.
Oh, streaker! You had a streaker then.
Yeah, I got a friend that runs 12 screens.
Shoo!
But that's just because he's a day trader for stocks.
I was going to say he's a trader, yeah.
That's the reason for
those flight simulators, they have those too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hello, Hugo Caesar Padillo Martinez. Oh God, that's not awesome.
Hugo Cesar Padilla.
Yeah, Heidi just totally fucked that.
Yeah. I'm half Puerto Rican, so I've got Spanish.
Holy moly.
I can do it. Hello to Hugo. And Hugo, you came a little bit late, but there's a bright side to this. In about 4 minutes, I'm going off, but Lucky 43113 is streaming.
I'll put the link in there again.
Yeah, do that. And when I sign off, you could go to his channel. He's going to continue doing his thing over there.
Hello, bro, it's Zach.
And what's up to bro? It's Zach.
Lucky, what are you streaming over there?
Same thing Bill is.
Yeah.
Just Sky?
Yeah.
From where?
Ohio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? One more thing before you go, Bill. I was looking at the UFO, the incoming maps. Did you see where the most UFO sightings are in the last month?
Where?
Northwest Indiana, Chicago area, Detroit, Northwest New York State, and it's looking right on the Connecticut-Massachusetts line.
So it's going across?
It's all in the Northeast.
Wow.
And it's all pretty much hovering around the lakes or the Atlantic. A lot around the lakes.
I know my state's always real big.
Has anybody
like
noticed
MUFON
Mars
reports every
behaving
month
strangely
anyway.
recently?
Keith, before I hang up with you, first, what time are you going to start streaming tomorrow night?
Usually we try at dusk.
Okay.
That's where we usually shoot for. I mean, depending on weather, of course, and whatnot. But yeah, we usually shoot for dusk on any given night, and we don't really like the full moon all that much. It's just oversaturated with light, so we kind of wait until it starts taking, so we can get some shadows and stuff.
What the hell was that? I heard Tarzan.
That's your elephant.
Well, somebody's getting murdered.
It's a 1 o'clock elephant.
Yeah, it's Lorraine's elephant. I'm used to
Or
that.
somebody's really excited about the moon stream. One or the other.
Did you ever do the analysis on that video with the 3 lights of mine?
Yeah, I posted it up. Didn't I send you a link?
It's
Bill UFO.
I seen it.
number 2.
What about the round one? The other one?
I did them both.
You
They're
did?
both- yeah.
Oh shit.
Hold on, let me grab your link real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, let me see.
Bill, remember the video that you had posted? I don't know. It's been a while back. The UFO that you caught and had the video analyzed and all that. You know, one of your first ones.
The round one that MUFON said was a meteor?
Yeah, you had what's his name?
Antonio?
Yeah, you know, analyze it and all that.
Yeah.
Well, the whatever I saw there about a month ago was very similar to that.
And
I
it looks.
saw it with my naked eye though.
Yep. It looks.
It was no meteor. Because I
Yeah.
watched it make a 90-degree turn, go away from me.
I'm not so sure that was a meteor myself, the one I caught.
Holy crap!
And
How long ago
And there,
was
but
that?
there was no turning whatsoever in mine. It was just going across and then it just right out in front of me.
I mean, even Keith, he did the thing on it, and he's not so convinced it's a meteor either.
And when it went through the cloud, I literally watched the cloud disappear. It was gone. Just like you blow it away with a fan.
Yep.
Yeah, I actually posted it 4 weeks ago, Bill.
Wow.
So
forever ago.
I've been kind of busy. I've been out of
Hold
the
on.
so
Here, let me drop you a link. You want me to drop it in the chat or the Skype chat?
either one.
Okay. Well, how about I do it to both?
Yeah, do it to both. This way, the people, because Hugo seems like a new person joining us, so let Hugo check it out.
And I don't know if I can post a link.
Well, Hugo,
chat or not.
if you want to check out the moon,
Yeah.
you need to definitely go to Space Imaging Keith. Put your link in there.
I try. I can't post a link in chat.
Why not?
Okay, don't worry. I'll
I'll
find
say
it.
something. I'll make you a moderator. That's bullshit.
Oh, okay.
Type something in chat at the moment, and it saves me searching for you, and then I can just open in different gibberish.
Because
See, I'm talking gibberish now. You can tell.
Oh,
Everybody
shouldn't have
else-
told me that. It's nothing but dick and fart jokes with me.
all right, try doing it now.
Okay.
Right.
There we go.
Now, which one is that one? Yours?
That is the analyzed one of the second UFO.
Oh, I thought that was your YouTube page.
No, that's your video that I did
Yeah, I gotta put this.
when we looked pretty good close at it.
So I just posted the same thing.
That I don't think that's a meteor. I'm sorry.
Keith, if you get bored sometime, you want to look at a UFO I caught on video, and I submitted it to MUFON and was told it was a lightning bug.
Yeah, send over the raw footage. Just or
Yeah, I got the YouTube video of it, but I cropped out the 3 seconds where you actually see the object.
Oh,
I got
okay.
the raw one somewhere. I'll put
And
it
what
in,
about the Keith? What about the other one, the one with the 3 lights on it?
The first one?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the one. I know you saw that one because you posted it on your page, I believe.
I have that one. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I had the
If they
music.
didn't,
I
I
remember
did.
that.
I
Yep.
put it in Skype. You'll have to
Up
watch
here.
it several times though, because it's kind of quick. But you'll see it though, upper right corner.
Okay.
It's only
Take a peek at
like
it.
I said, a 3-second video, but
Just on Wednesday.
Yeah. But that second UFO of yours, Bill, that was actually pretty weird.
The round one though, or the other one?
This one is the second one that I did is the one. Whoops. There we go. This is the round one that comes down through the cloudy.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
That's what
I love that
Lucky's
one.
saying. He's seen something similar to
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, watch that video. I really get in on it.
If anybody
And
in the YouTube
I do some
chat,
pixelation canceling too.
Okay, cool.
if anybody in the YouTube chat wants to look at the link I just put there, it's got a little music with it, so you might want to mute it or whatever. But it's only
On Bill's, as it's falling down, does anyone else get the feeling like there's like a cage around the white ball?
Yeah, I actually bring that up later in the video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Isn't that due to pixelation?
Because it
though?
looks like it's actually rotating around the ball.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I slow it way
I
down,
see.
and you can actually watch the pixels move around it in a circle.
Yeah, I know what you're getting at. I didn't misunderstood.
Yes.
mine's a crystal
It's
clear shot.
It's a long video, but it. I mean, we go pretty in depth with it.
Oh, I like it with the color, with the red and the blue. Oh, that looks wicked.
What, on the moon?
Holy! About a minute 45 in. That looks wicked.
Wow. Oh, wow.
That's the that's the heat.
I'm sorry, did they say that that's supposed to be a meteorite?
Yeah, that's what I was told.
Oh, it gets better.
There's no way. There's no way.
There seems to be something around it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
looking at it.
We get pretty close in on it, and then we go even closer, and then we go even closer yet. And actually start doing, as I said, pixelation canceling and everything to take out noise and whatnot.
Let's look even closer.
That's not
And
the
it's-
one I was talking about, Bill. The other one you had, the one that would you have Wilbur Allen look at it?
Oh, the one with the 3 lights.
Yeah, the one
That's-
that you recorded off your TV screen.
Yeah, that's the one that he did. That's the first one that.
Yeah,
he,
that's the one that I saw something very similar.
No, the first one I did is the one that darts off real quick, kind of comes in the screen and
Yeah,
shoots
that's what
off real
I'm
quick.
talking about, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wow, look at the way it looks up close at 455. Holy it definitely looks like there's something around it.
Yeah.
What the heck?
That is weird. Is that the clouds though? Wrapping around it?
No.
I thought so too, but at some point, it actually crosses a cloud line. I only took that little bit there because of the fact that because it showed the rotation that I was talking about.
Yeah, it's definitely
going around it.
It could have something to do with just humidity and stuff in the air, depending. You know, I don't know what the weather was like that night, so.
That was in September.
You can go to Weather Underground and look up the historical weather, and it'll tell you everything. So you would know exactly what it was for that date.
I still don't think it's a meteor. It wasn't even moving that fast.
No, that's
that's too slow for a meteor. It's even
what I
probably
say.
too slow for a satellite or anything like that. Because satellite, it wouldn't have been that bright. Number one,
Yeah,
if
but
it was
it'd be in
satellite.
clouds.
But if you look towards the end of the video, it almost looks like it's flipping.
Yeah.
It looks like it's tumbling over toward camera because you can see it, the pixelation on the bottom, and then that kind of pixelation goes towards the top and then comes back to the bottom again.
Yep. Like a roll almost.
Exactly.
I gave up on mine because I never could figure it out. And then MUFON said it was a lightning bug, but I don't know.
Wow, that is pretty freaking interesting, actually. That's the first I've seen it.
Really?
And that's 4 weeks ago?
Yeah. June 21st.
Well, you know something, Keith? If I ever do presentations, that's going to be the video I'm going to use.
I'll expect my royalty check in the mail.
And the other one, too. I mean, I think the other one is definitely something of interest.
Yeah, you know what? Something has come to light since I did that video, and I would never have thought about it until actually Paul said something to me.
What did he say?
Because he caught, just bear with me here, he caught a lightning bug on camera, and the thing like kind of lit up, came into frame, and when the light was going out on the lightning bug, it actually looked like it took off. And I'm wondering, like, how could I verify that would be a lightning bug?
I don't think that's a lightning bug. That was
I don't think so either. But because it looks so similar,
right?
You know, you can't dismiss it until you can prove it. It's not.
I've captured lightning bugs, and I know what
That's what they say mine is, but mine's way too far away, I think, to be a lightning bug.
That's exactly the way I feel with mine. It's way up there, way up there. Remember, that's zoomed in. You've seen the original footage. I think I sent you the original.
Yeah.
I mean, that's way up there.
Yeah, plus it's kind of intermingling with its surroundings.
Exactly.
So,
Hey, Keith, you got a second to look at mine just to give me a real quick opinion? I put it in Skype.
Yeah.
I put it in Skype there.
Yeah, let me
you'll
check
have
it
some
out.
music with it, but you'll have to replay it a few times because, like I say, that's just a little 3-second clip I cut out.
Holy
of it.
crap, that was fast.
Yeah,
Hold on,
that's
let
what I
me
said.
play it
That was a
again.
whole fireworks show, and I never saw it until I got home. But you'll definitely see it, though.
Yeah, I definitely see it.
And they say it's a lightning bug. And those fireworks are 1.5 miles away from me. To put it into perspective.
Yeah, once
So-
again, it kind of look. I mean,
So
until
I
you
just...
prove otherwise.
Yeah, so I just don't... with the distance and everything, I don't know. I found other videos from that same night, but they're all a lot closer, so you don't see much above the fireworks like that
And
one.
so quick too. That's
Yeah.
You see how quick we get we get like totally off topic. Like we're all tired, ready to go, and all of a sudden the UFO stuff pops up, and we're like, it's 10 after 1.
yeah. I gotta
I
actually
don't
get.
know, but that's what MUFON... A friend of mine was the investigator, and he just looked at a lot of YouTube videos. There's a bunch of them out there showing lightning bugs on camera. And that's what he compared it to, but I don't know.
As I say, that's definitely possible. It could be a lightning bug. I mean, but
I was
once
also
again,
being
I mean, you were
told-
there.
I've also been told, and I didn't see any lightning bugs that night at all anyhow, but because it was pretty chilly, like 60 degrees that night.
Oh, I've got breaking news flash. Breaking: Gary Marshall, creator of Happy Days and director
Yeah.
of has died aged 81.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, whatever the object, because I was told it was a meteor too, that it was just bouncing, looking like it was bouncing off the atmosphere or whatever. But
All right, guys, let's stop keeping Bill up.
Yeah, and do me a favor, so I can just give my archives. I can just post it. Send me the first one, Keith.
All right, hold on.
Because then I gotta look throughout all my stuff, and somebody wants to see it in YouTube chat. I'm getting some weird stuff flashing on my screen. It's saying 4,296 likes, then it goes to 14, 361 dislikes, and then it goes to 0.
Yeah, it was doing that earlier with a stream I was watching. The numbers have been going really weird.
Yeah, they're acting weird right now.
Jumping all over the place, yeah.
What the hell is that? I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I was doing it earlier. Glitch.
Yeah.
Glitch or them tampering with figures, yeah. One or two, or both.
There we go.
Cool. This way I can.
What do you want in Skype chat?
No, put it in YouTube because I'm gonna have it for them to watch. Hugo, I think, wants to see if he's asking me if I have seen some UFO. I'm gonna show him the footage that I think is definitely something.
All right.
By definition, it's unidentified. So
yeah, who knows?
yeah, that's the whole thing. Yeah, that's the one.
There you go.
Cool. I'm gonna put it on my favorites. This way I can always go to favorites to get it quick. So for everybody that's listening, I'm about to sign off, but go to Lucky. He's going to be continuing hanging out. Lucky 43113 on YouTube.
I'll throw it back in there one more time.
Yeah, because Bill's going to bed. I got to get up early tomorrow. But it was great having all. And Keith, I'm hanging out tomorrow, so I'll see if you're on. If you're not on, then I'll message you on Skype, assuming that the weather is cloudy over there in Florida.
Okay. Yeah, I'll actually send. I'm gonna send you my number on Skype just so you can text me.
Okay.
I'm not around.
That'd be a lot easier.
Yeah.
All right. So everyone, have a good night, and we'll do it again soon.
Take care.
Thanks for having us.
Great. Have a good night, Lucky, Heidi, Keith, and we'll do it again soon.
Yep.
Take it easy.
Good night.
Ta-ta!
Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
Ooh. No, I don't want you seeing me at this time of the morning. How you doing? I'm sorry.
All right. Yeah, Lorraine told me I can call her back in a minute, so
Go for it.
I was just trying to get some kind of a call going.
Well, you got it. Oh, well,
Yeah.
I think we have. Tanar's just come over. How'd you say that name? Tanar.
Whoever wants added to this call, I don't care, so doesn't really matter to me.
Oh, you want me to add people?
Yeah, go ahead. If you've got anybody on.
No, I don't know how to do this because it might go horribly wrong when I sign off. Hold on, add people. There we are. Lorraine.
Yeah, she said she'd be back in a minute. Well, if you've got people on your list or whatever,
Add them all.
Well, I'll hang up and you call me, and then you can add whoever you want.
No, because when I hang up, which isn't going to be that long, because it's sun up, it's 6:15 in the morning.
Yeah.
So if I'm in control of the
That's true. Yeah.
call,
Right.
because I've done that, I made that mistake before. If you remember, I called about 20 people.
Yeah.
And I did it by mistake.
I've had that happen.
I think it's like a normal phone call. If you make the call, then only you can control it. I mean, because if I leave and I've called people, they'll all have to go.
Yeah.
So you all have to add. Chris is doing a broadcast, isn't he? So he's no good. I don't know whether Ant's up yet. He won't join anyway. I think he's working. Dave Shock. He's still online, but probably going to bed now. Oh, Dave Shock might be up. What time is it in Arizona? 8 hours. 8 hours.
11,
8 hours.
about 11 o'clock.
Dave Shock might be up, right? Jamie's probably working, isn't he? Johnny Webb, don't even go there.
Yeah, you can add whoever, I mean, or whatever. I don't have too many people on my list.
Who wanted to come on from where we were?
Just Lorraine's the only
Dave
one I know of.
No, just Lorraine.
And
What about Keith? What about Keith? Did he want to come?
I don't know. I don't know if he was calling it a night or not. I got him on my list though, I think. I don't know. I got a few people on here.
Oh God, I don't know. Yeah,
No,
right, there you go.
I thought I did, but I don't.
There you go. Imagine Lorraine and Keith, but
All right.
I don't know whether they wanted to or not. I'm going to turn
Lorraine
my
will come
camera off.
back on eventually.
Oh, you did.
Keith, I don't know.
They'll join when they're ready anyway, so don't worry about it. If we've added them, they'll. Oh, hi, Lorraine. I think she's just come in.
Not yet.
Oh, and Keith's in chat as well. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Oh, good lord. Yeah, you've got a lot of fuzz.
Yeah, not much I can do. The moon's like super bright.
Yeah, it was here all night. I mean, it was like twilight here all night.
Yeah.
It was really bright here.
So there's not
And
a
it's not
whole lot
full-
I can
even
do.
full yet, I don't think, is it?
I can mess with the brightness and stuff, but it doesn't do a whole lot.
No, don't worry. We'll
just-
see streakers and stuff anyway. We're only
No, yeah, if
chatting.
something moves, I mean, it'll... I'm going to try to make it a little darker, though.
Oh my God, I can't believe I'm drinking sangria at 6:15 in the morning. What is that about? That's not normal, is it? Oh, it's birthday week. That's my excuse. And I'm sticking to it. And it's got orange juice in it. There you go.
Oh, there you go. That's good.
Yeah, that works.
Keep you from getting a cold. Vitamin
And
C.
fruit. It's got fruit, obviously, because it's sangria. So there you go. It's for breakfast.
Yeah. Supposed to have, what, so many servings of fruit a day?
Exactly.
You're just taking it in liquid form.
In liquid form, exactly.
Well, juicing is a trend, so, you know.
There you go. It's been fermenting in the fridge for 12 hours also, so the sugar has turned to alcohol.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
yeah,
it's gonna-
just, these cameras are nice, but just depends on what the atmosphere is like.
What
Some
is it
nights
you've
are
got?
crystal clear and other ones aren't.
What camera have you got?
Same one Bill's got.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I think he has his on night vision, which makes it look slightly different.
Yeah, mine is too. It's just.
Oh, really?
I mean, it's just a night vision camera any way you go. It just depends on the atmosphere. I can change the color of it. I can go to green or red or blue.
The saturation and all that malarkey. No, I wouldn't bother. You can still see the movement.
Yeah, you still see anything that moves across.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
In actual fact, you can see more stars in yours than Bill, so your res is
And
set.
if you just walk outside, you wouldn't see maybe one or two of them stars.
Exactly.
Because the camera set amplifies the light 10,000 times.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take much.
Well, it looks like I've got a really unbearably hot, nasty, sticky day ahead of me again, I'd say. It's very blue already. There's no wind. And no clouds. So it's going to be El Scorchio, and I'm going to be drunk by 11 in the morning. It's never good. Yeah, I could actually, as there's a few of us in here now, I can finish telling my story that I never got to start, can't I? About Derek, the one that took me round Rendlesham Forest.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, I'd rather tell it with less people, because people involved might have been listening, so it's probably better I do it here, as I haven't shared yet, if you know what I mean. Yeah, Derek Savory let me stay with him when I did my Rendlesham trip. And the night before we did Gary Heseltine, we went to see the Gary Heseltine talk on the Saturday night, and Brenda Butler, who's the lady that has done a lot of the research from way back when. She is one of the major researchers of Rendlesham. She's also known as one of the forest people. She had a word with Derek the morning we were due to go on our second day walk around Rendlesham, and said to him, take her to this particular spot, without me hearing. Obviously this is what she was saying to him on the phone. If you take her there, she will have an experience. And I've said to Derek, look, don't tell me where any of these places are. Don't tell me where the portals are. Don't tell me where you've seen things. Don't tell me anything, because I'd rather see if I can feel it for myself when I get there. So he didn't. And the first day, if you watch my videos, I do sense the portal where Larry had his, exactly where Larry had his experience, actually. I had a bit of a topsy-turvy, weird feeling. It looked like I was walking in through a heat haze, basically. It's the only way I can describe it. And again, he hadn't told me exactly where that was either, because I'd intentionally said, don't tell me, as I say. But the second day, Brenda, who's the woman that she is an empath, she has got implants, there's photographs of all sorts of entities around her in the forest. She was due to come with us, and we were going to do a night walk on the Sunday. But mysteriously, if you want to call it that, she injured her knees, so she couldn't join us. I personally think there was something else going on there, but that follows on to what happened after I'd left. So anyway, Derek took me around all these places. In hindsight, as it turns out, some were real sites and some weren't. In other words, I was being tested by the forest people, if you know what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
And on the second day is where she'd said take Heidi there and she will have an experience. And it wasn't on any map, and no one knows exactly where this spot is apart from Derek and a few of the forest people. And sure enough, as I say, it's all in the video, it's all documented. You can see me experiencing it and hear me experiencing it. Walking in the forest, and I kept feeling this, feeling I had to stop and pan the camera around behind me. Not like I was being, I was being watched or observed, but not in a bad way. I just felt I had to keep sort of stopping and panning the camera around.
Yeah.
Like that's where you need to be pointing your camera, sort of thing. And it got stronger and stronger, this feeling. It's got to the point where I just stopped, because I was walking and doing it, but slowing down. I was like, Derek, slow down, watch me, blah. Got to the point where I actually stopped. And he said, "You're right." I said, "Yeah, well, I've got to point the camera this way." So I said, "I don't know." He said, "Are you feeling like you've been watching?" No, no, no. I just like need to point this way and do some panning here for a minute. And I turned back to him, and he just sort of grinned at me and looked to his left side and down a bit. And sure enough, I was standing right over the point where Brenda had told him that morning, "Take Heidi there, she will have an experience." And I just like, well, when he just looked, he didn't even say anything, he just looked down to his left, and I was literally standing on this hole, this crater, which is apparently the scoop mark. I don't know the ins and outs of that, but allegedly this is where they came down and took the ETs, took a sample of the Earth in that area. And he hadn't told me, he hadn't said anything, he just literally looked to his left, and I literally got a great big like shiver down my spine, like epic shiver down my spine. It was half glee and half terror, I think, actually. So I panned back round to where I was standing, and I was getting these. Bear in mind, you're in a canopy of, I don't know what sort of pines there are, but they're very tall, skinny pines, basically. And even if there was a pretty high wind, you wouldn't, where we were standing, get any particular blast of air. Not this sort of air, anyway. And I was getting like little tornadoes on my cheek. It's the most bizarre thing. And bear in mind, I'm a storm chaser as well, which kind of was a bit poignant. So I was getting these little whirlwinds of gusts on my cheek, and literally there were swirls on my cheeks. Depending on which way I was pointing my camera. So I point to the left, for example, when I get a swirl on my right. So I pan to the right, and it'd either go a bit more right or left. And it wasn't until I got to the next bit that I discovered myself that I realised that they were actually using my face as a compass as to where I was supposed to be looking. It blew me away, completely blew me away. So, who's pinging? Someone's pinging us. Hold on.
I'm trying to add Lorraine to the call, but it won't let me.
Why not?
I don't know. It doesn't even dial. It just shows her picture, but
not on this call. It says. Hang on. Oh, I had to call.
See if you can add her. It won't let me.
I just did that. Oh, they just got me to answer. Oh, there you go.
Okay. It wouldn't let me.
That's a bit odd.
Yeah.
Lorraine, are you with us? Yay, she's with us. We can hear you.
You guys can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good.
Cool.
Good.
Yeah, it wouldn't let me add you for some reason.
Did you hear me talking just then, Lorraine?
I just caught the little bit before the call, so I'm not really.
It's just about my rendership experience. Blah blah blah. The fact that there were certain parts in the forest that are common knowledge, and there were others that aren't common knowledge.
Okay.
And a certain amount of I don't like to use the intentional, but there was a certain amount of misleading going on. As in, this is our space, this is our circus, and no one else is allowed to experience anything, if you know what I mean.
And do you suppose the motive for that was really the recognition and the...
Yeah, well... I have, apparently, in my bloodline, I am the next in a whole long line of Romany gypsies. I have Romany in me, who have 100% gift, yeah. I've got it, but I've never honed it how I should. Apart from fear and apart from, I suppose, not knowing what I'm going into, if that makes sense.
From what I understand, in some families, they've tried to keep that rather secret, though, hey?
Yeah, and more so as it goes further down, further into society as we are now. It's just. Oh, it probably would be better now. I mean, if I'd have been told that in this mind state now, 20 years ago, I'd been like, bring it on. I want to absorb it. I want to learn how to do it. But at that time, it was.
I had the same thing told to me.
Portrayed as something terrifying. So.
You know, when I went and saw a woman here in town, Vanessa, she's a medium, psychic, the whole deal, and she was telling me the same things as, you know, the gifts that I have are. She almost used the word like hereditary, you know, passed down.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was told.
And
I am the next.
I only knew of one and that was my great grandma, and she was a practicing witch, and it's been told through the family before.
Apparently, a lot of the times, especially with Romanese, I was told it skips a generation, and I am next in line apparently for it. And I know I know I'm sensitive. I can feel stuff, and
well,
I would never have said I'm an empath. Never.
Yeah.
Until what happened at Rendlesham. And it wasn't what happened on the day. I was just saying about the whirlwinds on my cheek, Lorraine, where they were telling me where to look. And that for me was my wake-up call. I wasn't told where that was going to happen. It just happened. It was really weird. I wanted to skip through the forest. I felt like something out of The Sound of Music. I was like, oh, they've accepted me.
I never knew what the terminology was called or anything. I knew the gift I had, but didn't know any name for it or any of that. But
well, I think it's just awakening, isn't it?
It is.
That's what I called it on my video, the awakening, because for me it was just such a.
It's as sudden as turning on a light switch.
Yeah.
When it happens, it happens.
It was, as we were saying earlier, for me personally, it was validation of what I've always been told by the relatives, that I am able to connect with whatever you want to call it, or them, or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I went in there obviously with a bit of expectation, because I was in Rendlesham Bleeding Forest, for Christ's sake, you know. But I purposely said, as I said to you earlier, to Derek, don't tell me where she's told me to take you, because I'd rather know. Oh, you've got something right across the middle, and that is so.
Yeah, if you don't know, she's passing from right to left.
Yeah, it might be. That's right. I just wanted to know if I would feel anything, and I intentionally wasn't watching him. I was so focusing on, getting my camera panning around slowly so people could spot things in the tree line, what have you. So I wasn't even looking at Derek at the time. So blah blah blah. I moved on. Got these whirlwinds, sussed out that they were using my face as a compass so I could know where to look. How that's going to work in a Foresight Gale, I don't know. I suppose they'll show me another way of what I need to look at, or maybe it'll be telepathically next time, which is my other point. I obviously make contact in a way that people will, that any individual will understand. I'm into storm chasing. I felt tornadoes on my cheeks. Get your head around that.
Yeah.
You know?
It's something that. That's the thing. It's something that you was familiar with.
It's all individual. So
right.
Exactly.
Exactly.
A quick question here in chat says, have any of you heard of someone being born with a cull or a veil?
I've heard the term, but not real familiar.
Yeah, I've heard both terms, but not. I don't know much about it.
But yeah, the psychic lady here in town that I talked to, she mentioned stuff like about my great grandma, and I barely knew her. I mean, I was real little when she died, because my grandpa, I mean, he's still alive, and it was his mom. But there had been stories throughout the years of two uncles of his that she supposedly killed. One was, and I've been told both ways. The one was using a glass of water. You put the person's picture behind it and set it in a sunny window. When the picture fades, so will the person. And that one supposedly happened. And the second one was another picture. Took a thumbtack, put on where his heart would be, and put it underneath the doormat. And after her doing that, within less than a month, the guy died of a massive heart attack.
Oh my gosh.
So, but she said that it goes back even farther in the family, but I have no idea about anything previous.
Wow.
I've always wanted to do that like Ancestry.com thing, but it's kind of expensive.
I did it when it first came out before I started charging.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, my uncle's done it, and he's gone back to the Doomsday books with our family. Well, I say our in the broadest terms, because my part of that bloodline has never been fully acknowledged, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, on the side of my mum, he's taking it back to Doomsday. There's royalty. She has got royal blood. So, but that was when it's free. Because he got so far back, he paid into it, and he's gone further and further back. We've got an incredible family tree, to be honest with you.
I do have one famous person, though. I got one famous person in the family, though. Robert Frost, the poet.
That rings a bell.
Like a great uncle. So that's about the only one I know of, though, of any kind of famous name.
Right, so okay, let me get back because otherwise I'm going to lose my thread completely and just lose the plot basically. Um, Derek, basically the guy that took me, a day after, or actually the night I returned because I stayed at his place. He lives obviously up near Rendlesham and I live down in East Sussex. The night I got back, he at the time he told me, I think the day after, maybe 2 days after it happened, he said, "Oh, you won't believe what happened. I sneezed because obviously I'd seen his setup with where he lives, and he sits in an office chair, and I could have understood by what he was telling me that is feasible. He sneezed and banged his head on his desk and knocked himself unconscious. Totally feasible. No, I've done it. I've crooked my neck. You sneeze overly and you bang your head on something or whatever. Yeah, a bit mental, but it was feasible. Quite serious. He was blacked out. His friends found him passed out on the floor. Had to go to hospital.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, quite heavy. And it wasn't until 3 weeks ago, he actually came out and told me not the full story. I'm sure there's a lot more to tell me, but he had hinted. He said because his house is quite active anyway, because he's quite empathetic as well. He's got quite a lot of energy around him. He said something did come back with us that day. And I went, oh my God, I hope it wasn't anything to do with me. Because my feelings about Brenda and the fact that she didn't come with us, I don't know how to put this, were that she felt, and this sounds really cocky almost, as well, I felt that she felt that I was empathetic, and if I was to go with her, because I was going to get rushed, which I was, she would either get overpowered or bought out as a fraud. Does that make sense?
Oh, it does. I mean, from her perspective,
yeah,
that would make sense.
Yeah. So, carrying on from that, I said, oh my God, I hope it wasn't anything that, because I was with you sort of thing that I brought back because of my experience, and obviously stuff happened to me, and literally something happened to me. I opened up and allowed stuff, if you like, at that moment. He's like, no, I think you'll find it's because I didn't do my protection, my bad, my own fault. I didn't do my own protection, which, yeah, I kind of understood. Okay, fair comment, blah, blah, blah. But then it was like about a week later, he said, right, now let me tell you exactly what happened. I was like, what? Because he's supposed to be coming up to Home Firth to meet Travis and Larry in September. He actually won tickets when I was with him. Another synchronicity weird shit moment. On the Saturday, he won 2 tickets to the Home Firth. Which is 110 quid's worth of tickets. He won the tickets when I was with him at Gary Heseltine's talk. So I was saying to him, are you going to come to Home Firth? He's like, I don't think I'll be well enough. I was like, what do you mean? He said, no, I actually sustained a brain injury. I said, what the fuck? And he said, yeah, I haven't quite told you exactly what happened. I said, what? Oh, okay. Do tell. He got rushed by 2 really dark entities in his flat after I'd left that threw him around his flat.
Oh my goodness.
And he got a brain injury. Literally, they threw him around his flat. I was like, okay, that's really not funny anymore. So I had this profound thought that because not him, I don't think it's him. I think because Brenda was intentionally trying to mislead me, or test me, should I say, that's probably a better way to put it, to test me, they have gone, don't fuck with this lady, she has got it.
Wow.
Does that kind of make, it kind of made sense to me. They were like slapping poor old Derek. I don't think it was his fault. I think it was Brenda saying, take her here and tell her that's there and see what happens. Even though I'd said to Derek, don't tell me anything, and he didn't tell me anything. So whether they was, obviously because he was the contact with me, whether they literally have given him a smack round the head, or Joe, to say, don't mess with people that quite possibly have got, or are empathic to us, and are open to us, and that we are willing to accept. Don't fuck with them, because we will fuck with you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because it made total sense to me.
Yeah.
And the fact that Brenda mysteriously couldn't come with us because of a knee injury, that was like,
No, that makes
Yeah,
me
I don't
more.
know.
My opinion on that would be, she knew you had it and didn't want to be around once you figured it out.
exactly. That's exactly
People
what I
do
thought.
not, and I don't understand it completely, but a lot of times if somebody knows that a person has the ability, they don't want to be anywhere around them when they realize it.
Well, that's the first thing I thought. Well, she'll be rushed. She'll get rushed.
Yeah.
Because I'm going there to make contact, if you like. You want to put it in that way. I'm going there intentionally in the hopes of making contact, in the hopes of seeing half the things these people allegedly see.
Right.
Right.
So I'm wondering whether she can only see so much,
Well,
and she's
there's
she's like building on it to get her little circus and her little followers. And
there's
little
one
paper
reason.
and Rendlesham.
There's one reason I can think of is an empath being around someone else that just now figures out that, their gifts, is that's an overload of emotion and everything else all at once, and a lot of times the empath can't handle it. It's too much. It's just like
If
blowing a
indeed
circuit
she
in your
is
house.
as empathetic as she makes out, this is what I'm thinking. I don't think she is. I think I think she's turned it into, I've got such mega power, so I think they're going to start charging for taking people on tours around Rendlesham. I think
that's very possible too. But
so in other words, you don't mess on my turf. This is my forest.
Right.
They've gone, oh no, lady.
Afraid
No,
you would
this
see
is
through
our
her.
forest, and don't you mislead people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it can go either way. If she's not empath and just saying she is, then she's afraid you'll see through her little charade and might expose her game.
Exactly. And Larry completely. When I met Larry in Scotland, he completely agreed with me. I mean, obviously, because he worked with Brenda and Dot in the early days, obviously when they were doing the book. But he totally agreed with what I said. I said, I mean, no disrespect. I said, but there's stuff that doesn't make sense to me. He said, you do know that the map you posted where Derek took you, there's only one correct point on that map. The only correct point that I know of is where I had my experience, and that is where you had your first portal experience. He said, I haven't got a clue about the other one where you say you had your awakening. I don't know about that.
Being an
empath, that was my personal experience. But he said, I totally agree with what you're saying. It makes so much sense because she's claiming that for and she shouldn't be, because it is a weird place.
I can relate in similar things. As being the empath, you can see through so much stuff that others don't pick up on, and just for whatever reason just go with it, or whatever. Even with
my first experience, though, this what compacts it even more is the fact that it was my first ever experience of full on.
Yeah.
Totally, I've never had anything like that before in my life ever, and that was 2 consecutive days and four different points in the forest. I felt shit that I could not explain.
That's another thing I could say too, is when you first have the awakening or whatever you want to call it.
It was for me. I wanted to skip through the forest and say, well, I was. You can hear me on the video. Hello, guys. Thank you. Oh my God. Like overjoyed.
You will get kind of a rush of things all at once, and it'll slack down, over time. But all at once, it just seems like, because it's a new thing. You get a lot all at once. But yeah, it is kind of threatening.
It wasn't enough. As far as I was concerned, considering where I was, it wasn't enough. I could have stayed there all night and all day quite happy. quite happily.
But it's threatening
I
to
was
some
gutted
people.
that she couldn't come with us on the night walk because I was. Bear in mind I like ghosties anyway. I like paranormal stuff as well as UFOs and everything else. I was actually quite gutted that we couldn't do the night one because I wanted to see the stuff and feel the stuff that they photographed with my own eyes, not even necessarily with camera. I wanted to see that stuff myself.
Like I said, people get, they can almost feel threatened at times.
Yes, I got that. That is exactly the feeling I got. When Derek told me this has happened, I was like, "Oh my god, it makes so much sense." I haven't said this to him because it makes me sound like I'm anti-Brenda. I'm not anti-Brenda.
No.
I'm just thinking, you were fucking chastised, mate. You were told off.
Put it this way: it makes it extremely hard.
It
makes it very hard for people to lie to you.
Yes. Well, yeah.
And you can just the only aggravating, kind of rough part that I still deal with the whole thing is when you figure out something about a person, but you really can't tell them anything.
Yeah.
For the fact of they're always going to say, "Well, how do you know?" And then what are you supposed to do? You can't say anything, and then you just got to kind of sit back and just let things happen. It's aggravating, but not much you can do.
That's the power of words. That's when that comes in handy. Power of dropping.
There's not a whole lot you can really do to the person, other than maybe trying to drop some subtle little hints here and there. Other than that, you're kind of just got to let them go. But
yeah, exactly. I've done that with a lot of my friends, but luckily they all know that. I'm pretty good at sensing. You've heard me talk about energy bias and stuff.
That goes along with the whole being an empath thing.
Yeah, totally. And so they all know I'm into that anyway.
Yeah.
And a few of them I've said, I just can't. You drain me too much. And they know what I mean.
Yeah.
So.
But when stuff actually starts making sense, because usually, at least with me, I dealt with it for a long time before I understood it.
Yeah.
And then once it starts, it's like somebody walking up and smacking you in the back of the head. It's like, hey, and then it all falls into place after that. You start realizing more and more, and you pay attention to it more too. But you pick up on things that are so subtle that most others would not even notice.
Yeah, see, I'm still really. I mean, the Rendlesham thing was that was a real.
Right.
Because of where it was, that was an energy burst and an energy rush.
Oh yeah.
I am now at the stage where I'm lucid dreaming, so I know I've gone backwards. No, sweetie, you didn't offend me. I know at all. Sorry, Tanara, I don't know how to pronounce your name. No, darling, you didn't. I'm just chatting on thingy and not in the chat room.
Because Lorraine can tell you, there's been many times that I've picked up on some very subtle things with people that she didn't even notice. And then, as time goes on, she starts understanding it later.
Yeah, have you got your audio turned on? Can you hear us in the oh, see, I'm losing my words now. That's it. God, I'm dribbling. So. Can you hear us on the live stream, Tanar? Is it Tanar? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't do much good to talk to them if you're trying to ask them if they can hear you, because they can't answer you if they can't hear you.
Yeah, that's a really dickhead question.
but yeah, there's been a lot of times. I mean, just catching little things about a person here and there, and I've reverted back, or not reverted back, but I've gone back to the natural progression as most people do. I'm at the lucid dreaming stage now, and possibly the astral wandering as well, without realising it. So I'm doing it. It's happening, but Rendlesham Forest was a big wow in your face. Yes, you will be able to do this a lot. The main thing about any of it is just don't ignore it. That's the main thing.
Totally. Everything in my dream now.
Because
not everything, but
ignoring it is a bad thing.
Yeah. Totally.
Okay, so she says it's like Hannah, but with a T. So it's Hannah.
Yeah.
Oh, Tanner. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, I've had, a lot of interesting things, just this year alone, and most stuff in the past too, but, It's
You
just
got a
always been.
huge streaker then, a huge blurry streaker. I'm assuming it was a bird, but it was very fast, really fast. But it was massive.
A lot of bats flying around outside.
Oh, it might have been a bat. Yeah, that makes sense.
But
Yeah,
things aren't as bad as they used to be for me, but they're, still, I don't know, at times, depending on where I'm going, but as far as picking up, like, external, emotions, feelings, whatever.
Signals.
It's not, for me, it's always been, they're stronger if it's indoors. Like, I don't have to be as close to the person. Now, if I'm outside, I got to be a lot closer, and I don't know. It's almost like the walls and the building itself contains it. It's the only way I can describe it.
It's like you're in your own Faraday cage with an entrance tunnel.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And there's been a few instances where I've been able to validate where it comes from, like while I was at like Walmart or something, but usually not. Those are very
validation a lot of the time is important.
It was real weird. I remember one instance, it's been a year or so ago, but I was there just, normal mood, not feeling good, bad or otherwise, just one of them days. And I walked in the store and I'm with my mom and she's off doing whatever, and I'm going through some of the grocery aisles, and I get in like the most depressed, like awful mood you could imagine. All of a sudden, I'm like, what in the world, I'm not understanding why I'm feeling this way. So I'm just walking around. I go a couple aisles over. I hear a woman talking on her phone about her sister or somebody that was close to her just got diagnosed with cancer. So that kind of made sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I went on a little farther, and just like flipping the light switch, getting one of the best happy moods in the world. And same type of scenario, I hear another woman talking a little, couple hours or so over, and it was her friend, or I don't know the whole deal, but somebody that she was close to was always told they couldn't have kids and just found out she was pregnant with twins.
Yeah.
So
wow.
It's just, that's the only time I can really remember of the quick validation like that. Usually it's not, but. And then there had been other times in the past where getting one of them bad moods that I just couldn't get rid of. I would literally have to go in public somewhere and try to just latch on to something that was better than what I had.
Yeah.
That was
I
bad.
woke up like that when I couldn't pinpoint why I woke up like it, because I did lucid dream last night. It did involve Larry, weirdly, and I'm talking about him. And something happened towards the end of the dream. I don't know whether I was jolted out of sleep and the end bit didn't become very clear, but it was great. It wasn't a bad dream. It was just like, me and Larry were having dinner somewhere, and weird stuff anyway.
That's why they recommend keeping a notepad or something.
I know, and I used to do that, but I haven't done it for quite some time. I might start that again now. But I got out of bed and I was in the worst mood. The worst! I was just like a bear with a sore head when I got up this morning. And I'd had quite a lot of sleep. I hadn't had, a crap night's sleep or anything. But I just woke up feeling agitated. It was horrible. I didn't like it at all. So I don't know what happened in the latter part of that dream before I was jolted out of my sleep.
Yeah.
But something happened that
I've
pissed
only
me off.
had the one, dream experience that I couldn't explain. That's the one I mentioned earlier about literally standing at the foot of my bed, seeing myself asleep.
Yeah, I haven't had any of those.
And then once, the me that was asleep actually, got that feeling somebody watching me, I was just sat straight up in bed, and it literally felt like I was hitting the chest with a sledgehammer. It hurt. I mean, I had to hold my chest. It was like, it just really hurt. And after, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes went by, I was all right, but I never went back to sleep that whole night and that whole next day. And then that following evening is when I went to the UFO meeting, and that was a wild experience, living basically 18 years worth of emotions, feelings, and all of that, reliving it in about 10 minutes. Wow. But I could literally see all of that stuff leaving me. I could visually see it. Where
so it was all your
it was all the stuff
psychological baggage.
Yeah, it was all the empath stuff I had picked up over the
years.
your
psychological baggage, basically. Yeah. That you are now enabled to
I'm doing a lot better with the release part.
Out system,
and when I talked to the woman here in town about it, she even mentioned that I was holding it in and real apprehensive, and she asked me why I wouldn't release it, and I gave her a straight answer. I was always afraid that if it was something that I was picked up on that was negative or anything.
Exactly why I won't.
Well, the
exactly
reason I
why
won't
won't meditate. I'm still anxious about meditating now
well,
because
the problem I have.
now I'm gonna get rushed.
Well, the problem was releasing it. I was able to do so, but I wouldn't, for the simple reason of I didn't want to release negativity out there for someone else to get a hold of. That was my whole thing. You know, I would rather deal with it myself, even if it does suck, than to have somebody else have to go through it. And she told me just by me having that, being able to say that and understand it, that if I release it, it would be clean anyway. It would not even be negative or positive. It would just
I would actually say that was due to fear of ridicule more than anything else.
I didn't care anything about, because nobody would even really know, just to release it all. I mean, it wasn't a thing I was worried about. As far as that goes, it's just, I didn't want someone else, another empath or something, to grab a hold of it, and feel like crap, or whatever. It's kind of looking out for people that I didn't even know was around,
It's like I say to my friend Tim, I think you met Tim, didn't you, when we were chatting? Yeah. See, he's the guy that's seeing light beings like in the daytime. He sees them all the time. He's gone from nothing to just a starseed within. Obviously, he is a starseed anyway, obviously. But he's gone from nothing, literally, like, not anti all this stuff, but not that type of soul,
right,
to being bloody invited on board crafts.
Yeah.
Within a period of 4 months. Obviously, that's the path he is supposed to be going down, and he's gone down exactly the right path, exactly the right time. And I've always said to him, first of all, I am not going to do mushrooms unless he's with me, because obviously the mushrooms, the whole thing opens up your pineal gland and opens you up to all sorts of things. I don't touch that sort of stuff anyway. I do weed, but that's about it. I said, if I'm going to do mushrooms, I won't do it with anybody else but you, because number one, he's picked them and he knows his shrooms. And number two, if I have a bad trip, I know I'm in safe hands,
Yeah.
And secondly, meditating is the same thing. He knows what type of meditation to do to open up, to enable your third eye to see stuff that you wouldn't usually see, which is what... I mean, he got all this without even starting to meditate. He didn't even have to meditate. He just thought about it and it started happening, He's that open to it. So he's the perfect person to do it with. But I'm still really quite worried about, because it's effectively channeling for an empath.
It's very individual. That's the thing. It's different for every single person.
Exactly, I know.
I mean, there may be some things that are similar or whatever, but...
I mean, I started doing... before I got into ufology, well, I'm not ufologist, but before I started looking at the sky, etc., when I was paranormal, like, into healing and Reiki and that sort of stuff, I started going to a circle with a friend of mine. It wasn't a spiritualist church, it was just a circle. I think it was called a healing circle. I can't actually remember the title of it, to be honest with you. But we did it a couple of times, opening your chakras, doing the light through, tree up through your body, Mother Earth, blah, blah, blah. So it's sort of half meditating, if you like. And basically Reiki healing, just holding you, like running your hand over someone's chakra, and you can feel the energy field, like that sort of thing. And we obviously partnered up and everything. And I went straight to my friend's biopsy point where she had the liver biopsy, and I didn't know this at the time, and I felt this incredible charge going through my hand, and it was I felt my hand being pulled towards the spot where she'd had this operation, or where her pain was. That's the only way I can describe it. It was like having a fuzz going through the centre of my palm.
Yeah.
So, that was only after 2 sessions of doing the open your chakra, sit down, meditate, breathe, blur, light. That was after 2 sessions. And I think it kind of freaked both of us out. We never went back. So I know it's all there. I'm just really scared to fully open up because I don't know what's going to rush me. I really don't know what's going to rush me.
Well, and there, as far as the empath goes, there's a lot of different. I mean, they overlap sometimes, but there's a lot of
But
different.
that's what I mean. That is exactly what I mean. Not only am I into ETs, but I believe that it's all the same thing. It's all other dimensional beings, be it ghosts, be it spirits, be it demons, be it ETs, be it whatever. I think it's just another dimension.
Because there's some that fall into my category, which is other people, picking up stuff.
Yeah.
Some are animals. There's some that are even earth. The ones that'll get a feeling like if a earthquake's going to happen, or something.
Mm.
There's no or bad weather that they might not even be calling for.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. And
but they can overlap.
This is my problem. I think I will just attract everything in one go. Have a meltdown.
Mine seems to be just with the people aspect, but it is what it is. But things have come a lot better though when I quit trying to ignore it. That was the biggest hurdle.
Yes.
Because I don't know, I got shoved around to every doctor, coming and going. People trying to figure it out. And I had some doctors even quit because they couldn't figure it out. Quit the whole profession.
It's a shame Jenny's not still on because I missed her telling her story before as well. She's quite an empathetic person. When Tim was here before, we were obviously stoned because when Tim's here, there's 2 joints on the go continuously, so you're pretty off the planet most of the time anyway. But she was guiding me to go outside and do not only cloud bursting, but I was actually found myself creating charges in the sky. It was quite amazing. So she's quite keyed in with it all as well. And I'm yet to hear her story, but she's had quite a few encounters that have opened her up as well. In fact, most of the people on Bill's stream have had 1 or 2 episodes. Let's call them episodes for now, because there's not much else you can call them.
Now, one thing that happens to me quite often, it gets annoying at times, but I've learned to deal with it. I don't know about you, but just complete strangers, like telling you their life's problems.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah. I've always been like that.
Yeah,
I've always
that's
been
a common. That's one of the most common traits that I've found in the research I've done, and I get it sometimes. I had it happen about a week ago. Woman called, and it was some telemarketer trying to sell me who knows what, and she actually forgot what she was trying to tell me. She was telling me about a rough patch with her family and kids, and this whole big long spiel about all this personal stuff.
They tell you what their inside leg measurement is within 10 minutes. I get that all the time. All the time.
And I was at Kmart.
That's down to auric. That's down to auric energy fields, though. At the end of the day.
And I had people at the store. Like I was at the store not long, about a month ago, and I was grabbing just a pack of razors off the shelf. Not thinking there was an older guy there beside me, and man, he started opening up about his granddaughter having trouble and this and that, and I'm like, man, I don't even know you, man. I let him go on though. And one cool one was not long ago too, when I had the metaphysical lemonade, the cards made up, the one I showed earlier. Well, I had another card made up that I was going to get for something else, and I had to cancel the order. It didn't work out. So I called him, and guy answers, and I tell him what I need to do. And so he looks up my order, and he says, yeah, we can cancel that. And he's looking at the other card, and he says, oh my God. And I was like, well, what? I said, something wrong with the design? He said, no. He said, but for a long time, he said, I've been interested and had a lot of experiences in this field and found nowhere to find any information or someone to talk to.
And
he said, I will be contacting you soon. I haven't heard from the guy, but it was just one of them cool things that, it just happens that way.
Trying to work out how to put it into words, because a lot of the time it's trying to put it into words what you experience, isn't it?
It's very hard. Putting it into words is the hardest part when you're trying to... You can't put feelings into words.
But this is what we were saying, I think, 2 or 3 streams back on Bill's. Bill's stream is exactly the right place for people that... great example for you. Were you listening when we had I got Chris Garitano to call in? Were you listening to that one?
I don't think so.
Well, it's on there anyway. It's on one of his. I think it's 2 or 3 back. I think it is. And I actually persuaded Chris to call in. And it was bloody epic. Absolutely, it was fascinating because obviously he's promoting. Well, he was at the time promoting Montauk and his new Bigfoot project that he's doing. But in chat, I had a friend. It was someone that I'd met in a hangout that I was doing. My early days of doing hangouts or anything live, to be honest with you, I hadn't really spoken to many people. But in this particular hangout, we got onto the subject of MK Ultra and Montauk.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know what the subject matter was, but there was a lady in that particular hangout called Holly Baglio. She's on my friends list. And she has only just recently, and when I say recently with regard to Montauk, I think her time period is 2, maybe 3 years ago. She's only just come out of the asylum where a lot of these Montauk victims were put. And she's only just been, in inverted commas, released, if you like. But obviously the damage that was done from the experiments that were carried out, etc., is quite extensive. I mean, I went through a period of thinking she was going to be bonkers, to be honest with you, before I looked into it all and, watched the Montauk Chronicles and watched all the programs about it and stuff like that. And she was talking about handlers and all sorts of. Okay, I didn't understand what a handler meant, sort of thing. And the fact that she's got in contact with a few people that obviously had just come out of the same experience. Not just, but there's a whole big time window. Some of them are still in nut houses due to what was done to them. It's that bad. And it just so happens that she was in chat when Chris Garitano was on talking about the Montauk Chronicles and the fact that he's starting a new project as a follow-up from the movie, hoping to do a TV series as a follow-up from the movie, involving obviously witnesses that are now coming forward having watched the movie and various other documentaries that are realising that they've been party to this without realising it. It sort of triggered something in their memory or something that they thought, well, hang on a second, I was there then, or I was in that institution and I should have been. Anything like that, it's triggered something. And I hooked them up. I just hooked them up there and then. I was like, Holly meet Chris meet Holly. And from what I can gather, I think he's actually using her in his new project because she's got names, dates, addresses, handlers' names, the whole kick the boodle, proper whistleblower stuff, but not whistleblower obviously because you're not the government agency type, I'm an important person. She's a victim, a downright victim, along with a lot of others obviously that he's come across during his own research into the Montauk project. So it's like there's so many places now where you can talk freely and not be considered a lunatic with regard to whatever subject, paranormal, UFO.
Yeah. The hard thing about paranormal, though, I mean, if you talk UFOs or any of that type of stuff or Bigfoot, you can describe things, describe what a craft or a creature. When it comes to paranormal and a lot of the stuff that I've dealt with and stuff you're dealing with still and all that, you can't really describe it. You can't. You can't. How do you?
But an interesting thing that has happened, I've found with me, especially since I've been not only videoing but talking about it with obviously a few maybe close friends that are interested in it. I mean, a friend of mine put me onto Celestine Prophecies, and I would never have put her in that box. David Icke and the Celestine Prophecies.
Yeah, that movie got like horrible ratings, but I like
and Greg Braden. I mean, it was my friend that put me onto all that, which led me on to other stuff, etc., blah blah.
Yeah, I thought it was a good movie.
Oh, it's bloody excellent. Have you read all the books?
But for people that have never experienced anything, I could see why they might not like it. They wouldn't understand it.
Well, I read the book first, which I'm really relieved at, actually, I have to say. But I read all of them. Literally, I went out and I bought the lot. I literally bought all of the insights and everything else that goes with it. And then I watched the movie and it just made so much sense. Hence the energy fields, hence the vampires. I know all about that.
Yeah, but it's just extremely hard to describe, energies and all that type of stuff to people.
It's not though. It's not though, because this is what I was saying. This is what I was just about to say. Well, I find myself now, when I started reading Necessity and Prophecy and all that, blah blah, what 6, 7, 8, maybe 8 years ago, I used to go into a pub and be like bursting. I want to talk about this. I need to talk about this with someone, and they'd see me coming and they'd run. I'd be like the local loony lady. If she would see her come into a pub and leave, sort of thing. But now, and this fascinates me even more so, because people are, and there's more outlets for people to do their own research. Behind closed doors, I don't have to necessarily talk about it. I can go and research. I now go into a pub and I find them all gravitating to me, dying to talk about their experiences. I'm like, can you leave me alone now? I'm coming for a quiet pint, all right? Just go. Form an orderly queue.
Yeah, but like when I would try to tell some of them idiot doctors I had and stuff, they just, because it wasn't in one of their, $1,000
their agenda. Let's use the word agenda, shall we, with that one?
Yeah.
GPs. Oh, no. Not in their agenda. Psychic abilities, GPs, pharmaceuticals, nah, don't work together.
No, it wasn't in one of their fancy books, so, they just give up.
When it comes to natural remedies, oh, good heavens, no.
It was just, bad experience getting shuffled from one place to the next like that, but nevertheless, I knew what was going on was legit, of course, so.
Totally.
And I wasn't just making things up and all that.
Linked to it. That's what I was saying earlier about all that.
Yeah.
All the protest nonsense. This is exactly, they're achieving exactly what their aim was, which is just to drive a wedge in between every single living human being on this planet, and they're achieving it.
Sure.
It happened in chat. I messaged Bill. I said to Bill, I messaged him, listen, you've got to change the subject. Look what is happening to the chat and to the people that are talking. This is exactly what the whole thing is about. It's causing friction amongst people. Not necessarily mass rocks, but there's just too many different points of view. There's too much non-information, disinformation out there that will cause friction amongst the ranks, basically, and break down the love and the light. I hate to sound hippie, but that's kind of what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
So that there's no energy, there's no light energy there, basically.
Yeah. As soon as people quit talking about it, as soon as people will quit paying attention or talking about a certain story, they come up with something else.
Yep.
They got to keep everything stirred up and fresh.
Yep, and distracted. That Alex Jones thing,
yeah, he started it today, that's for sure.
That was like stirring, that was like sending in a giant ant into a hornet's nest on its own. That's what that was all about, and that was fully intentional, and there wasn't any punching going on. Someone shoved a person that was standing behind Alex Jones to make it look like he was attacking him. Pathetic. And I know that because Darbu, I wasn't watching it at the time, but I watched it back, and Darbu was actually filming it, and he interviewed the guy afterwards as well. Yeah, Alex Jones was straight on his channel, and Joe Biggs straight on his channel. Alex gets attacked by commies.
Yeah.
Clickbait. Total clickbait. And I think, yes, he used to be good. He used to be, predicting things. But now I think he's part of it.
Yeah.
Totally part of it.
Well, he's come to the point if he can't find a legitimate story, he'll create one.
That's exactly what happened today. That is exactly what happened today.
There wasn't enough there to keep his audience entertained, so he had to create something.
Yep, totally. Because he was preaching something out with his megaphone that only one or two other people were. There were 50 other people talking about
Jesus.
There was a group singing Frozen songs, for fuck's sake. I mean, Christ almighty. There was too much going on there, so he thought, let's just have a little bit of drama here. Let's just make someone shove from the back of the pack to make it look like they're starting trouble. And they weren't at all. It was just people wanting to get microphones in his face because he was talking and he is God Almighty in their eyes. And it was just a pack of people moving in the wrong direction, and he's built it up to be, I got attacked. I mean, what a low life. That is so low.
I mean, when you're in any kind of a crowd, you're going to bump into people and people bump into you. That's just a crowd.
No, Hannah, don't apologise. What are you apologising for, woman? It's only me and him bimbling, and I'm bimbling now because I'm tired. We'll have to get you on Skype and you can join in.
You still around here, Lorraine?
Let's give you the Skype.
Okay. You got quiet.
All you've got to do is download Skype and then join through Facebook. That's all I've done. I've forgotten my password so many times now. I'll just do it through Facebook now.
I can't never remember my Skype password. That's why I hope I don't get logged out.
I tried to do it from my phone today and it asked me for password. I was like, shit, I really don't remember because I just click it. It just signs in automatically and I've signed in through Facebook. I haven't got a clue what I'm doing now on my phone.
I use Skype on my phone a lot. The voice part, though, doesn't work too well on my phone, but typing's alright.
I've only just got Periscope. Woohoo!
Yeah, I got banned from a couple different streams already, telling people off.
Yeah, you said that today, yeah.
Oh, well.
I don't care anymore. I'll say what
I say what I want.
If I like it, they can switch off.
Sometimes it's almost fun to see how quick I can get banned from some of these idiots.
Well, exactly. Exactly. But then you've got to think that's what their intention is, coming in to disrupt stuff. So it's probably best to rise to that.
Yeah.
Or rather stoop to their level, should I say.
But yeah, once you kind of, as you say, become awakened or wake up to everything, it makes for an interesting life. I'll have to say that much.
Yeah. Totally. I've shut off a lot of people, a lot of close people as well, just purely because I can't be dealing with the negativity anymore.
There's been a few instances where I've had such a like an overload of everything all at once that I've got some terrible headaches and just had to go to bed.
Well, you've got to get yourself out of the scenario and
because a lot of the stuff
under a tree and go and ground yourself under a tree. That's what the best.
A lot of the stuff that was happening this year, like stuff concerning Lorraine and all that, that was stuff that was just happening 100% on its own. I didn't concentrate on any of it.
Telling me.
It just happened all the way down the color of little mouse toy that her cat likes to bat around. I mean, just crazy little things.
Yeah.
And it was kind of weird too, kind of comical now looking back at it, but I kept thinking to myself, like, what's the point? These objects don't even matter. They're little, just trinket things. Who cares? And then, I got the smack upside the head, and you're like, hey, the objects don't matter, but they're 1,300 miles away from you, and you're seeing them crystal clear. That's what matters.
Hello.
And, yeah. Then it started to be like, oh, well, yeah, yeah.
Maybe there's something in this, yeah.
So I thought, well, man. And then after kind of thinking about it a little more, it was more just a confidence builder is the way I look at it.
Yeah.
So in the future, something may be important, who knows, and I'll pay more attention to it now.
Yeah.
I think that was the whole premises behind that.
Yeah. I've got the whole telephones. I know when someone's going to phone me thing. I've had that for a while, but it's very strong recently. Yeah. Especially me and Tim. It's weird. It's totally weird. I was talking about him 2 Thursdays ago, and he called literally mid talking about him.
Yeah, I've had stuff like that happen, or you make a comment sometimes. I've done this even recently. Make a comment in chat somewhere. And before the person can ask you a question, you go ahead and answer it.
Yeah.
I've done that quite a few times. They're like, I didn't even get a chance to finish asking you that question, but thanks for the answer.
It's all down to synchronicity at the end of the day. Everybody's synchronising in different ways, but at the same level. Very interesting.
That's why I've got the little quote on my Skype thing. Knowing the answer without knowing the question.
Oh, excellent. I haven't seen that. Brilliant.
It makes a lot of sense.
It does. I like that.
There have been a few times I've even surprised myself where I'll just, for some reason, I just get a feeling like I need to just throw an answer out there, and nobody's asked anything even related to it. And then I get a response from somebody like, hey, I was thinking about that, or whatever. It's like, wow.
Yeah, or I just thought of you. I have to ask you this question out of the blue,
Yeah.
Okay. Could it be because I was thinking about it?
there's been other people though online that I've seen objects in their house, or just ask them, oh, well, did you just get on your cell phone, because your laptop was getting too hot or something, or needed charged, and little things like that.
Yeah.
It's hard to do a lot of it though, as you'd say in real life, I guess, people around you and things, because just the people around me anyway are not open enough.
Imagine how draining it must have been for the victims of the whole MK Ultra remote viewing thing. It must have been so draining, horrible, cruel, because it was unnatural. It was a forced natural talent gift that we've all got, but it was forced too fast and for completely the wrong energies. That must have been awful for them. Absolutely awful. I mean, I've never got to speak to Holly about it one-to-one, apart from on the hangout briefly, because it wasn't that type of hangout, if you know what I mean. It was sort of just a subject that came up and she was a regular on the thing, and it was probably me that brought up the subject, to be honest with you. I think I was the only weirdo in chat at the time.
The hard thing for me, and it always has been really, is just the validation part of things. That's why I like, online, it's a little easier to talk to people about, stuff, like we are now. But when it comes to family and some friends and stuff, it's just, at least around my circle of people, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, well, I've got everybody off.
Depends on your family.
Sorry,
I really think it depends on your family, though, because there's no two families alike.
Right.
And there's some families that there's a predominant religion through most of the family.
Yeah.
And then there's other families that are more mixed, various beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it really depends on
the
people around you. Like you say that for you, the family issue is a little tricky. Well, for me, there isn't anybody in the family that doesn't know my practice or doesn't, and then they make little efforts. Like, I go to their Christmas supper, and they send flowers for Yule.
Yeah.
Like, it's a...
Yeah, I've never had that at all. I mean, the kind of my past. I've always been always looked at as it's a mental thing, need to go to doctor, get this, get that, and that's what I've always dealt with, like, forever. And that's what made everything so hard.
Yeah, but yeah, okay. Add into that the timing of your awakening.
Right.
And I think you'll find anything, in inverted commas, medical will melt away.
Yeah, I mean, it was just got to the point to where I would just tell everybody what they want to hear and let it go at that.
Yeah, but you're also at the same time taking on any negative energy, which is going to have impact on your body, as in your physical body, let alone your mental body, your mental state. So that energy that you're drawing, because obviously if you're that type of person, you have got healing energies, obviously. So with that sort of fractious energy around you, a certain amount of you as an empath will absorb that, and it will affect you physically, as in I don't know, let's use liver failure as a major example of it. So what I'm saying is, the more awake and accepting you become, the less that will happen, because you know what mechanisms naturally to put into place to stop absorbing that bad energy.
Things have got a lot better since I quit trying to prove everything to everybody.
Exactly,
Put it that way. I just I got to the point to who
you
cares.
You will draw those good energies, and those energies will feed each other, as in the Celestine prophecy. You see them, the plant, share energy with the plant, drawing it, sharing it, drawing it, sharing it. The energy will serve you as you serve it.
Yeah, I just got to the point, just to not care what others have to really say. You know, why do I owe anybody an explanation? Especially if they didn't even, ask or anything. So just
exactly. I'll flush all those type of people out because they were literally draining me. I don't have any of that energy around me anymore. And I've still got some friends that still have that effect on me, and I'm still friends. But if my energy fields on that, I'm not feeling it that day, I will not have them in my space because it's just kill me for the day. It's probably wipe me out for 2 days. So if they phone and say, "Can I come round?" In fact, I shut myself off sometimes from the internet, from everything. I just don't. I phone off the whole lot because I know my energy levels are so low that particular time, for whatever reason it might be. I might have been in the company of someone that drained me the day before. But I know I haven't got any energy to spare.
Right, you're just like
no
different than your cell phone. You got to plug it in and recharge once in a while.
Exactly.
You got to do the same thing. And I dealt with things on 100% on my own forever practically. But the biggest help that's been on all of this, as far as anything recent, and I got to give Lorraine a lot of credit on that.
I was just going to say, it's obviously going to be, you've got to, because she's allowed to do this and obviously guided you as well.
Well, that's why I told her and Steve and her husband is both the same thing. That's why I kind of adopted them as kind of a metaphysical family. I mean, that's just,
that's the path you're meant to take, and that is the path we're all going to
go. And that whole path up from the past year, since I, initially ran into her, that whole path started with that little 3-second UFO clip I showed earlier tonight. Because when I caught that on video, that's when I started getting kind of, I'd say, re-interested in the subject. Because I was, and then kind of got it out of it, whatever. And I started looking for a chat or just somebody to talk to, And I ran into KGRA, and then there was people there, but they weren't saying nothing. Lorraine finally said something to me, first one to say anything, and then told me about the Skywatch, and it just all went from there, snowballed. But I don't believe in coincidences at all. Forget that.
Coincidence is a hogwash.
There's a reason for everything. I don't care. You may never know the reason, but it's
still. Until that final destination is reached.
Yeah, just like if you're driving home, from somewhere you've been, a million times.
Which is why I'm saying about the missing time thing, because that is a missing part of a path that you're supposed to be taking. That's, to me, that's so important.
Because we've all done it, you're at somewhere and you're trying to go home and you take the same path all the time, but then for some reason you'll make a wrong turn or something. Just for no reason. And who knows, maybe.
But that obviously that relates to that's metaphoric as well.
Yeah. Because who knows, you could have got in a bad car wreck if you'd have went the normal route, or an animal could have ran. Anything could have happened. Who knows?
Exactly.
But there was definitely a reason why you went the other way. You'll probably never know it, and it really doesn't even matter, really. But
no, because you changed your own destiny and path at that very moment in time.
It's just like I said when I was at that UFO meeting when I was talking that night. That was pretty weird because in the back of my mind I wanted to talk, but I didn't at the same time.
Yeah.
And just all of a sudden, and I still do not remember consciously raising my hand to say anything, but I did though. It caught me off guard when the guy called on me. I was like, looked at him like, I don't even remember raising my hand, but nevertheless, and it was a great experience that I don't want to repeat. Let me put it that, it was something that needed done to get rid of all that excess baggage, but man, that was rough. It took me a good couple days to recoup from that one.
Yeah, but
I was shaking, and I mean, when you relive 18 years worth of feelings in about 10 minutes, that's a roller coaster ride.
That's emotion overload.
Good, bad, and otherwise. And I saw it leaving too. It just gone. It just like wringing out, a kitchen sponge,
Right, I'm going to get my head down for a couple of hours because it's 7 something. I'm so blurry I can't see. 7:16, I believe it is, or something.
Yeah, it's 2:26 here, so.
Oh, it's 7:26 there then.
Yeah.
So I shall catch you all soon, my lovelies.
I might do a Skywatch coming up soon. I'll have to check the weather, but.
Alright, Freddie will message me, yeah?
I can do that. And if you want, follow me on Twitter.
I think I do already, don't I?
You may. I don't know. I got so many people on there to follow. I don't know. But every time I do a Skywatch...
I'm Selenophilia 66, which sounds really rude. It's Lover of the Moon, in actual fact.
But yeah, my YouTube account's hooked with my Twitter account, so as soon as my
so's mine. Yeah, so's mine. So's mine.
It shows right up.
Yeah.
But I try to post it everywhere I can. Both Twitter accounts.
Soon. And dream well, because you're all about to go to bed, aren't you? Anyway, I'm getting up, going to bed. Don't know where I am. Don't know my arms from my elbow right now.
You found the bottom of the wine bottle. It sounds like, so you're going to go to bed.
No, I did hit the bottom of the wine, but I did have a glass of sangria actually, which is weaker than the wine, but it's just just about finished me off.
Well, sounds like you had a good start to begin with.
No, I wasn't drinking until I did my first glass of wine till 1 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, but now it's what, 7. So
yeah, so I've only had. I've had three glasses of wine and 1 sangria. Wasn't bad.
Well, it doesn't sound like much, but it depends on the size of your glass.
Well, exactly, it's fucking size. No, it's because I don't drink much anymore. You see, I'm a cheap date these days.
I think we got enough stuff in life to keep us going, and we don't even really need the external stuff to get a different feeling.
Exactly.
We get it naturally.
Right, guys. Night. Much love to all.
Take it easy.
Oh.
So, Tana, did you get a chance to look at that link I put in? That was just something that showed up. I mean, when I just done a quick search, but it's kind of interesting, though. Can you still hear me okay? I'm just wondering if my microphone is still working. It should be. I know I got some background noise, but that's my air conditioner. Yeah, I thought the article was kind of interesting. I didn't know that, you know, it was a prized possession. No, I don't. I don't think so, anyway. What's your Facebook name? I can add you on there. You can join our page on Facebook if you want. Metaphysical Lemonade. Yep, I just approved it and I just added you, sent you a friend request anyway. Yeah, I don't mess around on there too much, but I got the Twitter account too, so. Or you can just check out our actual website if you want. Yeah, that's our website, and it's got all the links on there to anything. Got a chat room used once in a while. And I will say, though, about the meetups that we do in our own chat, I use YouTube like I am now for the audio and everything, but during those meetups, as soon I make it an unlisted web address so no one else can find it, and as soon as the meetup's done, I delete it. I don't save anything because try to keep everything as private as possible. So people sharing, personal things or whatever, so nothing gets saved. So that's something I always make a good point of. But without using YouTube like this, I don't really have any way to broadcast anything, so I just use it and then get rid of it. Yeah, I try to post on the Facebook page when I'll do a Skywatch. At least try to give a little heads up. But the way I've got it set up, unless I can find another way, I don't have the actual link to the Skywatch until I make it through YouTube. So that's why I just post it and then I go back later on and post a link. But if you subscribe to the YouTube channel, you'll get an email or something, to let you know that it's live anyway. Yeah, that's the whole premises of the metaphysical lemonade is, well, metaphysics just covers just about everything. So really don't have any rules. The only rule that we ever made was be respectful. If you're that, then everything else is fine. Sure, debating things is one thing, but you can still debate somebody in a, respectful manner. So we haven't had any issues really of anything. So that's the main thing, is just respecting everybody. So, and I've got everything set up as far as that site goes, is approval basis, and not that I'm worried, about anybody, saying or doing anything. But when it's approval, then at least I know when people are joining, different things. I don't want anybody to just fall through cracks. I try to make everybody feel, like they're part of it, because everybody is. The main reason that me and Lorraine started it is, we both had went through the same thing, but my side of it was looking everywhere online that I could think of, for a place, to talk, chat, whatever. And there was nothing there. Everything was just, you could make it a mental health website and you wouldn't know the difference type of thing. Just nothing. So we got to talking and just done it ourselves. We started it April 15th. So, and the site I know is somewhat plain, but I never really intended people to spend much time there. It was just a place that, for links and, where to find other things. Like Twitter, Facebook, chat room, and I got the calendar there, so if we plan anything, I'll post it there. So, it's just a basic website, but, it serves its purpose. I put it together in about 2.5 hours, so it's kind of basic. Spent most of the time making sure the colors were, readable. Didn't take long to actually put it together. But there's about 150 different games on there you can play. Everything from Pac-Man to who knows what all. There's a bunch of them on there. I mess with those once in a while when I get bored. Yeah, I could have probably made something look a lot better and all of that, but I just really wanted to get just something put up there. Because, stuff can always be changed, edited, whatever. It does work, though, so... Yeah, that's all it is, just networking, just a place where they can... One location to go to find everything else. It has surprised both of us, though. Just the numbers on the the counter on there. How many people's actually been to the site? I mean, it's a lot more than we expected. 516. So that's not bad. And I've got it set up so it doesn't count you more than once. It counts IP addresses, so you can go to it 100 times and it's not going to count you but once. So there's been 516 different people there just since April 15th, so not too bad. That's the third website I've put together. I done 2 other ones for some friends, but that's the only one I done that was anything personal. And I wanted, a real web address too, so I bought the domain name. We both went together and bought it. It was cheap. And I didn't want something that was, the free websites are okay, but the address you get is hard for people to remember, and sometimes they're just confusing. So I wanted something with our own name on it, so we went ahead and bought it. Yeah, I've been, surprised to say the least. It's been steady, that's for sure. It just doing its own thing. I mean, I put everything I could into it, and now it's kind of just, running itself for the most part. Yeah, we had talked about it for a while. Well, not real long, really, but for a little while. And, kind of putting it off or wondering how things were going to go. And then finally just got to the point and said, the heck with it. I'll just throw it together and see what happens. And that's what happened. Yeah, that's when you in my opinion, that's when you know something's, at least halfway decent. When you don't really have to, when the owners of it don't have to mess with it. The people that end up joining, like the Facebook thing, the people that join, put out and do enough stuff to keep it going on its own. That's when it makes it more realistic then. To where me or Lorraine don't necessarily have to start every single topic of conversation. There's other people there, they can, do and say what they want. So that makes it good. Seems more legitimate that way. And sure, I like jumping in on conversations and stuff. That stuff's good, but I shouldn't have to start them all, and I'm glad I don't. But, well, one thing was knowing that I couldn't find anything and, you know, been looking for a place for quite a while, I just always knew that there was other people with the same issue that couldn't find a safe, decent place to go. So, since nothing was there, we just made it ourselves. It took off a little quicker than I expected. I really didn't have any doubts of it turning into something at some point, but I didn't think it would be kind of this fast, but it just confirmed, you know, my initial feelings. There are other people that are, you know, at least interested in the subject, if not dealing with things on their own. That's true, it's not overcomplicated. Because I'm not a complicated person. Well, I try not to be. My experiences and some of that kind of stuff seems complicated at times, but for the most part, I try not to come across that way anyhow. I'm as down to earth as you can get. It's kind of the what you see is what you get type of mentality. You know, I never try to be something I'm not. If you do, people will just find out the truth sooner or later anyway. So you're better off to just be truthful from the start and save yourself and everybody else the aggravation of figuring it out later. Why try to impress people for them to be around you? If you have to do that, then they're really not worth having around. I mean, you know, when you act like you're on top of the world, sure, you can have all the friends and people you want, but 99% of them are not that decent. The ones that are there when you know, are at your lowest point, and they still stick around you, those are the good people. But a lot of people are waking up, though. And I don't know, it's kind of interesting, too, in another sense. I mean, we've all, you know, I'm sure you've heard it just as much as I have, all the stuff going on around the country, you know, political and all the other junk. You know, yeah, it's bad stuff, but the surprising aspect of it is how many people now are actually not taking what they're told at face value. A lot still are, but it seems like every day more and more people are not taking whether it's government or news or whatever, you know, what they're feeding everybody on a daily basis. They can call it conspiracies or whatever you want, it doesn't matter. But it's just the idea that people are looking into things. You know, it's becoming a lot more common that people are willing to, you know, look into a news article or some report they saw on TV or whatever, instead of just saying, oh, this happened and that's it. You know, that was the way it always was. You just, whatever they said, you know, you took it for what they said, you know, face value, and that's it. But so many people now are willing to look into it. Yeah, they might come up with some crazy answers at times or whatever, but, you know, I don't even care too much about that. It's just the point that they're willing to look into it and come up with their own answer. Whether it's right or wrong, you know, it's your own answer, not something you've been spoon-fed. So that, you know, kind of a nice thing. It's along the same lines as people waking up to a certain extent. It's just the main thing, if you get a gut feeling about something, it's usually right. That's the thing, is getting enough people, you know, to wake up before it is too late. But yeah, if I had to give any advice, it'd just be go with your gut feeling. You know, you can look at any news station you want, you know, for example, you know, Fox, CNN, who cares? You know, I don't really care, what news somebody wants to watch. The thing is, don't take what they say at face value. Do your own research. Come up with your own answer. You may be right, you may be wrong. The answer is kind of irrelevant at that point. Exactly, free thinkers. The answer you get really doesn't matter because, it's not going to change the outcome of the event anyway. But the whole point is, you researched it and you looked into it yourself. It was your answer. That's the number one thing, is get your own answer, conclusion. Not just whatever they want to tell you is right or wrong. Go with your gut feeling, because it'll be right more times than not. Personally, I would rather do the research and be wrong than to have just follow somebody else blindly and be wrong. At least you learn when you free thinker. You learn a lot. When you do research, try to figure things out, no matter what it is. You learn a lot along the way. The journey is more important than where you end up. It is a lie. But that's why I like to bounce around from the different news agencies and things and just, make up my own conclusion. Most of the time, if I'm just sitting around, and I got the TV on, I'll keep it on mute and I just read the headlines that scroll across the screen. That's mainly what I do. When a headline catches my interest, I'll look it up. Kind of Google it or whatever and look at it that way. I don't care. It's just like when a politician gets on TV and they talk for a half hour, say whatever they got to say, and then what do? For the next 5 hours on TV, these commentators want to tell you what he said. Well, I don't need no commentator to tell me. I heard the man or woman give their talk, their speech, whatever, so I know what they said, and that's that. I don't need some analyst to come back and tell me what he said when I just heard him. So that kind of stuff there I don't pay any attention to. Forget the talking heads. Just get the headline. Something catches your attention for whatever reason. Then look it up and, figure it out. It doesn't matter what some agency tells you. Because the headlines, they're going to be generally pretty accurate. I will say, no matter what agency you listen to, if there was I don't know, like recently, we've had all these shootings, which are bad, of course, but, the headlines are usually somewhat, right. It'll just say, an event happened here, location X. So that's probably true. Something did happen there. And then you want all the details and stuff. That's when you got to kind of become your own detective, figure it out. So that's kind of where I've been. It just goes back to a saying I've used before: never underestimate things you cannot see. And I think that means a lot. Exactly. Perspective. But just because you can't see, what's going on doesn't mean a whole lot, It's just never underestimate what you can't see. That kind of explains itself. But some of the biggest events in my own life were stuff I couldn't see. But that didn't make it any less, legitimate or impactful, on life. Yeah, lots of that going on. But, well, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, so I think I'm going to call it a night as far as the Skywatch stuff goes. Looks like my camera died anyway. So, I'm not even sure how long ago it died, but regardless, yeah. It's been a while. My batteries died. So, I think I'll call tonight, but you've got me on Facebook and all that, so if you ever want any help trying to set up Skype, or if you download it and want to test it out or anything, you know, feel free to send me a message and I'll try my best to help you out. And then, no, that's very true. So, yeah, like I said, if you need any help, or if you want to use Skype at some point, I can try to help you out in case, you know, in another Skywatch or one of our meetups, you want to join in on a call or something, you know. As they say, the more the merrier, no problem, you know, as far as that goes. So if you need any help, just feel free to ask.